Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we ready for another big day? Stage 4 action. Let me set everything up. Ooh. Music enjoyers? Nice. There's a lot of messages. Hold on. Banger. Join the ABBA. Yeah, I feel it feels really appropriate to play ABBA every day. I think during stage 4 because it's qualifying for Stockholm, so it feels about as relevant as it ever could. So what do I need? I need my pen. I need... Is the clean feed up yet? I need this. Hold on, I'm hopping into studio mode. That. Clean feed not up. But I need that. I think we need to do predictions for today first. We need to do predictions first before I forget. And then we need to lock in. Is there anything else we need to do? I publish for VODs. What's on my list? Did that. Oh. Alright, I think I've got everything. We can do predictions, yeah. So everyone had a good Friday? Are people still working? I guess most people are still working today. I got up kind of late because the game's finished kind of late. Did some shopping, like food shopping. Went to just went to Outing Little. I forgot to get the cheesecake out actually. I need to get the cheesecake out still. Then just kind of clean the house. Listen to Conan Needs a Friend. Oh my god, Conan Need a Friend. If anyone listens to that. And then we're here. We're right here. So I've not done a lot, but it means I have plenty of energy for the Overwatch, which is the most important space. Let's see. So where are we starting? That's North America. Let's go EMEA as well. You think ENCE 3-1 piece of cake? Oh, thank you, Human Readable.
Afternoon. Definitely don't forget the cheesecake.
It's let me turn my light on. Oh, there we go. Now I'm a professional streamer. Yeah, it's in the freezer still. I need to get it out so it defrosts today, and then it's ready for tomorrow. As long as I get it out tonight, it'll be fine for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Faye. What was I doing? Predictions? I think. Honestly, might even just be rolls. I think this is a 3-1. This one may be a 3-0. Have I got... any disagreement? Do you think VP will take a map? Yeah, I've not really seen VP in this meta, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. And then, which one of these two games do we have? 11th, that one's today. So we get this piece of cake versus TM in theory. Oh. I think piece of cake win. Like 3-1. 3-1, 3-0, 3-1. Yeah, feels reasonable enough to me. You think it might be even closer? Yeah, I mean, that's obviously highest stakes game. Probably the closest game we're going to see today. This is the one it's all building to. All right. But across the pond? You think this is a 4 times 3x state? We're only going to get 3 of them today, but I think you might be right for tomorrow's as well. This one, I mean, if they can 3-0 NRG, you have to feel they can 3-0 Avidity. Fluffy Aimers. Now, this one is interesting. This one. Is it crazy to say I think Fluffy Aimers will win? Like 3-2. Is that crazy? Maybe they don't win. I feel like winning is too far, but they make it a dogfight, you know? Like, this could be a 5-mapper. Am I delusional for saying SR Peak Check is a good matchup into VP? Yeah, kind of. Because they're going to play the Rhine stuff, and then, like, VP aren't going to play, as much as, like, VP are, like, the double flex support team, they're just playing the meta, you know? They're just going to be playing Juno, Brig, Orisa, something like that. And then it'll be Avidity versus TSM, right? So maybe Nightmare still win, but it's a fucking dogfight, you know? I mean, it's just TSM versus Avidity. So I think they should just, I know, I really like Avidity in this meta. It's obviously very good for them, but I think Citrus Nation also, like, you know, just a bit wank. So maybe this is like a 3-1 or something. I feel like TSM would really have to drop the ball on this one. Obviously, remember as well, we won't see it today, but the loser of this game, this Fluffy Aimers Nightmare, will play NRG. So if Fluffy Aimers cause the upset, they cause an absolute, well, I was going to say nightmare situation, but, well, it is. It's a nightmare situation for the Nightmare. So a lot of pressure, actually, I think, on this Nightmare Fluffy Aimers game. Even though they should be heavy favourites, I think it's like, I mean, it's chokeable for Nightmare. It's really, I think, it's more chokeable than maybe a lot of the other games we're going to see today. All right. Then you have no clue about how it would go? Yeah, I feel like Fluffy Aimers, if there's like an upset to be had today, it'll be Fluffy Aimers. Everything else I think will be relatively straightforward. I think Avidity won't stand much chance in either game today. Should be close? I'm thinking 3-0, honestly, to SSG. I don't think it'll be that close. Maybe I've been wrong about that, but maybe I've been biased in that direction before, but how long? We're probably about 25 minutes out right now. What's next on the agenda then? I don't know. I was going to look through... Get a quick play going? Not get a quick play going. One for the road? No. I was going to look at Reddit. Because where was it? There was one thread... Reminded that Ten Hag is manager. We could do it also if you want. You have to link me to it though, because I never remember. Why, if you don't mind me asking? I know, I was thinking about this the other day. And I was thinking... I think I've said something similar to this before, but like, I feel like when other games have like some kind of like a big event, right? Like a qualification for Stockholm, when there's some kind of like, this in theory should be a pretty hype stage, right? Because one, it's like all the top teams are playing in two of the most popular regions, and the stakes are really pretty fucking significant, right? Like the last chance to qualify for Stockholm, the difference between making this event and not making this event, I think really night and day, you know? So huge stakes, but it doesn't feel like anyone cares when I look at Reddit. And I don't know how much I should, like, just not value Reddit as a, what do you call it? As like a representation of the community. But it just feels really quiet in terms of, like, the attention being paid to these games. I don't know if that's just me being doomer. Barometer, yeah, that's a good word for it. So, like, I mean, obviously there's always going to be these type of threads, right? Where it's like they talk about the new maps and stuff. And that's like, I mean, both in reality, but I think especially the competitive one, because it feels like that should be, that if there's one that should be a bit more, a bit more invested in it, it feels like it should be the competitive one. But it doesn't feel like it's been all that excited, you know? Don't know. So I don't know if people just don't understand. But even when I look at like some of these, right? Like I don't know. Like, I guess there's like a few couple of clips like this. But it seems really throwaway. So it didn't feel like there was a lot of build up to the event. I mean, part of the reason I took the time to, I don't normally post on Reddit any of my stuff. But I took the time to post the interviews just because I was like, it doesn't feel like there's any chatter before it, you know? Like, all of the chatter is kind of stuff like this, which is, I mean, fine, whatever. Like, there's no reason it can't have a place here, but, you know, like, I feel like there would, in most situations, there'd be more of this type of stuff, you know? And this is something Lip made himself. Like, but there'd be more stuff like this where people are talking about it. Like, obviously, like, Fibble works for Esports Engine, who do all the OWCS broadcasts and like social media and stuff. What do you mean that type of stuff gets banned by mods? Any self-promo? But why it doesn't have to be self-promo. Because this isn't Lip posting this. This isn't Lip logging on, you know, and posting it. But just like discussion threads and stuff, you know what? Like if I'm a fan of Overwatch, and I guess I'd probably count myself as a fan of Overwatch, right? And I know maybe we're guilty of this as well because we didn't release like a fucking podcast episode. But isn't like some of the discussion here like isn't a big question like, hey, who do you think's going to Stockholm out of Piece of Cake, TM, and VP? Well, that's kind of an interesting question, right? That feels like the sort of question that would come up or someone would be interested in. Or like the math, right? I'm really surprised no one has done the math. Like, admittedly, I was also guilty as a person who was just like, I was expecting like somebody else to do the math, and I would just read the thread. Like I'd read the thread, or I'd read the Twitter post or something where someone posts like, these are the different conditions for X team to qualify or that team to qualify or something. But yeah, but the point is, why is there like no? It feels, I guess, disappointing or like just shit that there's sort of no dialogue about it, right? Like, there's like a normal, like, plat chat is posted, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Oh, chill out. Chill out. Chill out. What is it doing? Let me refresh this page. Alright. But yeah, so then it's like, we get the match threads and stuff, and it just feels like, for the most part, like, it's just no interaction or something, you know? Like, what other game is having, like, a reasonably big event? I mean, I feel like Worlds is maybe an unfair example, because, Worlds is an unfair example because it's like one of the biggest esporting events of the year, you know, which is really, I think it's like bad faith to compare Stage 4 to League of Legends Worlds. But what other game is having, like, a reasonably big event right now? Yeah, well, I don't want to compare the huge ones because I think that's not like you can't compare fucking Stage 4 to the international, right? But you know, like for example, we stumble on this thread. This is match 1, right? And Avidity beat Citrus Nation, right? Is this not pretty big as far as upsets go? But there's just like it's just not any kind of like, it doesn't seem like anyone's interested. Which one was this? This is the Toronto one versus NRG, so a bit more like life in this one, right? But what are they talking about as well? Pardon me. What do I think of the next? I've not seen it actually, Trueblade. What I might do is, because I'm getting the official host tomorrow, so I feel like all the stuff like the map changes, the new hero, all of that stuff, I'll do when I get the raid, because I feel like that's the type of content that'll be way more accessible for like the raid audience, when we just get like a load of people who maybe aren't like as involved in the I guess the nitty gritty. So I've not seen it. I'm saving it all for then. So I'm trying not to look at it as well. So I'm just like, so I can at least give like a somewhat authentic reaction. Loki, I think that people might actually be from the OWCS era. However, so many of them weren't actually esports fans, but rather a Boston fan or something, and now they just post their favorite Reddit. Yeah. Well, you see it as well, where like, you know, like which this one, right? This was NRG versus Toronto, which in theory, right? If we were to use stage 3 as an example, the two best teams in North America right now, right? They finished first and they finished second last time around. That's a pretty high caliber match. The two best teams in North America are playing in the first round of this next tournament. It's the tournament to qualify for Stockholm. NRG need to make sure they qualify. They got to play Toronto. The stakes are like palpable, right? Clear as day, important match. Interesting to see how both teams are doing in the new meta. First chance to look at Toronto play this new meta. 15 upvotes. Fuck. 15 is like 15 people. I don't know. I guess there's ones for stuff like this, right? But this is just like, haha, the number is wrong. Like, like I don't understand the gap here between like, hey, look, they typed in the wrong numbers. NA production, am I right? 164 people. The two top teams in North America are playing each other. 15 people. Like, how are we? How are we? Like, how are we at the fucking? How is this the disparity? I don't know, you know? Like, schedule, 11 upvotes, no comments. He posted once asking if anyone knew when the Reaper rework was coming out. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, all that stuff, I think, is like it's fair. Like there's no problem with this stuff, right? This isn't like a one thing needs to die, so the other thing needs to live. I'm just, I guess, like a bit surprised or disappointed that it feels like there's no, it just doesn't seem to be getting any traction, you know? I think OWCS should have a better incentive for people to care. I don't know. I don't know what it is, because are the games not good still? Like, in terms of the actual Overwatch we've got to see this year, there's been plenty of good games, right? There's still been plenty of entertainment. It's maybe been a little bit drawn out at times, but there's still been plenty of hype moments, right? But I don't know why it doesn't seem to get the same level of, like, attraction or attention. I don't know. The game's getting decent viewers. Yeah, I mean, it was like, the thing is as well, like yesterday, what was it, like 40,000 viewers on the stream? So what's like the disconnect here? Is it just because there's like, is it like almost an ancient problem of there just being two subreddits? What if I go to like our global offensive? So, see, you know what I mean? So I go to, so obviously, so this is some drama, right? This is about, I mean, maybe this is like tangentially actually related to Overwatch because it's about Bleed and some stuff they didn't pay people. But also, look at this. Fucking Jezza Bazza. Cheers, Jezza. Is there any hope for this C9 roster? Just a general question about, is it, you know, any hope? Again, more of a Bleed drama, sure. Player signing. Some, like, nerdy stuff about, like, using the game. And look, they still have this stuff, right? Like, there are still people posting about skins and their charms and all of this. But then I go again and I go, like, Olofmeister and FaZe. And somebody's going, hey, Olofmeister's still on FaZe's bench. What's going on with that? Someone just, hot take, fucking, this guy should fucking retire, bro. Fuck, you know? A funny video about, again, like, pro content, right? Taking the piss out of Simple's like whatever it was called, like his like coaching thing. Top 20 Counter-Strike players of all time by just a guy or girl, but you know, just by someone. Who was the most fun player to watch in their prime? Just like, these are like very generic like fan conversations, you know? You go, I'm making cobblestone. Okay. Again, some like nerdy stuff, but like ENCE are gonna bench this play, you know? Like all these sort of like movements and stuff going on, and I don't know. I mean, CS, they still update CS quite regularly, you know? Is there a CS2 competitive subreddit? I don't know. I actually don't know. I never... If I just type in Counter-Strike, maybe if I spell Counter-Strike it would help. r/Counter-Strike. Because this now starts to feel maybe a little bit more just like I guess like the main Overwatch Reddit, right? Like we're just talking about bugs and skins and all of this, you know? Osama bin Laden, you know? It's just, you know, just normal threads. Normal threads about all of this stuff, you know? Is there a CS2 one then? Or is Global Offensive essentially like the, Because this again feels like quite generic, just like very game focused stuff, right? Okay, there's a bit of esports stuff bleeding in here. Again, lots of bugs, map stuff. But the Global Offensive felt like the competitive one. The split between the Overwatch and comp Overwatch scene has been disastrous. Yeah. It doesn't help that the comp Overwatch folks are often very dismissive of the casual scene. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't feel as built in, I feel like. Maybe that's just, like, impossible to achieve what CS has, just because CS has been, like, a competitive game for so long. I think that the old Overwatch League fans don't care about OWCS that much. Yeah, there just seems to be, like, I think I've said it before, but I'm always surprised sometimes on, like, the like Overwatch subreddit, like some of the threads would be like, it'll be like 6 months into the year, and somebody would be like, "No way, what's this OWCS thing?" And I was like, "How?" It just seems weird that you managed to find your way onto this subreddit, but you don't know what it's about. But is it that hard to access? Like, is because it's still on the main Twitch channel, they're posting on the Reddit. What's missing? Let me set up a clean feed while we ponder that. It showed up in game in the past. That's probably the big thing, right? Yeah. Some kind of direct involvement. So you're known as like a pro version of the game when there's like big matches on. I guess using the main Twitter account as well, right? To promote the big tournaments and all of this. Yeah, that's probably like the big breaking point to like get more people interested. Yeah, I mean, I guess what CS also has, right, is like I follow CS super casually, tuning for the big tournaments if I happen to be free, you know, and then like, you know, sometimes I'll see new players in the tournament, all of that. No, they don't, Bones. No. But like if I go to like HLTV, fuck, like it's so easy for me as someone who knows nothing really about CS other than like sometimes I watch for big tournaments to go find what's going on. And I think there's no version of this, right? There's no website that is like big enough, good enough to be the central spot. Yeah, well, over.gg, I used to work for over.gg, was ran by Enigma, a guy I knew from in TF2. And the reason he shut down over.gg, because it wasn't fucking being used. I don't know if, like, the Overwatch League kind of killed that element of it, and it was more useful when it was, like, a more spread out thing. But you know what he did instead? You know what he fucking did instead? He did Valorant.gg, VLR.gg. Does this look familiar to anyone who was on over.gg back in the day? There's a reason it looks similar. There's a reason it looks the same. OWCS is still up, yeah. If we compare, like... I mean, he left it up in case anyone wanted to use it, but as you can see, the last... like, it was... Because it was all volunteer-based at the time. You found him? Yeah. I don't know if they'll be any good. I don't think I was ever much of a savant as a writer. But this is the kind of thing you want, right? But you can also see, like, if you look at all these fucking articles, look at these comment numbers, right? You can see why the site died, why he stopped investing in it. Look at the recent discussion. Yeah. Perfect. Great. But this site has been dead for years. But Valorant seem to embrace this sort of site way more, right? And we're not crazy numbers or anything, but it is very much a HLTV, and all of a sudden, if I want to learn about Valorant, it's actually really fucking possible, right? If I say, hey, you know what? I happened to watch a Valorant tournament at the weekend. Really fucking enjoyed it, had a good time watching it, liked the teams. I want to watch more of this. And when I get myself to Valorant.gg, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay. I can just look these things up. Like, there's these tournaments, these things are going on. What games are on right now? Is this interesting? Do I want to watch? Oh, fuck. Maybe I've... There we go. Do I want to watch Ritson versus SCK? I don't know. But I can just fucking track it, right? Or like, actually, you know what? I love this fucking SCK team. They're my boys. Yeah, like, it's got fucking Neptuno on it. Of course, these are my boys. Here I am. I want to follow Neptuno's career. What are the fucking chances I click on a team and it's got fucking... Surely it's a different Neptuno. It's got to be a different Neptuno. Just another Spanish guy called Neptuno. I refuse to believe it's the same one. But I'm really keen. I'm really keen to follow this... Wait, maybe... Wait. I actually don't know. Wait, he's followed by, like, all the people. It probably is. What are the chances? What are the chances? I was just clicking on the top game as a demonstration. But yeah, let's say I'm the sort of guy, I want to keep following Neptuno's career. I'm so invested in Neptuno's career. And I want to keep following him. All of a sudden, it's really easy for me to, like, just look at all of this stuff that I'm able to get, right? Like, all of this, match history. Like, it's all just, like, accessible there, right? So, because that's what you want, right? What you want is you want to, one, get the game in front of people, right? Which is where all the stuff we talk about, like, in-game launcher or, like, the Play Overwatch account promoting the biggest tournaments. Get the professional game in front of people, right? And then once you get it in front of people, what you want is, like, a way for those people who have had the spark, or whatever you want to fucking call it, ignited in themselves, or their interest has been tipped off. What you want is a place for them to go and easily be able to find more information. Whether that is something the developer does itself. Because to be fair, like, Valorant.gg, again, it's just like community run, right? Or not, I guess it's a business, but you know what I mean? It's not run by Riot. Similarly, HLTV is not run by Valve. Doesn't Liquipedia do pretty much all these things? Not in the same way. One, it doesn't have the discussion place. Get them all in the stream. Fuck yeah, but it doesn't have the discussion place, and it's a lot harder to track teams. Like, even when I'm looking up stuff, as somebody who uses Liquipedia all the time, who knows a lot about Overwatch, it's actually a fucking nightmare to even use Liquipedia sometimes to find certain things. You know? Like when I'm trying to look up, like when we do Uncoachable, and I'll try and, like, fill in the blanks in my memory of, like, we're going to talk to a player about their Overwatch League history. Let me go back in and figure out all their transfer moves and who joined and left for roster at which time. It's really tricky. It's really not straightforward at all. Maybe that's kind of a niche use, but it feels like if I go to Liquipedia now to find the games, I guess, like, the big games are on, you know, but there's loads of these games that just link to, like, nothing. Like Everfrog dead. I don't know. It just feels way harder to use. Should we go check in on Neptuno? Is it being streamed? Let's have a look. Is he popping off? I guess it makes sense, it's in Spanish.
Furia el cazador, taguea al primer jugador y no va a taguear a ninguno más. Sigue el 5 para 5.
I don't know a lot about Valorant.
Y Aster le da la bala.
But it seems like Neptuno's doing okay.
5 para 4. Tentaba la suerte Neptuno con Laudin disparando a través de la zona central. Blastinho que cierra B-Main y con el Operator. Acaba con la vida de Aster.
Spectate Neptuno. I'm not hosting it.
Si gana la ronda de Suzaku, el Snowball y Operator ya en Suzaku puede ser muy malo.
Cast it. So it looks like RTTN are going for it. But Neptuno is actually rock solid. He's still got it. All those years on the Mercy pistol. Gets the 2-for-1 trade. Puts his team in a 3-for-2 or 3-for-3 advantage now. As the rest comes in. Trying to make the swing. Holding the angle. Flash is good actually. Makes his way in. Mikelele in now, and it's all on Blastinho. Blastinho, though, does he have to drop? I don't think he knows. Information advantage right now for Blastinho. He's lost him, though. Oh, he misses the shot! It's a sitter! It's a sitter! Ay, ay, ay. Oh, now all of a sudden, Mikelele, he knows.
Tormenta de cuchillas.
Plants for Spike. Oh, popped here. He's going to throw the fucking knives. Throwing the knives. Oh, he's choking so much, Blastinho. Oh, he's choking so much. Oh my God. It's a Victoria indeed for RTZN. Unbelievable choke. That's enough. Fuck. I mean, what more can Neptuno do with teammates like these?
Pasaba por delante a partir de entonces Mikelele que encontraba la manera de tampoco.
Wait, let me get the clean feed before I forget and just accidentally watch the entirety of this Spanish Valorant tournament. But you know what this is a good example of, actually? You know what? We stumbled across a game. We started watching some Spanish Valorant. We were able to find a play we were interested in. Able to find a stream we were interested in. Now all of a sudden we're watching a Spanish tournament. Fuck. Why does it work for Valorant but not for us? Alright, hopefully clean feed is there if we... Oh, don't pause. Alright. We're in the pipeline. Are we just going to become a Valorant streamer? Fuck. If we didn't have OWCS, I mean, like, I don't know if Coleman's here right now. Sometimes, what day is it? Friday? He's probably having dinner right now. But a lot of the time, Coleman and some of the other TF2 people I still hang out with, what we'll do if we're just hanging out on voice in an evening is we'll just say, what's on? And for those of you in the UK, the equivalent of this in, like, sport, if you ever watch just, like, Eurosport and you end up watching, like, the fucking handball for, like, a few hours or something, I essentially do that. We go, what is on right now? And we start, I just go and see what esports are being played. Is there some fucking Age of Empires on? Is the Halo on? Is the Gears of War on? Just end up watching that. Is there Halo on? Love for fucking Halo. And all of a sudden, invested, you know? So I could just do streams like that during once OWCS ends. We just go on a misadventure to co-stream random esports. Yeah, just watching like same every time we went to Toronto with London, me and Chris would share a hotel room. Every single time, put the fucking Blue Jays on, will you? Let's watch some baseball, because it's always fucking on. The Blue Jays are always playing. Let's recaptivate the Blue Jays. I've not followed them since last time we were in Toronto last year for Stage 3. I really like the Pokemon trading card game. I mean, I just enjoy it. So honestly, like, we can do it. Because I'd be doing it anyway. Like, I think the esports I've stumbled across that I really enjoyed. I actually really like Gears of War. I don't know if there's still a Gears of War scene. Because I've not seen it around in ages, but used to really enjoy that. Halo is a big one. Halo is a super fun watch. Loads of time for Halo. Rocket League is always good value. Age of Empires is class, actually. Age of Empires. Obviously StarCraft, but like everyone knows StarCraft. StarCraft always a good game to watch. You'd watch any esport if I was co-streaming it? We'll see how the viewer numbers do if I do it, but we can try. We can try. Hold on. I need to get some tissue because my nose is sort of running a bit. You know what I'm gonna do as well? Before I forget, gonna get that cheesecake out of the freezer for tomorrow. So I'll leave you with the Spaniards. And I'll run an advert and I'll be right back.
Oria que quiere pushear, Human colado saca una kill, otra para Blastiño, pero la ronda que no peligra para Artisan, 4-3.
Al menos no engrosan tanto sus números, no salen tan bien parados, ¿no? Con esas 4 armas de esta ronda, algo es algo. Suzaku sí que es cierto que tenía la eco, no esperábamos mucho más y ya lo han ofrecido. Así que bueno, ahora sí, full buy contra full buy, a ver qué puede demostrar Suzaku después del timeout ajeno que han tenido. Porque bueno, a ver cómo han aprovechado para hablar ese timeout que sentaba la propia gente de Artisan. A ver si notamos, ¿no? Un cambio de dinámica en un Suzaku, que ya sabéis, gente, que lo sentimos mucho, es alguien que va con Artisan, pero siendo españoles, pues vamos con Suzaku.
Pues sí, la verdad que no, ¿para qué vamos a engañar?
Y se puede entender, y se puede entender. No hay drama, no hay drama. Tenemos el 3-4 en el marcador, la zona central ya dominada por Artisan, que parece que no pierde el tiempo. Mientras tanto, Suzaku podría encontrar la espalda desde B-Main, pero de momento es un split.
Y cuidado porque Humans estaba en B-Main y muere a manos de Kain. Otra para Aster desde las sombras de Danielo. Neptuno que aguanta en las escaleras. Hurto neuronal de Aster, pop flash, apertura, todo el mundo cegado, pero aún así Aster y Mikelele acaban de sacar 2 kills que deja a Danielo solo en un 1 para 5. Van a rotar para plantar la Spike, pero Danielo no va a poder guardar el arma, ¿eh?
Bueno.
O sea, rotan, plantan la Spike, farmean Orbe. Hay 3 jugadores toneando a Danielo y Aster, que acaba con él. No hay plante finalmente, no hay tiempo suficiente. Pero ahora quinta ronda que es para Artisan, que se pone con 2 de ventaja y parcial de 4 consecutivas.
What's the news? Fuck. Neptuno's team's struggling, but Neptuno's actually, he's doing pretty good, right? 9 and 4? Or 9 and 7, sorry. More positive than most of his team. Is that Overwatch Neptuno? It 100% is. It 100% is. Right. What am I need to do the actual Overwatch things. I mean, one of my favorite things about watching new games is just not knowing what's going on, but then figuring it out and identifying like a champion, you know, or like someone you get like a some kind of level of attachment to. I should probably go on Discord as well so Max can join. All right. Neptuno was 32? Fuck, imagine being 32. CoStream League. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know what's going on, which some people might say is a drawback, but but that's half the learning is the fun bit, you know? Nice to learn. We can learn a new game. Because we only need to learn enough to watch, you know? We don't need to learn, like, the detail. We just need to learn enough to know what's going on. Did I watch the Deadlock tournament? I actually watched a small bit of it. My friend Matt, TF2 guy, you'll be surprised to know, was, he plays quite a lot of Deadlock. You know what was actually quite funny, right? So I was talking to my mate Matt. He's been playing a lot of Deadlock lately. He's getting really into it, enjoying it quite a lot, right? And he was watching a bit of a tournament as well. So we sort of both ended up just happening to be watching a tournament at the same time. So we started chatting about it. And I forget what the name of the hero was, but there was a streamer he watches all the time. Because it plays the, he plays the same, what's it called in Deadlock? Champions? Heroes? Same character as him. And do you know who that streamer was? It was fucking Zergy. I was like, he was like, Zergy. I was like, oh, Zergy. I was like, does he use a trackball by any chance? And Matt was like, yeah. I was like, I know Zergy. Zergy was playing in the tournament. I'm pretty sure he's team 1 as well, if I remember right. Deadlock is like, yeah, it's like a FPS, but it's in more of a style of a MOBA in terms of like lanes and different like objectives to fight through. Zergy's really good. Yeah, he was playing, I can't remember what the team was. Was it called something Buffs? Something Buffs, I think. It was like an EU team. But he was like, well, if you want to learn the game, I'll teach you about the game. So maybe got a Deadlock in as well. Tap up Zergy. Buff enjoyers. Thank you, Night Owl. Yes, that's right. Are they the best EU team right now? What are they talking about on broadcast? I don't know. Talking about this bridge, I guess. When does the Marvel Rivals co-stream start? Fuck, I don't know. I feel like Unter has the Marvel Rivals. He's got the market cornered. We're gonna be on the aquarium designer train, you know. Fuck, I can't wait to play aquarium designer. So fucking hyped for it. This is the future. Can we play aquarium design on the raid tomorrow? No, because it's too late, you know. I want to be locked in for aquarium designer. You know, it's not like the sort of thing I just want to whip out because a load of people are here. Phrasing. But I want to be ready, you know. Why am I still choking to death? Oh. Is it true Hawk is big in Deadlock? I don't know. I didn't see Hawk play, but it was kind of late when the EE games were happening, so I only watched like a bit of that first one. Aquarium designer is exactly what it sounds like. George is a massive aquarium head. I'll fucking have to tap him up, actually. I'm just going to be playing like a sim version of George's life, I think, potentially. I mean, with the Sam thing, I think also, like, there was no real crimes here, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't against anyone. There was no victim as such. So he should get punished, but how long should he be punished for? I don't know. That's like the, I guess that's the bit that's up for debate. Reveal my Discord DMs. I mean, do you really think Sam is racist? You know what I mean? Like, I understand, like, 100% poor taste, shouldn't have said it. But do you really feel like he's racist or he's going to go around committing acts based on, like, is he going to commit, like, racial abuse or racial hate? Like, isn't one of Sam's parents fucking Jamaican? I swear someone told me that. I don't know if it's true, but someone told me that. Yeah, I don't know. I, like, don't agree with the behavior, but if you're going to try and sit here and tell me that he's like the worst person in the world or something like that, I don't know. Like, you can't convince me of that, you know? Yeah, I'm not trying to rationalize his behavior, but this is, I think the first part's important, show me, right? Like, You know what I mean? If you say it's wrong, of course, agree. But there's like a, we shouldn't fucking execute him for it, right? So what's the redemption path, you know? And yes, he did apologize. Because if that's your criteria, he did apologize. So he apologized. He seemed to come across genuine, at least from my interpretation. So yeah, but that's what I mean. So that's what it's like. I don't know. I think for the most part, it's also just like it doesn't feel like that big a deal to me, honestly, right? Like, a guy did something wrong. He was punished for it. He apologized. All right. I mean, what? Now what, you know? This is what I mean. This is why, like, I think we can all agree shouldn't do it. But, and it was, like, we can all, like, criticize the behavior, but what's next, you know? I have no idea what's going on with the mainstream. Yeah, I mean, I presume that bridge was from Sweden or something, right? I looked at Airbnb's offer for Stockholm on an unrelated note. So I don't think Sam was ever banned from OWCS. He was suspended by his university team, and he was kicked off his team, but I don't know if he was ever officially banned by the league. I didn't see anything that said that, at least. What's the first match? Which way? It was on ENCE, piece of cake. There we go. If I fucking 5 seconds behind it, I would have got the answer. Yeah, I agree, Unito. I think the biggest one, the biggest thing here is it just feels like a very unimportant, honestly. You know, like that's my overall take. Shrug. Anyway, I feel like if we're doing this, we're just in like a it's like an endless. You pull the thread. There's endless levels to it, you know. So I don't think I've got any new takes or hot information on it. So let's transition to the actual Overwatch here. Wait, why is he 20? Yeah, and then let's start asking the real questions here. Why has Tread got 2474 afterwards? $24 hours, 7 days, 4 weeks. But why? Why has he added that on? He's 2,474 years old. Yeah, word on the street is they've been sharing playtime in scrims, Chase and Vestler. Obviously, they both got a good Orisa on them. He's right. His phone password. Anyone just use their fucking gaming alias as their password. Fuck. Yes. Guys, don't. Guys, please stop typing your passwords in Twitch chat. Don't make me add a rule. No, Chase will be playing Orisa. Is Chase going to be able to travel to the event? Very good question, to which the answer, I feel like, probably has to be no. Probably has to be no, unfortunately. So, one of the strongest heroes, I think, in the current meta is Genji. I think there's a... Why, the Korean teams are obviously, we saw running a lot of Genji, obviously. They don't need much of an excuse to start running Genji, but I think in EMEA, I think it came up in some of my interviews, now in reality, some of these heroes, you know, like actually Mei and Pharah, way more suit a lot more of the hero pools. A lot more of the hero pools of the EMEA Flex DPS. The exception, of course, being Kevster. A little bit Naga. I think Naga's actually got very good Genji on him as well, but Kevster Genji, I think, is the next level. So I think the fact that they can play the Genji gives ENCE a very unique advantage in this meta compared to a lot of other teams, and I expect we'll see them lean into it quite a bit throughout the course of the event. I didn't see him play yesterday, honestly, when they played against EMEA, so I don't know if they sort of like whipped it out already. Thank you, Moot Goat. So yeah, I don't know if they've done it already. We'll have to see. Psycho have a good Genji? Yeah, I think Psycho's Genji's alright. But from what I understand, I don't think... He didn't see him at all yesterday, right? So I don't know how much he's playing, really. They played Genji Cass. I mean, pretty good for both players. And Kevin Kai, obviously, in that one. So, expect to see a lot of it, I think. You alright, Max? He's not talking to me, fuck. I guess he's not had his fat shatter today. He just called me. Joining call. Hello?
RTC error trying to join your voice channel.
Oh.
So, yeah, can happen. I was going to say we should sync up, but unless we can sync up to Morello's blinks and his empty stare, we might have to wait another...
Blink.
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 Oh, no, he's
blink.
actually...
Talking. Blink. Blink.
Wait, Morello
Blink.
talking? Oh, you must be ahead of me.
Blink. 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 Blink, blink.
Blink. Blinking.
Fuck, he blinks a lot now, you pointed it out. Did you point this out on purpose? He's fucking...
he's just trying to wet his whistle when his eyes are his whistle, you know, give him a break. Like,
now I can't stop looking at it.
Yeah. Oh, fucking hell, dude.
All good today?
Yeah, feeling fresh, dude. Got a good night's sleep.
Funky
I'll be less
fresh?
tired at the end of today because, you know, I didn't stay up for like 10 hours before starting the stream, so should be good. We gamble. If a moderator wants to run the gambling, you can gamble. That's not me though. Not me.
Literally outsourcing all your problems.
Yeah, exactly right. I love Uber on mute. Yeah, no, this goes hard. Actually, maybe my going live tweet can be this.
Wait, I didn't do a going live tweet. Fuck. Can you
I think
tag me in it? Say it. Tell them I'm live as well.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm now outsourcing my problems to you.
Yeah, I got you. Going live with CommanderX.
Nice.
How's that?
Beautiful. That's
All
literally me.
Going live with @CommanderX.
I've also got some numbers if you want some numbers.
A plus NA OWCS right now. What numbers?
23,
Give 'em.
22, 21
pause.
seconds,
Pause
20.
them. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14.
Oh, we're perfect.
That's so perfect. All right. Naga starting out on the Farah, one of his strongest heroes, could give ENCE a little bit of trouble here on Night Market. Tread actually getting an early conversion onto Kellex. Really good start for the side of Piece of Cake. They're going to get all over the point and just get that first capture off rip.
Works out really nicely for them. Interesting to see this matchup. Now, we'll probably see a lot of throughout where Piece of Cake leaning into the Farah, ENCE leaning into the Genji. So, ENCE, in theory, can be more direct and have a lot of success with that. Longer fights should favour the Farah here. For now, though, ENCE trying to retake. They try to get Kai through a flank, but doesn't find any space. And Kev's just now going to turn his attention to this flank to try and clear Piece of Cake out of here. But Zodi was marking that, and Chase just gets rocketed down in the middle of all that while they try and clear this. And a bit of a false start from ENCE here. Can't seem to get any space on this map.
2 in a row for ENCE now. I wonder, is the Genji going to struggle into the Farah on a map where Farah is so good? Or is Kevster just going to start to find value once his Blade comes online and they can get their first team wipe going? That being said, I mean, we're talking about Kevster here. And we know how Kevster tends to fare when we're talking ultimates. So, Godspeed, Kevster. Godspeed. Piece of Cake, they've got so many ults online to whether whatever ENCE throws at them here on this first cap. Kai actually pressuring Naga back a little bit, but he's going to be just fine. Orbital Ray, Rally, Terra Surge, all online. Basically 5 ultis for Piece of Cake. They're going to back into the garden a little bit, but we see Zodial and Crispy, they have to make a long rotation around the side. This is probably ENCE's time to go.
They've got the ults to go with as well very soon. Blade is up now for Kevster. Chase has for Terra Surge too, but it's actually going to be Sky who kicks it all off. Sky will match that as well. Orbital Rays in trade. Terra Surge comes out from Tread right now. Doesn't get a huge connect. Now the Bob comes back in, but Terra Surge is bigger from Chase, and Kev follows it with the Blade. Booped away from Kellex though, and it's actually Nagri finds the first kill. Still trying to get it, but oh, Crispy. He's just matching Kev blow for blow. No value with this Blade combo, and Naga, but Barrage gets more value in all of this. Huge ult fight, and Piece of Cake come out on top.
Oh, you're not going to believe this, Savior, but Kevster, he's good in the neutral, but he has a tendency to fluff his ultimates. Here we go again. Blade fight for ENCE. No value. That being said, you know, I can flame Kev for his lack of ability to get an ultimate off. Piece of Cake used all 5 of their ultimates in that fight. Kellex still has the rally in the back pocket for this final fight, but Kev, I think he dashed to the point for the touch, and he's already gone down. Rally from Kellex in main has somehow caught Sile, but nobody can touch. 100 to 7? Piece of Cake? Don't think anyone expected this.
Unbelievable start for Piece of Cake. I think historically, when we think of Piece of Cake and this core of players in Tread, Naga, Zodial, the metas they've done best in are these macro-heavy metas when it's these big, complicated ult fights. Think back to the Amalgam meta, and that's where they had a lot of their initial success under the Team Peps banner. And it feels like, at least right now, we're getting more of the same. Big ult fight converted successfully for them here. So ENCE off on a bit of a rough start.
Oh, goodness gracious. Here, on Control Center, again, we're seeing something a little bit different from Piece of Cake. We know that the meta, you know, the purest comp is Cassidy Genji in this situation, but Piece of Cake, they're coming out with a different flavor. They've got Tread, Naga on the Mei, Zodial on the Venture, and Lucio Juno rather than Brig Juno, so really high tempo possibilities. Double speed boost online for Piece of Cake. They get into the White Room faster as a result of that double speed boost, and they're just going for it right away. War comes out, Zodial digs in, and look how wide Kai is. He could be in a little bit of trouble.
Pressure now looking for him, and Zodial just on the hunt. That Venture so powerful in these situations if they can isolate a target. Easy one for Zodial. Now turns their attention onto that Orisa. Now spots another target. Pressure onto Kellex. Will burrow and just keeps hunting him down. Kellex, you can just see how tough it is for the other heroes trying to take on this Venture in this one-on-one. And Zodial cleaning house.
Really wasn't expecting such a strong showing from Piece of Cake off rip. And ENCE, they might need to adapt a little bit. I'm not sure if what hero they need to change, but it feels like something is amiss. Twice in a row now, feels like Piece of Cake have had their number on these first fights. And ENCE, I mean, they need a stylistic adaptation at the very least. Kai, under a lot of pressure in the choke against Zodial, goes for that drill inside the choke and gets so much damage in. Now he's alone on the coast, but I don't think anyone's going to chase him out. And in this big period of downtime, Tread has gone down in main. Kevster, it's another neutral fight, so here he goes chopping through the remainder of Piece of Cake. Naga with no ice block, now it's a 5v2, and that's going to be ENCE retaking this point.
Shame for Piece of Cake there. Free retake, didn't really put up much of a fight. Now we're going to get over to the big ultimate fight, and obviously Piece of Cake going to have this beat instead of a rally, and I guess if they can find a way to connect with these aggressive ults and push with them, in theory it should make heroes like Kellex and Kai, they should have very difficult time dealing with some of this. For now though, still trying to build up to those first set of ults. Tectonic Shock from Zodial in play here. Trying to fight for this white room. Going to be a speed ring engage around the corner. Orbital Ray will be dropped, and ENCE looking like they're going to drop a much later Ray coming back here.
Blade from Kevster inside the Ray, cleans up Crispy. Crispy not able to get that beat drop off. At least he has an Ajax, so, you know, power to him there. And Naga, he's thrown in the Blizzard, but they're already down 3. That's a rough one for Naga now. Piece of Cake on the back foot. Invested a couple of ultimates into that fight. Nothing for it.
Nice combo in the end from ENCE, and this is part of the power of Genji in this meta, is when you can combine it with the Terra Surge for the Orbital Ray. It's one of the best ults to combine. Now, as we go into this next retake, Piece of Cake, they have Zodial on the flank, but Kev has spotted him out here, so Piece of Cake going to have to rely on their ults, and it's a Tectonic Shock from behind here, which forces Kai back. Kellex will respond with Rally, and Zodial still has a bit of an option to go onto Kai here, but the pocket comes through now. Kai having so much difficulty, runs away from the Venture straight into the Orisa, will go down. Player advantage now for Piece of Cake, and again, Zodial lines that one up, and he's just crushing them when he gets these targets. Hitting the combos, and now Piece of Cake should be good for the retake off the back of that there. Well played by Zodial, and really, all the success they've had on this round, it's all Zodial.
Really insane the performance that Zodial is putting on for us right now, constantly isolating people on the Venture, getting these borderline solo kills again and again. Now ENCE, they're forced to retake with no ultimates. I mean, maybe that favors Kevster, actually, you know, our neutral warrior. But Zodial, he's hiding over here on the side, has to dig backwards into the Mega Room, and that's going to be ENCE's cue to push up in main. Getting really aggressive now as Kai swings up on the point with the High Noon. They're going to try and flip the cap off this. Not sure if anyone from Piece of Cake is going to be able to touch. Looks like they're going to go for it right at the end, but it's really dangerous for them. 1-for-1 trades as Naga goes down, but Kai gets taken out in turn. Orbital round line for Sky. Sile is so close to their own. Finally, they can drop it, but they're not going to do it. Tread is going to bleed out, and that's just going to be Piece of Cake letting this one go.
Such a shame they didn't have the ult there, because if they're able to drop that one, they're in a great position to take that fight. And now, as they regain control, ENCE coming down to one more fight. Piece of Cake, they need to nail this one, but they do have that Orbital Ray advantage here. Naga onto the Genji, has the Blade. Kevster has a Blade of his own, so it's going to be Terra Surge Blade potentially versus Orbital Ray Blade. But I have to favour, I think, the Orbital Ray Blade in this one here. Big chance for Naga to put his team in a great position to finish this map.
Deflect from Naga onto Kai, but he misses that final shot. Kevster with the Blade. He's taken down Skyle and he's disappeared off into the night. And it's looking like ENCE. Oh, wait. I was going to say ENCE are taking this away, but Zodial gets a trade onto Kellex. Maybe there's still a chance for Piece of Cake. Naga is also coming back with the Blade. Crispy playing life on the coast. Zodial with another one. And now it's an even fight where Piece of Cake are coming back into this with so many ultimates. Zodial still alive. 3 versus 3. Final fight where there's going to be a whole lot of ultimates thrown into this no matter what. Piece of Cake holding so far forward, but now ENCE, they need to push through an Orisa that's just about to have Terra Surge. Chase rolling through the white room, gets the touch, rolling around on the point now, trying to put some pressure on Tread. Beat comes out from Crispy. Tread and Naga both pop their ultimates. Naga gets Kellex. Tread takes down Sky with no supports online for ENCE. We're going to need a 5k High Noon from Kai to clean this one up, and it's looking like it's not going to happen.
0 instead of 5, and wow, what a start from Piece of Cake. What a start from Zodial. They win more of a straight-up mirror there on the very first one on Night Market. Then we get the Lucio Juno out, and really Lucio Juno feels like one that should be really hard to make work. Should in theory make the Lucio Juno both feel very squishy there with the ability to peel for each other. But the Venture Genji, they play aggressive. What a great performance from Zodial. Consistent value throughout that. And Piece of Cake, they just take the first map just like that.
Really solid start for them. Not at all what I was expecting. But you know, I'm not going to get too bogged down in the details. I think I'm gonna transition into my usual segment between maps, and I'll see you when we get into the next one.
We'll see you on the other side. Oh, what a start, no? Said piece of cake could be quite good in this meta. Thought it would favour ENCE as well with the sort of Genji advantage they have over lots of teams with Kevstar. But oh my god. Really, no time wasted at all. Super impressed by Zodial. I don't know if people saw my interview I did with Zodial, but I've actually got so much time for Zodial. I think he's a top quality player. He's a top quality hit scan. But I think most of the impressive performances I've seen out of Zodial recently, it's been him on the Tracer, him on the Venture. Obviously, Zodial actually started as a flex DPS before moving on to play more of these hit scan heroes. So really, I think Zodial is much like, you know how we talk about people like Proper and Stalker are like the headline examples, but people will also apply this to Tree. People who can just play both roles. I think Zodial is really starting to make a case that he is the sort of, I guess, the sort of next up, if you want to coin a phrase, the next up EMEA player who can really just fill both roles very competently. What was I doing? I was updating the stream title. Let's see. ENCE versus Piece of Cake. Zodial the new tree. Yeah, the Spanish tree. Spanish tree. He's Lamine Yamal. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Fefo. Fefe? Well, I don't say bad. Fefe. Gonna see if it was an irony. Yeah, happy birthday. SSG. I think SSG should win. I'm predicting a 3-0 for SSG. I'm the next up TF2 player. I think I might be. So threatening, Kaiser. We have cheesecakes for you. Nice. I got my cheesecake out earlier, so it's defrosting. It's ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow's the big one, right? Tomorrow's, we're getting the host. Gonna have to do the big raid. We'll play some marbles. We'll do some giveaways. And then we'll be live all day. So Sunday daytime, like maybe like 11 p.m. onwards, we're going to, I guess we're doing a lot of stuff. We'll watch through some replays. We'll watch through some of the games. We'll try and get a read on some of these bigger fixtures that we're going to see. Break out the crunker. Fuck, it's been a while since I've crunked. Who am I predicting for Poland v Portugal? It'll be, I want to say 2-1 Portugal. I really like the Portugal team at the moment. I think for Portugal's squad, actually pretty good players in every position. Maybe a little bit short at centre-back, right? But, big fan of a Portugal squad. I think their midfield is so good, right? Like Paulinho, Vitinha, and Bruno Fernandes. That's a fucking great trio of a midfield. Yeah, I mean, they've got Diaz. It's just a second centre-back, right? It's like, because they had Pepe for ages, but surely Pepe... Has Pepe now officially retired? Surely Pepe has, like, he's done, right? Surely he's not got one more in him. Pepe gone? Yeah, I mean, pretty good career. Do you think Chase over Vest on Orisa is legit? I mean, if we cast our minds, do you remember the Orisa mess we had at the start of the year? When Chase was on X-Oblivion? That was like X-Oblivion punching up, right? So I'm a big believer in Chase Orisa. One of the things I'm not probably a believer in is Chase on D.Va, which is where, like, if we get to some of these other maps, it's kind of the same problem that I think like SSG run into it sometimes, right? Now, like, if they want to have the D.Va swap available, if teams are going to play like this, if they're going to play a bit of this Pharah Ashe stuff, then having the D.Va swap is actually super important. Which is what maybe like moves KSA up in the priority order for a lot of maps. And I think the same is going to be true with Vest here, right? If that D.Va swap is necessary, piece of cake or a team, probably going to play a lot of Pharah, right? Because it's viable with the meta. Naga is very good at that hero. So if it's a Pharah viable map, you have to wager we're going to see Naga on that hero. Whoa. Suravasa. All right. I think one of the harder maps to Farah on. Hold on. I need to sneeze. Well, not sneeze. Blow my nose. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. I'm dragging the wrong thing.
Description is what you... Hola?
Hola.
Yeah. All right. Time to rock and roll.
Yeah, we can do one of those two things. I'm only down for one of those two
We do
things,
both.
though.
Oh, mate.
No, I'm only down for one.
without the other, dude.
No, you can do. I can do
just
either,
watching-
but I'm not doing both right now.
I was just watching this map, actually. I was watching a YouTube video of Derpy versus Flats on this map. It was really good.
Were they playing Reinhardt?
Derpy was playing Reinhardt, but Flats was playing Wrecking Wheel and just fucking griefing the game. But, you know, enough about Flats, right? Enough about Flats. Let's move on to Piece of Cake and ENCE. Piece of Cake, continuing the trend of bucking the meta a little bit, alternative comp. Tread on the Ramatra for the first fight here. More Cassidy Farah, which I imagine is going to be a bit of a staple for Piece of Cake because Naga so strong on those flyer heroes. But Tread on the Ramatra, this is really something a bit different.
Most of the time we've seen Ramatra really drop out of a meta because of that matchup against Orisa being so difficult. But for now at least, Piece of Cake, they're on the front foot, they're bullying back ENCE, and in general, this first point is normally quite a slow pokey fight, and that will favour the Farah here.
The Farah, I mean, now that they've got point control, Naga can play pretty safe up the back and keep on spamming in. You can see Vestola, he's having a real hard time getting up to the point. He tries to posture for space, but he just can't get it done. Gets poked all the way out. So Piece of Cake with this current composition, not only have they got that first cap, they're making the retake an absolute nightmare for ENCE.
Trying to make their way back in now, but Vestola taking so much damage again, awfully low, and it's so much easier for Tread to act in this position. But Kai, crucial pick. Now all of a sudden they have the spam advantage. They can start pulling back Tread. Skyle has his orbital ray if he wants to respond with ENCE. Have to try and reset it, but now the ray trade comes in. Vestola's behind though, and it's a little bit of a messy one here as Sky's going to have to drop out of that ray, and Tread's going to get some giant punches here. Slow as well onto the Brig, chasing that one down. All the teams have swapped positions here, but it's actually Vestola and Kev who come out on top. Annihilation from Tread, but he's just chasing nothing. Everyone's fled. Naga's back and he's got 2 kills. This bob on point's going to cause big problems for Tread. He's trying to stay up, but Kev, he's all over him, and they do get the retake there and managed to win that chaotic fight, but really tough one.
Look, I think at the end of the day, Piece of Cake, they got to be happy with that. It was chaotic from the start. Naga got first picked before any ultimates got thrown out, but they managed to still bleed 3 from ENCE. Back end of that fight, Vestola, he had to invest the Terror Surge. Kai had to invest the Bob. Piece of Cake, they may have thrown in the Annihilation, but look, Tread's already over to the Orisa. Clearly that Ramatra was thinking of something else for the side of ENCE, perhaps anticipating a Sigma rollout or something of the sort. So now, Piece of Cake, they get to roll back in for this retake with an ultimate advantage. Gonna be so hard for Kevster to get the blade off into Crispy's rally. Crispy pops the rally, but it looks like Kev actually does find value because Zodiel gets a little bit too excited with that high noon, runs out into the open, gets himself bashed, gets himself bladed, gives Kev the opportunity. Now Piece of Cake, they've got to chill, but they can't chill because Kevster is hot on their heels, pushing it deeper and deeper, taking down one after another, and there's just nobody left standing for Piece of Cake. That's going to be the first point going the way of ENCE.
Great turnaround for ENCE in that situation. We see some of the power now. Once it gets to those more chaotic fights where people are trading positions, there's lots of rotations, suddenly the Orisa and Genji combo has a lot more power than the Farah-Orisa combo. Now we're going to move on to this next point. Naga has the Barrage, Skyle and Sky coming back up to these next orbital rays here, and I feel like for Farah, what we're going to see is, while the Genji is pretty good probably on most of these points, some of these points, like these ones we're going to see on this side of the map right now, are probably a lot more Farah friendly than some of the other ones, so I think these are the ones that I think I would favour Piece of Cake's comp on a little bit more.
ENCE with that early point control, Piece of Cake, I mean, they have the barrage to break things open, and ENCE, they've got to be so careful to keep on marking Naga, because if he sneaks over to a side unchecked, he will be able to rip them open with this barrage. Looks like right now they know exactly where he is, though. He's not going for the surprise approach. He's actually just trying to take a side angle and shoot out Vestola, and with nobody coming to match him, it could be good news, but oh my lord, deflect from Kevster does so much damage to Naga up in the sky, and Vestola gets the finishing blow. That's going to be another fight win for ENCE. A little bit of a flop for Piece of Cake, to be honest. The orbital ray on the point, but no value at all.
I think they maybe just got a bit of a bad read about which direction their orbital ray was going, because Naga was leaning towards the right-hand side, but their ray was moving sort of the middle of the point to the left, so Naga just ends up out of the ray. Meanwhile, ENCE do a pretty good job staying in their ray, and now ENCE in control. Blade Terror Surge combo coming back up, so you have to imagine Kevin Vessel are going to be itching to drop this one.
Kevster with the blade. I got no faith, unless of course Zodiel would like to pop his high noon and walk out into the open, get himself Brigitte bashed. We'll see if Piece of Cake can pull something out here, but ENCE now, you know, they're in a pretty confident position. They've got ults to maintain. Bob comes out as the first layer. That actually lands an uppercut. Kevster's going deep with the blade. It's looking like a Kevster blade, though. Hasn't found anything as of yet. Trying to slash at Naga up in the sky. Drifts into Tread's orbital ray as well. So the narrative that Kevster can't win with his ultimate only growing as Kev completely fluffs his blade and then jumps into Tread's Terror Surge as the finishing blow. Great stuff, Kevin. Round of orange in the chat for Kevster, please.
It must be something about when he swaps onto hero. Now he's got his brain is also bound to Q. So as soon as he presses that button, it just goes. Every ability he has on the hero just leaves his body. And now, chance for Piece of Cake, back in control of a point. They have Rally, they have High Noon. Vessler still has his Terror Surge here, so that's the big ult to be careful of here. We saw Kev gift a bit of value to Tread in his one here. All about if Tread can find that important connect. Probably going to be looking for Kellex mostly on this one. Oh, sorry. If Vessler can find the connect, we'll be looking for Crispy on this one.
Looking forward to seeing if Vest can get something good done here. High Noon from Zodiel comes out early, but same as last time. Kellex, he pops the rally, he hits the bash, and Vestola, he's ready to combo off that big stun, hits the Terror Surge, sucks everybody in, and Piece of Cake, they just vanish once more. Kevster taking down Naga, or at least convincing Naga to let go of his rockets and fall into the pit, and that's going to be ENCE cleaning up another one. Zodiel's got to be really careful with these High Noons, because Kellex has his number. That's 2 High Noons in a row, where we've just seen Kellex pop the rally and bash Piece of Cake out of the fight. Really need to be a bit more mindful. Play distance some more.
I feel like typically how we've seen a lot of the High Noons used have been more on these big ult trades, just trying to use it more as a safeguard, almost a defensive ult. Using these ones aggressively, it can take you a lot of space, but against a lot of these ults for Terror Surge, for Rally, so many things that can go wrong for you, and Zodiel having a hard time, and it's going to be Skyle starting this one off an orbital ray. Vessler will be playing body block here, but he's just getting shredded by the ray. I think he was expecting a quicker response there out of Sky, so maybe a miscommunication from ENCE, and it just means this ray trade is going to go massively in Piece of Cake's favor straight away.
Much like the previous Flashpoint where Piece of Cake, they fumbled their Ray turn, this time around it's ENCE's job to fluff it. So Piece of Cake, first control. This is a point where Zodiel will actually be able to play reasonably long range, might be able to get a High Noon off that isn't going to get bashed out by Kellex. Not to say that ENCE doesn't have the ability to come rotate and brawl high ground versus Piece of Cake, but with the Ashe, they might lean into these longer sidelines a little bit more, try and get Kai out somewhere wide, try and get the Bob on the point. But Kevster, opening pick on Naga before the fight has really had a chance to break down. Now the Bob from Kai up on the point, that's a lot of pressure on Piece of Cake. You can see Piece of Cake, they flip around the back, they go for something, and Kevster, typical Kevin fashion, 5 versus 4, has the point pressure, dashes into the enemy backline, pops the blade, and loses the fight because Kev can't ult. Another round of orange in the chat, please, for Kevster with ults.
Unbelievable. Kevster spots the flank coming out from Zodiel and Crispy, takes it upon himself to deal with it with a blade, but just can't take that without a bit of help, either a bit more support, bit more pockets and packs, some form of that. Doesn't work out for him, and now Piece of Cake looks set to pick up their first point in this Flashpoint, and we'll get to move on to our next one. Both support ults in hand for Piece of Cake here, so a great chance to maybe snowball a few fights here.
Making it look easy, Piece of Cake, or, you know, making it look really, really difficult is Kevster. Really thought that he could have just played for the main fight there. Enemy team flanks around the side, but you can just keep playing that front to back, easy formation. You've got the ults on point, you've got the 5v4, no need to do anything fancy. Unfortunately, Kevster saw red, or maybe he saw light blue, whatever the color when your ult is online is, and that, you know, significantly impaired his decision-making abilities. Piece of Cake, they've got this orbital ray that they can throw down on the point. If Kellex tries to open with the rally, I don't think he's going to find much value. Trades here as both Cassidys go down early. Kellex has popped the rally in turn. Sky goes down, though, before he has time to pop the orbital ray. And that should seal the deal here for Piece of Cake, unless Kevster does something seriously heroic on the Genji right now.
Looks like they're just trying to stall out for time. Vessler is still on the coast here as well, but their HP is so low, so they will just die just as the cap comes through here. They'll even stall Kevster out a little bit here, and works out very nicely for Piece of Cake. Now support ult advantage, paying dividends. And now Orbital Ray is in the hands of Sky coming back, but Piece of Cake Nearly out of Terra Surge, out in his Blade as well. Great chance to maybe look for a combo here, try and pull him away from that Ray, catch him with a very aggressive play. We'll see what Piece of Cake choose to do here.
Interesting rotation from ENCE. I think that this is really dangerous because if Piece of Cake can choke them up on the point, there's a chance for a Surge Blade combo. Instead, Piece of Cake have pushed inside. Really awkward angle for Naga to get that blade off. And I've got to say, trying to fight fast tempo into them before they had the Surge Blade combo ready, I don't think that was the move at all. I think they should have just played to poke and poke, potentially even concede the point into the Orbital Ray, and then as soon as you have that Surge Blade, re-engage with that. But instead, they fight fast, and with only a blade to answer the Ray, almost no hope of getting that off.
But yeah, the Ray healing is just too powerful. Naga runs into trouble there with no way to force him out of a Ray. Big problem. Now they're coming back with a high noon Terra Surge combo if they want to try and do it. Might just be a high noon for space. Zodiac's been having problems with this all day. We'll see as he goes here. Going quite wide with it. Vestler will pull them into that one, but Zodiac's going to get a kill. 1 for 1 so far. But Vestler, Kellex, they get the cleanup, and that will be ENCE winning this fight. There will be one more chance, but it will have to be a rushed one for Piece of Cake here.
Very rushed indeed, but you know, the map life is on the line, so they're really going to need to go for it. And it's not like there's another point that they can go to save ultimates. They're rushing back in now, but ENCE, they've got that forward positioning. I hope we get eyes on Kev, because he's definitely going to go for the blade here. Pulls the blade, actually does manage to take down Skyle. So finally, Kev getting some value with the blade. He actually gets 2 before going down, so that's a very good blade from Kevster. And I mean, that's just going to be the end of Piece of Cake's story here on Suravasa.
Bit of a disappointing one in the end for Piece of Cake. A few too many of these fights where they are just losing it to nothing or a small mistake. I think back to that first point, maybe the third point we saw as well, when it's just some kind of really cheap retake or someone gets caught right at the start of a fight. And these kind of things can really set you back, especially when we talk about in this meta as such a big macro meta. These big ult fights important. Losing a fight that doesn't cost the enemy any ults, absolutely brutal in the long term. And ENCE tie up the series with an app.
Happy to see it tied up. Happy to see that we've got more than just a boring 3 Overwatch series on our hands. Time for slot.
All right, I'll see you on the other side. I'm going to run an ad break as well. Grab myself some more water. And we can lock back in. All right. There we go. I'm back. We got map pick. Too much light? What do the light heads think? Too much light? Hold on, I think I can adjust it on my phone. Hold up. Oh, no way. What are we saying, sorry? Juno not getting nerfed next patch? Fuck. Alright, can I get some light checks here? Better? Worse? Tone? The tone doesn't make a huge difference. Better? Worse? Better? That feels like worse. Better? Yeah, let's stick to that. 77% is the magic number, okay? Everyone remember 77%. What's happening? Flats is chasing you through the boreal winter. Please run quickly and find cover. He's got not bad intentions. What am I reading? What am I reading? Preds. I didn't add them or write them down anywhere, but you can go back in the VOD and check it if you don't believe me. But trust me, I'm telling you the truth. My Preds were 3-1 ENCE, 3-0 SSG, and then 3-1 2 piece of cake over Twisted Minds in that lower bracket game later. What am I getting? I can't. Can you post it again, Sinku? It's really hard to like scroll up and find things because I can't. Send it again and I'll see if it's like. Which one is it? Going to King's Row now as well. I think I have a Hattie Fury command. I don't know if I have a Hattie command. Just for funny Astro one. 3 matches today. What are you saying?
You think like it would actually be easier for ENCE if they just matched the DPS picks from Naga? Like
I mean,
whenever
maybe.
he's doing like this Pharaoh and stuff like that, making it a little awkward. Do you think Kev could just, you know, match?
I don't know, I think some of it's just map. Like I feel like if a Pharaoh's viable, it's really annoying to deal with because we saw SSG swap to Diva yesterday, right? Which in my head when they put Vestler in, that felt like maybe that's what they were teeing up, right? In terms of the swap is now on. But we've not seen it at all from Best here. They've just changed Orisa player and just kept playing Orisa.
Well, now we've got Tread, you know, just point force a little bit. ENCE relatively far back positions. Kai getting poked so much. Actually just needs to hide. Needs to wait and play slow for some healing. Nice spear from Tread, though. Maybe that will secure them that first tick. Looks like it will. Kellex and Kev not really getting the point touch going off the back of that spear. Piece of cake, they keep filling the cap as well. I mean, if they're not careful, they're going to get a second one. Wide swing from the Juno. Got Sky coming out really wide. And look, Sky, off the back of that wide swing, that big set of torpedoes, really ahead on the orbital ray. So ENCE, they may not be winning this neutral. Piece of cake might be getting more progress on the point, but Sky is about to push with the orbital ray, and there's going to be no ult to match for the side of Piece of Cake. Tread is also getting taken really low. This dragon could be really dangerous for them, though. Oh, have they made it inside? No, Zodiel's dead for sure, right? Yeah.
The ray is enough. There was a second there, it felt like the dragon was going to kill maybe 2 or 3. We're going to convert the kills off out there. Don't quite find the value, but 2 ticks, a bit of damage. If I can find a late trade maybe as well. And there it is, onto Kellex. This is going to really set him up quite nicely because Kellex also one of the players on ENCE who was closest to his next ultimate. Now Piece of Cake coming back. Chance to set up those good positions from a DPS again. And this time an orbital ray to back it up. And Naga's in the spawn. He's spawn camping Kellex.
Oh boy, Kellex getting camped by Naga in the spawn. Surely Kellex can get out of this one. He's a character with a shield and a bash. There's no way. But this pressure from Naga's position, that's going to be trouble for ENCE because now ENCE, they really need to push up hard in main. Looks like they've done exactly that. And without even using an ultimate, They take down Piece of Cake. Crispy and Zodiel both dead inside Syle's orbital ray. Syle gets the trade, but it looks like that downtime from Naga turned out to be a pretty big issue. Naga is trying to go flow state right now. Barrage, Terror Surge combo in main, but it's not enough to kill Vest. He's so low, but he makes it out. Nicely timed spear from Tread pushes Vest backwards, but this is a disaster fight for Piece of Cake, Xavier. Look how much they burned.
It went from bad to worse because they lose a couple of players early. Vesta and Kev just make an aggressive move. That Piece of Cake just don't seem ready for it at all. And then after that, Piece of Cake, they invest the ultimates as well. So now they're in a really difficult situation. No ultimates for this next one. ENCE in complete control. Vestler's holding close right now. We'll get poked back a little bit from Naga. But really, Piece of Cake, they need to play for their angles. They need to play for their DPS. They need to try and win through them instead because they don't have the ults to back them up in this next fight.
Oh,
Naga! Oh, disaster.
That was very bad.
They've got the high ground here, actually.
It was looking like Piece of Cake had a really good position with those 2 ticks, but now another orbital ray comes out from Sky. It's already a 5 versus 4, mind you. Naga is still dead. We've got Kevster flanking up on the high ground, about to have a big juicy angle where he can do damage to everybody. ENCE, though, they are stuck on low ground. Piece of Cake have managed to flip that, so they might be able to displace Kai from the high ground, get him at a weaker angle. Bob comes out from Kai underneath, and it's actually going to take out Crispy again. So, really, no good news for the side of Piece of Cake. A kill on Kellex is answered back. There's actually no supports online for ENCE anymore, so maybe Piece of Cake have a chance here, but Vestola pushes all the way into spawn, takes out Sile, and that means neither team has any supports. Vest has another Terror Surge, pops it to live, takes down Zodiel, and I mean, this is all the makings of a full hold, right, Xavier?
It's a really scrappy one, but they have the ults coming back. Piece of Cake. Blade will come out from Kevster. Needs to try and find value with this. The Ray comes through, though. Keeps them alive. They take care of Kevster. Now, Bob as well in the back pocket if they need it. It's 4v4 right now, but the tail end of this Ray should be enough for them. Zodiel pushing through this left-hand side. The cap will go through, and eventually they have the ults to get it there, but that was messy, that was chaotic. When I think when Piece of Cake had their success, it's all about these big macro victories for long fights here. Get into these scrappy fights against a team like ENCE with such individual talent, and with Kevster playing the Genji, I think it's a big problem. I think they need to slow it down, try and play more of their own game here on this next point.
It's a bit of an impossible ask there for Kevster, thinking, can you get this Dry Blade off into the Orbital Ray, into the Bob? Probably not. Orbital Ray much more powerful than Blade. Genji just under too much pressure. Really need Blade comboed with something else or matched by no ultimates to get value in this meta, because so many of the other ultimates, they just counter Blade out. So really, wasn't expecting much from Kevster there with that Blade, and thankfully for all of us here in the audience, he delivered nothing as well. Really on par with the expectations. Kellex pops the rally and goes extremely deep. Vess and Kellex chasing all the way in. I thought the Tread's Terror Surge there might start to get some trades, but it looks like Piece of Cake have secured absolutely 0 trades at the end of this fight. ENCE back in control, and with the time bank of Piece of Cake really bleeding down now.
Starting to run out of that time, and time again, we're actually seeing Vestler finding good value with these aggressive plays on the Orisa, causing really big problems with Piece of Cake. So when they go for these ult trades, they're already doing it on the back foot. But now we can see a bit of a big flank coming in from Tread this time. Rally is available, and Naga just spamming through main. Vestler's going to try and make an aggressive move, and successfully makes that aggressive move. Just kills Zodiel in front of his entire team. Feels illegal for Vestler to be able to do this, but I guess it's not.
Yeah, Vest looking like an absolute war criminal right now. They subbed out Chase, and then here we got Vest, you know, carrying the torch from the looks of things. Piece of Cake, they've got some ultimates for the retake, but ENCE, they've got all the ultimates required to hold. I think Piece of Cake, they're really going to need Naga to find an angle, get a good barrage off, and I mean, is that going to happen? I'm not too sure. I'm growing ever doubtful.
Tread coming through this right-hand side again. Was focused down last time, so they're going for another split push. Tread trying to make some space in. Pushing the backline back, but this Bob's going to force Piece of Cake just to slow down. This time, Piece of Cake a little bit more switched on to Vestler's aggression. They force him all the way back, but look, Vestler's, he's just going to keep going. If you give him the space, he's got more space to walk into. Crispy's going to rally backwards here. Now the barrage actually catches him, and it's the flank where Piece of Cake find the value. Naga gets in during that, and they played passive enough in the main. They get away from Vestler's aggression. They push on the side fight. They win on the side there. Good play from Naga and Tread in the end, and they give Piece of Cake one more chance on this map.
They really do have a fighting chance now as well. ENCE has the advantage, but if Piece of Cake can apply some pressure to ENCE while they rotate all the way back from spawn, they'll be able to charge up a little bit more with their ultimates. They'll be really close to the Terra Surge. They'll have the Bob. If ENCE plays super quickly, though, it's going to be really hard to counter out that Ray Surge Blade combo. Just really powerful ultimates. And God, look at Vest. He's swinging for the fences off rip. Nobody has scouted Piece of Cake's positioning, though. It looks like ENCE have rushed it a little bit. Vest gets 2, so it's a 3 versus 3 right now. With Kevster getting that blade, he takes down Zodial. Now we're in a 2 versus 2 situation, but Tread, he's got the Juno to keep on pocketing him. Really, Kevster needs to take down Sile. You can see that he's chasing for it. If Tread gets into a lot of pressure now, he is going to be just fine. He's got that Terra Surge in the back pocket. Sile has managed to escape Kevster's clutches as well, suddenly looking more than winnable for Piece of Cake.
Tracer, Venture, Lucio all coming back. Piece of Cake. They need fast heroes. They've got fast heroes, and now they've got a Terra Surge advantage to push with. Kellex nearly has the rally, and Kai's come back trying to clutch on Widow. But Naga in that flank already, looking for the Widow. All over Kai right now, down to half HP. One more blink. Kai got nowhere to go now, and that rally is on point. Terra Surge shouldn't find any immediate value, but Kevster dies shortly afterwards here. They've lost Crispy here, but will be able to get back underneath. Should have the firepower, I think, to take this over the line now. It's just Vessler and Kellex. They're both low. Sky's trying to come back on Lucio, but can't get anything done. And Piece of Cake, they clutch it out after all the swaps. Well, they should do, right? There we go.
I'd say egregious throws from the side of ENCE, to be honest. With the old situation that they were in, the only way they could lose is if they get caught out by some pre-positioned flanks. And essentially the fact that Vestola just ran up main, no regard for the neutral fight, no regard for clearing space on the map, forcing his team into that double angle and allowing Piece of Cake to get those ultimates off on the rotation. If he just played it slower, they 100% would have won from their ult lead. Naga now, he's got that pulse bomb. Tracer is very weak in this mirror, with the exception of the pulse bomb turns, but it looks like he's not even going to get that pulse off because Kai is going to take him out. Orbital Ray drops out from Sile, but it is a defeat Ray because Piece of Cake, even with this one trade onto Vestola, they're going to have to wait for a few players to come back before they can meaningfully push the card any further, right?
Exactly. Another Ray trade goes begging here for Skyle, and it's really costing Piece of Cake in a lot of these fights. One of the most powerful ults in the game, you have to get value out of it. Now they're going to have to work with what else they have. They have that Pulse Bomb, goes out but misses nothing. Terra Surge is next up for Tread, but he's pushing into a much bigger bank from ENCE here, so they're low on time, they're low on ultimates. They're going to get caught by this Terra Surge as well, and now if they get staggered here, which I think there's a reasonable chance, this touch is going to be near impossible. Naga needs to get it, but he's now respawning. Might just be it.
Yeah, the touching options just disappeared. So Piece of Cake, this is as far as it's going to go. 43.13 meters. Kevster with one final failure of a blade, and that is going to be ENCE holding in the middle of third point. Pretty respectable hold, but frankly, you know, they had all the makings of a first hold. They absolutely deserved a second hold, but they pissed it away in both cases. Especially that second point hold was just given away. So they've given Piece of Cake a lease on life here. They've given them a chance to potentially win this series. I think if Piece of Cake can keep leaning into this Pharah, if they can play the Pharah on the defense, it could be a little difficult for the side of ENCE. We're going to need to see Kevster find that opening on the Genji. Need to see Kai shutting out Naga. But we'll have to wait and see what approach Piece of Cake choose to take. Naga's been playing a little bit of musical heroes, you know, winding up on the Fire, the Genji, the Tracer. He does it all. Bit of Mei on Control Center as well.
I think when you look at Naga's hero pool in terms of for heroes that are actually relevant at the meta right now, and that Genji, Pharah, Mei actually lines up perfectly for Naga in a lot of this meta here. So he's played a few different ones. It does certainly feel like the Pharah version of the comp is where Piece of Cake have had their most success here. And that's maybe no surprise, right? When you bear in mind the other alternative might be matching Kevster on Genji. Always feels like a rough one. And it is going to be the Pharah Ashe coming out here, but this time Diva from Tread, which is an interesting choice here. So if ENCE choose to run the Genji here, I feel like their ability to win by forcing point is probably going to be very hard into this type of comp. Instead, they might have to try and get Kev and maybe even Vessler into that high ground position to clear. But we'll see what ENCE choose to roll out on, because Kev's lining up a grapple or like at least a peek out of spawn here on Widow to begin with.
A quick spawn shot, you know, give a little bit of support charge over to the gods, get yourself a bit of bonus charge on the Genji. Kevster now at 70% thanks to that headshot on Tread. Cheers, mate, appreciate that. And pretty much bog standard for both sides, you know, the Ashe Genji that we've seen quite a lot of coming out from ENCE, and of course the Ashe Pharah from Piece of Cake. I do wonder whether the Fire is going to find a little bit more difficulty in terms of Naga carrying the game on the defense, because it's going to be a lot harder for him to find any flanks, find any openings. But of course, you know, Naga, he knows his angles well. He'll be applying a lot of pressure, spamming a whole lot. A piece of cake, they've actually gone super deep early on. Looks like Tread might have made a little bit of a mistake though, dropped onto the low ground. He really needs to back up because he's in so much danger still, and he will actually be losing his suit for this one. He needed to land up on that high ground above the theater, and it looks like he fumbled a little bit. So now Vess, I mean, he's just balls deep. He forces out Naga. That means that there's only 3 players in the front line to hold on for the side of Piece of Cake. With Crispy going down up on the high ground as well, it seems like Vestola is everywhere. He's marking your Pharah. He's killing your Diva. He's killing your Brigitte up on the high ground. He's just blocking every spot that he needs to, and that's going to be ENCE taking first point in one fight.
Real disaster here. More of the same from Piece of Cake, where everything looks quite reasonable for them, and then just an individual error cost them the entire hold. Now we're going to see both tanks swap onto Orisa for the second point as we go into the streets phase. Naga also being going on to the May as well. So Naga really trying to lean into the hero that's best for the type of, or the part of the map they're playing here. Does mean there's going to be a bit of an ult charge reset. But his first ult, Sky's Orbital Ray, and it looks like he's ready to go with this one pretty quick.
Orbital Ray, that lead, if ENCE can capitalize on that, go really quick, that could be huge. Sile still doesn't have his, but with the counter wall potential from Naga, maybe they'll be okay. Counter Bob is actually the first ultimate to come in, and that keeps Piece of Cake alive. Now, Piece of Cake can repush with their own Orbital Ray, and ENCE isn't going to have a good answer to that. Naga's burned his wall early though, and it looks like he doesn't have Ice Block, but Vestola, caught behind enemy lines, will go down. Piece of Cake, they hold here on second point.
Chance to get a hold on this good choke as well. And this is a piece of a map without Piece of Cake. This is a part of a map, not Piece of Cake. Really struggled on their attack as well. And we saw them ultimately crack it open by having their Orisa and Pharah try and take space from this flank right-hand side. We'll see how ENCE choose to approach it now. ENCE maybe have a little bit of the luxury of also having a bank of 4 ultimates. For now, though, just trying to make their way through main. Might just be relying on this ult bank to get them through.
Oh, sorry, mate. Might have missed a throw. Level 1 Crook spawned in my chat, and I had to give him a warm welcome. You know what I mean? Just
Keep it warm.
Had to say hi to a brother. Yeah. All right, Blade comes out from Kevston. Not expecting much from this on account of the fact that it is a Kev Blade. Tread pops that Terror Surge, sucks Kev into the mix, and it's actually Zodial taking down Vess at the end of all this. Kai threw his Bob in there too, so a really expensive fight for ENCE. That was 3 ultimates invested, but they got absolutely nothing for it. Piece of Cake now on the offensive. Wall comes up from Naga. It's a little bit of a lukewarm wall, and you know, you want your ice walls to be cold, so there's going to be no further kills coming out. But Piece of Cake, they've got more ultimates in the tank. They've got that Blizzard. As soon as ENCE pushes around this corner into that dangerous wall space, get ready for a Blizzard.
Making a really aggressive move here, Vesta. Naga looking for the follow-up on that Blizzard, but no, it's a Majax disaster! And once again, Piece of Cake, they have all the tools, they have the setup, and they miss the opportunity. Now this Bob comes out from Zodial, but it's a disaster. Vesta's going to keep that one at arm's length, and the ult, it's a huge fumble here from Piece of Cake.
Good grief. Naga, he had a chance, but he really didn't want to go for just a zoning Blizzard. Waited that extra second, didn't use any of his cooldowns, died with everything available, and a Majax. You hate to see it. You really do hate to see it. I kind of love to see it, but, you know, I want to see Naga on top. Orbital Rays mirrored on either side, but it's Kellex bashing forward, taking down Zodial early on in the piece. Piece of Cake, they may be able to secure a trade, but I'm not seeing anyone on the side of ENCE going low just yet. Kevster, he's stuck behind, but he looks like he's going to be able to just pop that deflect and dash out. Vestola goes rather deep as well, but he has another fortifier to keep him healthy, and the cart, ENCE is stealing it away. Piece of Cake have flipped the map, but they need to close that gap, Xavier. In no time at all, they're going to need to touch, and I'm not sure who's ready to do it, because it looks like Vess is just going deeper and deeper. They're actually they're pushing for the finish here, and this is actually going to enable Piece of Cake to once again push back in with the Terror Surge. Kai takes out Sile, but this Terror Surge, it's done so much damage, not enough damage to win them the fight from the looks of things, as the Rally Blade comes out from ENCE, and Piece of Cake, they go down. Now they're staring down the barrel of a very intimidating 3-minute time bank on the third point, and they don't even need to get halfway through.
Not a lot of distance to deal with at all now, ENCE. It looked like a really big gamble to make that decision. It was obviously a 5v4 in ENCE's favor, which is why they chose to take it. But when Tread came out of that Terror Surge, really felt like Tread was about to turn the fight. Doesn't work out for them, and now a very difficult 3 minutes ahead of Piece of Cake right now. Genji coming out from Naga as well. Kev's just walked into the backline here, takes care of Zodi off the back of that Bob, gets the separation now, a player down. Piece of Cake lives on the line in this map as Vessel's looking to make an aggressive move. There we go, he catches the rally with the Terror Surge, but they do get out of it pretty quickly, and Piece of Cake, they've managed to stabilize a little bit, and Naga nearly has this blade coming back up.
Blade for Naga could be huge, but it's so hard to dry blade in these matchups, especially when Sky has the orbital ray. There's a ray out from either side now. Naga actually manages to catch one, but he needs the ray healing from Siles, and he doesn't receive it. Piece of Cake, they've gotten enough trades that I think they're going to be okay. They just need to hold it down here on this corner. Tread heads rising up now as he holds it down, stops ENCE from pushing the cart all the way through. Naga's actually making the swap back over to the Mei. They're on Mei Widow now for the end of this third point. Interesting comp, to be honest, because I thought Mei was a little bit weak. Looks like Kev and Kai are both just going to open up the fight with their own magic picks, and Piece of Cake, now they're going to need a miracle. Grab a Bible, get on your knees, start praying, Xavier, because in a 2 versus 5, I get the feeling we're about to see ENCE go up 2-1.
Terror Surge from Tread is their last gambit, but 1v5, what can he do? And how many times have we seen it this year? Kev, Kai, the ENCE DPS duo, when their team are in a pickle, they just find the pick, they just find the kills when their team need it, and it's going to get them over the line here. 2-1 to ENCE.
A little bit of DPS gappage there at the end, but that's enough about that. We'll get slopping.
Roger that. I swear to God, right? This happens all the time for Piece of Cake. And it's just like loads and loads and loads and loads of good fights. And then there are these fights where, like that Blizzard, like for Majax, right? For Majax, where it's just... They just fail to convert it. You see, like, let me get the mainstream up so I don't lose my sync with Unter. Let me just do a quick check-in on, yeah, good win in the end for Neptuno. Let's see, good win in the end for Neptuno. 39-27, pretty reasonable. Holds on. Decent. Cheers, Nep. Then let's go to the actual game. They let ENCE flip the map like 2 or 3 times. Yeah. I feel like, in terms of like...
In encounters over the course.
Let me shut these guys up. Let me go back and find the fight. Yeah, third point, it felt like Kev was completely free to get on Zodial multiple times, right? Then, of course, Kai finds a pick as well. Was it? No, it was... Was it after this? Was it before this? Sorry, it was before this. Yeah, in this one. So you can see what happens here is now they've got themselves in this situation, right? What's going to happen in this next fight is Vessel's going to try and go with Terror Surge. So the cool if I'm Piece of Cake is... Be aware, make sure we don't get too many people caught in the Terror Surge. Maybe very much our Brig should be on red alert for this. And then just Naga can just play to get his Mei ult off. But obviously ENCE know this, right? So if you look at how ENCE commits in this fight, you're going to see Vessler go very deep, right? Vessler's going to go very deep, suck everyone in. But then you see Naga. What Naga is expecting is to get a Mei ult in this... That's a little bit... There we go. Give a Mei ult in this area right now. But if you look at ENCE's position, they've read exactly what to expect, right? They know there's a Blizzard in hand, so they're peeking. They're trying to peek with Vessler here. But... they're obviously very conscious. Whereas in reality, because Vessler's done this, if Naga just realizes this is the case, like when Vessler does this, if he just drops a wall here, look at Vessler's HP. You know, like, fuck. And then just, yeah, turns around, hits for Javelin. Because just after it, right, if Naga just gets even a just ice block off or something, right? So I mean, it's a good call by ENCE, right? You can clearly see the you can see ENCE are aware of the ult situation, aren't getting caught by this. But these are the situations where it's you've got a big ult advantage, you're in control of a choke, you just got to nail these situations, right? Very difficult ult situation for ENCE. I think in reality, like Vessler's probably going in here just trying to make a bit of a Hail Mary play. And then the Bob comes out as well, and it ends up being like Vess still has spin, so he's just going to block it as well. But it's a shame, because otherwise, if they win this fight, right, they're getting that Mei ult off. Starts to feel really reasonable. I think in general, Mei ult is... Do you remember when we had the RAM version of this comp? And it was just... When we had the RAM version of this comp, and every Mei ult was outrageous value. The Rams had such a hard time avoiding getting frozen. But now we're in an Orisa meta. It's so much harder to find value with this Blizzard, right? Because the Orisa has so many ways to play around the Blizzard. You have to worry about it getting eaten and stuff as well. The Ashe has an escape. The Genji has an escape. The Brig has a bash. The Juno... I mean, the Juno's never going to get frozen, right? So, yeah. I mean, I think the Mei's still good, right? The left click, the wall is still really powerful in these type of metas. These type of brawly ones. The Blizzard is still good. It's just, it's a lot hard to find this direct value, right? And I think that's the biggest advantage of the Genji over these other heroes now. Same as Genji over Pharah, right? Pharah very good in the neutral. Mei very good in the neutral as well with getting these walls onto the Orisa, forcing the other Orisa's cooldowns, so your Orisa has advantage in the cooldowns. All of these things, very good for Pharah, very good for the Mei. But the ult value is the bit that's tricky. To get the same value out of a Blizzard, same value out of a Barrage in this type of mirror, so much harder than the Blade. The Blade, you combo it with Terror Surge, you combo it with Rally, you combo it with Orbital Ray, you're going to have a pretty good time most of the time. I mean, maybe we've not seen exactly that from Kev so far, right? Not seen exactly that. But the theory is you should have a pretty good time comboing these ults and getting value out of them. And we have seen a few times as well, they've just actually found the neutral value out of a Genji too, you know, where like, I think back to, maybe it was back on this first point. Maybe it was ENCE's defense actually. ENCE's defense. It was after this. I think it was after this as well. I mean, it's a great example of Barrage having a really hard time getting value. I mean, to be honest, even that fight, right? Even this fight is just one of these annoying ones where it just sort of starts with... Like, Zodiac's just... Maybe it was this one. But like, you see here, Naga's really far behind, so they just make the money move. You see Sky's already in. And look at this fight for piece of cake, right? This is a disaster, right? Again, they give themselves an orbital ray situation. Let me full screen it for you. I'll talk about it quickly because we're about to go in. But orbital ray situation, fuck, great chance to win. What happens? ENCE get a little bit frisky, go very fast, aggressive move from Vessler here. You can see Sky's even doubling down. Sky's just almost playing to trade. Kev's is in this position as well. And all of a sudden, like, the orbital ray is here going on to point. A piece of cake? Are they ready for this? Are they here for this? They're not. Where's the team? We're not ready for this orbital ray push, you know? And missing these opportunities for a piece of cake, this is what I think really hurts them more than any huge difference. Any huge difference in terms of like their team's understanding of the meta or anything like that. Piece of cake. I think this was true with the old Peps team when this was on as well. It's just something about these clear ult advantage fights that they're not able to convert consistently enough. And I think it costs them in a lot of these big series. I think when they play weaker teams, they get away with it. When they play the big dogs like the ENCE or the SSG, you can't afford to give away in these fights. But for now, we've got a really interesting situation because we've gone to Gibraltar. Piece of cake are taking us to Gibraltar for a dive, Miramax.
Piece of cake's choice to play Mei on Gibraltar. We've seen SSG make choices like this, where they have mastered these strange Mei counter comps on a traditional dive matchup. You see they went for a very fast push up on that high ground, but it looks like it hasn't really paid off for them, because even though they've gotten the cart halfway underneath, Zodial probably would have liked to be up on that high ground brawling with the team. As Piece of Cake, they've committed so much to that first fight and fed a whole lot of ult charge over to the side of ENCE.
Sky and Kellex looking very pretty with that ult charge right now. Chance to get these early nano, early rally off, which means any sort of aggressive move will be very difficult as well. For now, Piece of Cake, they're going to try and slow it down, take some of the high ground this time, get Zodial back on point. But you can see Kev's still ready to match it if they need it. Speedring comes out, but Tread's just using it to walk around a little bit here. Trying to come through this door as well. Naga trying to find this wall opportunity to maybe trap someone in, but ENCE being very careful not to overstep.
Piece of cake. I mean, they're just choking themselves out here up on this high ground. Chase already has the Primal Rage. Going to be able to layer that in with the Nano Boost afterwards, assuming Sky can stay alive. Tread was on his case, but it looks like they've successfully peeled it. Chase, he's giving everybody the hands. It's a rather cosmetic set of hands, to be honest, as I haven't seen any torch in the kill feed. Maybe he'll get one final blow. No, he doesn't even get the final blow there. So Chase torch, very fast Primal Rage. No kills, but at the end of it all, you know, piece of cake. They've made absolutely no progress on the cart, and they are staring down the barrel of a nasty ult cycle now.
They have a lot of ults to worry about in the form of this Nano and this Rally. Can really cause big problems, I think, for a Big Juno here. Piece of Cake have a lot of their own ultimates, but their ultimates are all best used on point to force objective. But the cart's not really moved enough. They're going to try and take high ground a little bit now. Sky swings out, and Naga's actually going to hit the dink, so no Nano now for ENCE in this next fight. This means Piece of Cake, they can walk a little bit for free. Kellex is going to have to rally to live. Bashes as well. Meanwhile, Kai's taking care of Zodio on point, and the rally comes out now from Crispy. Wants to go aggressive with it here. We'll get... Oh, Pulse Bomb onto the shield. It's okay. Now, Ray comes through from Sky. They want to keep forcing objective, but ENCE, they've made themselves scarce here, and Sky is now back with his Nano.
Back with the Nano, but already Piece of Cake. I mean, this is such a great opening for them. Chase is in a really awkward position, and they might be able to catch him out. He's so low jumping in on the cart, but Sky, with that wall from Naga, he can't get the angle to give him the Nano boost. So Piece of Cake, they're going to take this first point.
Really great wall there as well. Heads up play. Chase and Kevs are alive, but so far behind, so they just can't connect for two groups. And now all of a sudden, this Nano that was charging so fast, we've still got it now for second point, so still a good ultimate to have. Can still drop it on Chase and he can get a lot of value, but Piece of Cake with a great chance. You're going to see him setting up already on this high ground. They've got the Blizzard. They've got the payload moving. Great position to try and convert from now.
Oh, Chase jumps up
Jesus.
for that soft dive, but the counter wall is already going to cut off the healers. Kellex has to bash down onto the ground. He's stuck in the open with no shield. He's actually going to go down. Nanoboost isn't invested on Chase, but he's just running down Tread, who has bomb to resuit. Now he's 1v5 up on this high ground. He's got the Primal Rage, but I think if he uses it, he's not going to secure a kill. He's inside far too many players, going to take too much damage. He nearly cleans up Zodiel on the back end of it, but he feeds. He should have jumped out, and now Zodiel, I mean, he's not quite ready to chase down Kevster up on that high ground. So there will be a re-engagement for ENCE. They've also got that high noon, but look, they've isolated Sky out on the side. Down he goes. Tread and Zodiel together taking him down. Kai pops the high noon on the high ground, but he's not going to secure the kill. Kevster pulse bombs Naga's ice block perfectly to take him down, but Tread, another kill on Kellex. How's he managed this one? Kevster chops up Sile in the meantime. Crispy with the rally. Tread has almost lost his suit, but Chase, Kevster, they all collapse in on Crispy on the rally. That's a rally Jax. Chase is so low, but he's playing his bubble to perfection, and now it's Zodiel versus Kevster for all the marbles, and Zodiel, he hits the pulse bomb, but Kevster has a recall in time. Zodiel's receiving the health packs in main. It looks like Crispy's coming back. Sile should be back soon as well with that orbital ray, but Kai, he finishes off Zodiel mid-air on the Cassidy. That is going to be a Piece of Cake. So close, but no cigar.
Oh, huge chance goes begging there. Tread and Zodiel, they were getting the job done, but the trades were coming in, and now Crispy gets caught on the rotation. 2 minutes left, and maybe starting to worry about time a little bit for Piece of Cake. Again, they have good ultimates to finish this cap. Look how close the payload is. Drop a Blizzard there, drop an Orbital Ray, force that objective. The problem for Piece of Cake, though, is getting close enough to using these ultimates on the objective.
Very difficult for Piece of Cake. Now they wall that first rotation, blocking the sightline of the backline. That blocks all of the nades from Sky. But this next rotation is one that they once again need to be careful of. Could at any point have Sky raining a nade on their heads. Tread has the bomb, so he might be able to block backline by himself as everyone else rotates to cart. They actually just wait inside for their next wall timing and go for it again. But Zodiel completely drops the ball, gets his ankle snapped by Kevster. There's a Blizzard on the cart now, and it's all on Kevin to touch. He hits the pulse bomb on Crispy inside the orbital ray, and at the same time, Sky rains down hell from above. Purple lands on the cart inside that ray, and Piece of Cake, there's just nobody left. Naga is now being staggered by ENCE. For some reason, he's opting to shoot the character with a shield rather than somebody where he can actually charge up his ult. But Piece of Cake now, they're in a very tough position. No ultimates to keep them alive. Diva Bomb is a Kappa ultimate. ENCE have Nano, so they can Nano Chase on the rotation. They'll have a Primal off the back of that, and the Noon. So really difficult for Piece of Cake from this point onwards.
Naga going to try and go Reaper to try and deal a little bit more with that Winston, help them on this rotation, also a bit more durable. We'll be TPing for this one. They catch a nade on the way through here, but ENCE, they're not going to commit inside. They do get Crispy through just about. Now, they've done the first bit, but this next bit just as tricky. Again, Nano Primal ready to drop in here, and Piece of Cake, they have no time.
He's doing very well here. Oh, Chase with the nano boost. He's zoning both backliners. Doesn't get the jump pack damage on them, though. Nice flail from Crispy. Crispy's caught an anti-heal, though, so he needs to be very, very careful. He hits another flail, blocking Chase's jump pack damage yet again. But now Chase, he's got a bunch of players locked up inside. If Tread can get some more damage in, he might be able to force Chase out of this situation. Chase hasn't converted any kills, but once again, Kev opening up the fight with that getting the better of Zodial. High noon from Kai up on the high ground. That's going to take out Tread's suit, but Kai has to run away. Crispy pops the rally on the cart. He goes for a bash over on the right-hand side. Looks like it's Sky in a little bit of danger. Chase jumps over, but goes down to the big reaps on payload. Tread is blocking backline, and somehow Piece of Cake have actually clutched this one out. In a 4 versus 5, no less, Zodial dead to Kevster. Somehow ENCE's ult value just too low. The Nano Boost and the Primal both netting 0 kills. Pretty weak performance from Chase, I must say. His jump's too predictable. Crispy, too good. Marking jump after jump, preventing Chase from getting any jump pack damage.
You've got to give credit to Crispy and Skyle in these situations for managing these difficult engages. But honestly, when we've seen this type of comp be played with the Winston, with the Ana, into something that isn't a mirror, you have to get value. Think about when we see Toronto playing this comp. How many times do we see a Nano into a Primal just lead to a complete wipe? ENCE haven't been able to find that value. They nearly have their next Nano, but for now, they're dealing with this Orbital Ray. Chase is going to get forced out of there now. Rally will be used in response. Kevster with a Pulse Bomb. Good for it again. Will take down Crispy. And now they've got a chance to stabilize here, ENCE. Chase and Kev just going to focus down people on point. They'll get a little bit more cart progress. Actually, walking in, Death Blossom's chance here. Full Matrix in. Dagger's going to kill all 3 of them. And this payload is going to keep walking forward. But Kai, what a good trade at a good time here from Kai. That's bought so much time for ENCE to get themselves back onto this point.
Oh, no free lunch for Piece of Cake. Kai comes back out of spawn, gets that shot on Naga, all important. Now Piece of Cake, they've got one more shot at this. They're down on ultimates yet again, but it appears that we've seen them come back through worse. So they're still in it with a chance, but once again, that all-important Nano Boost Winston combo, where you can nano your Winston and then follow it up with a Primal Rage. You can see Sky looking for that Nano angle. Straight away, Chase receives it, and it's a classic Chase Nano Boost. Gets absolutely nothing done with it. At the end there, whiffs his jump pack damage, but Kai, he's alive. He takes down Crispy with the headshot. Piece of Cake are pushing the cart in a little bit. Naga's TPing on the back line. Tread pops the bomb, but does not get the resuit because Kai with another one. Every final blow for the side of ENCE is due to Kai and Sky. Something in the name from the looks of it. Chase may not be getting much value with his ultimates or with Sky's ultimates, but Kai is coming up with the goods.
Honestly, they've bailed them out here massively, because considering how it has felt watching this attack from Piece of Cake, it's felt like a huge struggle. Yet, a huge struggle where they actually managed to get all the way to the end of 3rd point is massive. This is massive for Piece of Cake, I feel like. It maybe questioned it a little bit coming in, that Piece of Cake were choosing to take ENCE to a dive mirror. Really, really curious, but I think it's actually a really reasonable attack in the end. We saw Piece of Cake having to come up with maybe atypical solutions compared to what we're used to seeing on Watchpoint Gibraltar, but they made it work. This objective focused play, they got themselves into that position consistently. We were worried for Cross would be too hard, but they've dealt with all of these primals and all of these nanos really. For the most part, when we normally see this comp and this nano primal combo, huge value every time. Chase hasn't been able to find the same success. ENCE haven't been able to find the same follow-up. And if it wasn't for a few clutch plays from Kai and Kevster, how many times have we said that for ENCE this year? It would be a much different result. We'd probably look at the end of a full cap. And now, when I look at Piece of Cake's comp, for Brig, for Juno, the Diva, sometimes very difficult to be aggressive with these things and get them into positions that they can be effective on the attack. But on the defense, I think this comp, you can just control a lot of the areas, seems a lot more reasonable from Piece of Cake. They can have Zodial on the Widow as well. We saw Kai come back, hit a few dinks on the way to that 3rd point successful hold. But Zodial going to be matching them here. We've seen Zodial, loads of success recently playing Tracer, playing Venture, playing some of these heroes we don't associate with him. But this is meant to be his bread and butter. The hit scan up against Kai. Kai in good form. For now though, very passive angle from Kai. And it will just be the first grapple. Has an opportunity but doesn't connect with Skyle. And they're just trying to play through the objective for now, build up their nano, look for that ult charge. Again, a fundamental part of ENCE's success on this map will be that nano value out of chase, for nano and primal value here. For now, though, payload just moving. Zodial trying to find that angle onto Kev, but can't find it. Goes for a grapple instead. Nails the shot onto Kai here. Zodial, the young Spaniard, on top for now. And they'll be able to get control of the payload off the back of this, Max.
Is that the first pick for Zodial on the Widowmaker, or has he managed to get the best of Kai twice in a row now? Not too shabby
Just
at all.
1 for 1.
Yeah, a minute bled off the clock is already good looks for the side of Piece of Cake. ENCE are just going to keep trying to push that cart underneath little by little. You can see Zodial, he was peeking cart for the longest time, but now he's rotating to the back high ground, and it's going to be ENCE posturing for control up top. Sky sleeps Tread, but can't get that nade conversion. Someone woke that sleep up a little bit early. They're getting really close to their nano boost dive, though. Haven't seen much from the nano dives of Chase, but he's already got the primal, actually, so he's just going to go super deep with that early on. He's primaling Crispy up in main, but there's an orbital ray somewhere else on the map. Looks like Skyle has opted to just trade out poor little Crispy. Chase going for more, though, on Zodial, takes him out as well. Rather even trades, no supports online for ENCE. Chase is almost certainly going to die unless he performs a miracle here on the escape. No, it appears that he's not Harry Houdini on the Winston. He is very tangibly dead. Only DPS alive right now for ENCE. Kai, he was peeking aggressively, but he's just going to back it up too. Piece of Cake, they survive it.
Have to commit the orbital ray for it, and now ENCE, they do have both support ults coming back for Nano and for Rally. This is a big test now for ENCE. They've not found success with these nanos here, and when you play a Winston and a Brig, you do need to find value out of your nanos, so you can have a hard time with a comp. Piece of Cake, Rally to deal with this nano, though. So Piece of Cake should be in a pretty good position here. They're just meeting on the high ground for now. Zodial trying to find the angle. There's the nano engaged right now, but it doesn't look like it connects. Kev's just going to go with the pulse bomb just onto the shield, though, and again, it looks like the Piece of Cake backline's going to hold strong.
Oh, jeez. Really, you know, not really the start that we want to see here for ENCE. Cart continues to roll through. Tread slept up on the cart right now, but Kai with this pick on Naga, that's probably going to be the end of the line now for Piece of Cake. This anti on Crispy as well. Bomb from Tread, but I mean, it's a desperation bomb. Zodial gets a trade onto Sky, but they still need so much more to make this work. Naga's coming back on the Reaper, but there's just no more steam left in the tank, or maybe fuel in the tank. I think, you know, there may be fuel in the tank now that I think about it. Piece of Cake, they lose the first point.
I guess there's a potential it was some kind of steam engine thing, and I don't know how a steam engine works. It would create the steam, and the IC'd run out of steam, and you burn something to create the steam.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let us know in chat if anyone knows how a steam engine can work and can explain it in the course of a single chat message. For now, though, we'll focus on ENCE trying to get a space on their second point. They got Chase on that high ground with that primal ready to go, and we see Naga making that familiar swap onto Reaper again. Will be a little bit trickier here on the defense because we saw a lot of success where they forced objective, pinned and pulled the ENCE players to that objective, but a little bit harder to do that on the defense here.
I'm told that steam engines, you burn coal to boil water, so that's that mystery solved. Chase comes in with a Primal Rage, gets a first pick onto Crispy. Sile is also exceptionally low. Actually, Will double dip, and on full health, manages to take down both supports, so Chase starting to come alive. Maybe Zelensky doesn't need any more tanks after all, and that is going to be Piece of Cake really on the back foot, losing this second point in record time.
Tread, the last one here going down. They can get one more touch with their Reaper and the Brig, but it's just going to be a matter of time, surely. Kev's just going to pulse bomb the shield one more time, but oh, Crispy drops the shield. Maybe it just died. I'll give Crispy the benefit of doubt. The orbital ray? Are you joking, Skyle?
A little bit of a waste from Skyle. I'm gonna keep it $8. Thank you very much, Spirity, for the stolen valor on that joke. That was fucking brilliant. But yeah, Skyle just pissing it away with that orbital ray. Decides that he wants to go home here and now. They had such a real chance to hold on third point. 3.5 minutes. It's a pretty significant time bank, but it is definitely holdable. But if you're gonna give away ults like that, I mean, you might as well make the swap over to Ana right now, mate. I'm not sure what you're doing.
Real tough situation. Nano, Rally, all coming up. You can see Kai already in this power position on the high ground. Crispy gonna cross all the way from left to right. Does get across, but now on the back foot. Could do with a bit of magic from Zodial. They're going to try and TP Naga across, and they're trying to come clear Kai out right now. You can see him just coming through this left position now. Nano will be using response from Sky here. Zodial going for a grapple at the same time, and it feels like Both teams just chasing a little bit of nothing. Death Blossom into the back right now, doesn't find anything. Naga will die for it as well. Treader's bomb if he gets in more trouble here, but I don't know if is it even worth bombing? Gonna try and hold on to that mech. Is gonna drop for it now, but Chase, he's still going into the back line here. Kaivo hits Zodial, forced away by the Winston, straight into Kai's waiting arms, and now Chase will finish this one off, and it's looking so good for ENCE.
Good grief. Piece of cake. They're out of steam, which means that they're out of coal because the coal burns the water that presses the steam up. Or maybe they're just out of water, but either way, piece of cake. They're going home in a body bag. Kai, he's on fire now. Chase is actually connecting with these dives, throwing people out into the open. And that's going to be ENCE, taking Gibraltar confidently 3-1. Piece of cake down to the lower bracket.
Big props to Skyle for coming into chat and saying, always winnable type of ult. Who the fuck Juno ults there?
Nice.
Our feelings too, mate. Our feelings too.
That's a believer right there. That's Chris Theory coming out from Style. Thank you. Thank you very much, Style.
Good win in the end for ENCE. Maybe the expected result, though the real goal here for Piece of Cake in this tournament isn't necessarily to beat ENCE or win the tournament. That'd be nice, but it's just to finish above Virtus Pro, above TM enough. And honestly, a pretty good performance. Maybe still played with a few errors that cost them in big moments, but for most part, I don't know. I think there's still some promise here from Piece of Cake based off what we saw, especially in those sort of first 2 maps.
Does Piece of Cake have a chance to qualify for Stockholm? Do they have the circuit points for it?
Yeah, they're in contention, but they need to finish. I think it's like 2. They need to finish like maybe like 3rd or 2nd, and they need Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro to finish quite lowly as well. Like I think they need maybe like a 2-position gap on both those teams, which is maybe where it becomes tricky.
Okay. Difficult.
I've been told to look at admin chat. Maybe someone's got the math. So let's see. If they finish 2nd, the finals have to be against SSG or ENCE. If they finish 3rd, it requires VP to come in 5th or 6th. 4th or lower, dead. Okay. So 2nd is the real goal for Piece of Cake here, which is, I mean, hard, right? Because it means beating ENCE or beating SSG. So maybe really hard for Piece of Cake, but they probably could actually, they're still, I think, a scary team, right? Like if I'm Twisted Minds or if I'm Virtus Pro, I'm not looking forward to that Piece of Cake game at all.
Yeah. All right. I think it's time for the slop segment. I'll see you in the next season.
All right. Good win in the end, then. ENCE on top, through to the upper bracket final. Alright, I'm locking in. It's possible and more likely than we think. I don't know. Because again, like the problem with finishing 2nd is it means ENCE and SSG both have to, or one of them has to lose to Piece of Cake, right? And does that really see? I don't know. Obviously, reasonable performance, but I don't know if it's possible. Peachek won't play today. No, the next game is going to be SSG against Virtus Pro, and then we're gonna watch Piece of Cake again take on Twisted Minds after that. So Piece of Cake, their job is not done yet. Let me update everything. So remember, obviously, while SSG probably still go into this game as the favourites, I think it very much has to be said that in Stage 3, Virtus Pro caused them all sorts of problems, right? Beat him, was it twice in the end of Stage 3 they beat him? I think SSG and ENCE are both pretty much locked since because of their circuit points and stuff. So the question for SSG and ENCE, this applies for Toronto and North America as well, but the thing for SSG and ENCE is if you win Stage 4, you come in 1st place, you get better seeding at Stockholm, so there's still a lot of impetus for SSG and ENCE to compete for that title because it gives them better seeding going into the event than if they just qualified through their circuit points. So while they are safe, they're going to Stockholm, the seeding is still very important for them. Thanks, Yak.
Here, streamer, take my prime. Get
I'll take
some
your prime.
likes for your bald head. You are a star.
Thank you. What a nice message. If they don't win, so they have to. I can show you the bracket. So if you come in third place in circuit points, you have to play Korea. So Crazy Raccoon and Falcons are already in position right now in their brackets on opposite sides, right? If you are the NA circuit points runner-up or the EMEA circuit points runner-up, so in EMEA that we're in now, you're going to play Falcons basically, which is bad. If you are the circuit point leader, or if you win, you get to play the American team or the European team, right? You get to play the Western team. So if you win, you set yourself up as you set yourself up to just have to play a Western team in the first round. So if I'm ENCE or SSG, so let's presume, for the sake of argument, Toronto are going to win the tournament, and then NRG have the most circuit points, so they'll be the circuit point leader. Then if you are the winner of stage 4, you get to play NRG in your first round, as opposed to playing Toronto in your first round, right? So let's presume Toronto win, right? Let me use a smaller thing. Oh. If Toronto win, and this is NRG, there's a huge difference between winning stage 4 and being the circuit point leader, right? So much difference between that NRG and Toronto game, potentially. So I think really actually a lot to play for in terms of getting a much better first match. If you're on these EMEA teams. And I think it's super tight. This type of meta, it's super tight between all three of them, I reckon. Move chat. Oh, wait. If I... Wait, let me... Here we go. There you go. Depends on the meta. Yeah, 100% does depend on the meta. Presume, obviously, the meta is going to change between now and Stockholm, right? But is there any meta where you wouldn't rather play NRG than Toronto? Yeah, we can do that, DD. Let's do it. Map number 1. SpaceStation Gaming versus Virtus Pro. CSM lower bracket run? Well, I think NRG make it either way, JB. Because they've got more circuit points than Nightmare, right? I think it's really hard for NRG not to make it. I think 3-0 to SSG, Sir Lemon. That's my prediction. Alright, if I lose, fuck you. Okay. Reasonable. That's fair. Are VP good? I've not seen too much. I didn't see them play yesterday, obviously. I've not seen too much of VP in this meta. I think they'll be okay, but I think the main reason I think 3-0 is more how good this meta should in theory be for SSG. I know there was like dropped a map to TM, all of this, but I think in terms of Orisa matchup, I'm not seeing Rajaro and Orisa, so a little bit more to be convinced by on that. Kaneo is playing Brig for VP. Gala plays for Juno. To be fair to Gala, I think he's potentially even maybe the best Juno in EMEA right now. But I think in terms of like in terms of the heroes that are powerful in this meta, I think if I'm looking at the DPS line of Virtus Pro and like sort of Sauna, I mean obviously Shockwave can just play the hit scans, right? I do think though, to be fair, like Ashe is much better for Shockwave than Cass is, so it depends which way. So I presume they're going to try and lead into the Cass. But I feel like for Sauna, Genji, Pharah, I'm not sure if this is these are the heroes that I can see Sauna like really carrying on. So that's my big worry of like compared to that, whereas like, you know, maybe they're gonna end up playing majority or mostly Mei. That's what we saw yesterday from them. I feel like that's obviously still very good for Backbone. Shockwave Genji, I don't think that's the solution. Genji most impactful or Flexi mission? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, we kind of saw it in Korea, right? Even though they just both played Genji, proper having a larger impact on Heesang seemed to be very much a big swing factor in that. The voice of a new hero. Congrats. Cloud playing? I think word on the street is Cloud isn't playing.
It is fine now. Why? Because I am here.
So I don't expect to see much May out of Virtus Pro at all. Would it be a retirement postseason after this stage or not? I think there's a decent chance, right? But I think most people will stick around. Most people, I think, will stick around or keep their options open until we get a little bit of confirmation on what 2025 will look like. Maybe I need the nasal spray again. We've reached that time. We're saying piece of cake / TM will have a good warm-up scrim while VP will need to warm up versus SR Peak. No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think for me, I think piece of cake is going to finish for highest out of those 3 teams, but I don't know if they finish high enough to go to qualify for Stockholm. I think that's kind of a big problem for them. Ugh. Oh yeah, nasal spray. Ooh. Now not chat. So who qualifies? So let's say Piece of Cake finished 3rd and then it's Virtus Pro TM, then Virtus Pro will qualify. Like I think, hold on. Let me screenshot this for you. I'm gonna trust Tobes. Let me screenshot. We save this. Yeah, hold on. I'm just going to bring it up so the stream can see as well. Can you read that? Let me get it bigger for you. Any readers? Is there a similar post for NA as well? Maybe not yet. I'm sure Toby could whip it together. By whip it together, I mean it might take a while to figure out. But if we focus on EMEA for now, so piece of cake perspective, 2nd, yep. Finals will have to be against SSG or ENCE. But that's probably pretty likely anyway, right? 3rd requires VP to place really lowly. Presuming they've beaten TM already. From a VP perspective, 2nd, all sorted. 3rd requires TM and Piece of Cake to be 4th or 5th or 6th. So VP, as long as they finish above the 2 other teams. The easiest way for VP is, as long as they finish above the other teams, they're fine. 4th requires TM to be 5th or 6th, or requires Piece of Cake to be 5th or 6th or 3rd. From a TM perspective, 2nd is there. Finals have to be against SSG or ENCE, but again, very likely. 3rd requires VP to be 4th or 5th/6th. Obviously, to get to this point, we would have had to beat Piece of Cake already. 4th requires VP to be 5th or 6th. 5th or 6th, obviously cooked. You don't need this on a Friday night. This is the perfect Friday night activity, right? Hypotheticals. Ooh. So I think, if you... To ask me what I think is most likely, I think Piece of Cake will finish higher than Virtus Pro and finish higher than TM, but they are not going to finish high enough to qualify for Stockholm, which will be a little bit heartbreaking, of course, but obviously does seem reasonable to reward people for continued success. You think team look good at the moment? I think this trio, like these 3 teams we have involved, like make it a little bit bigger. Piece of Cake, TM, and VP. I think these teams are like super close. I think ENCE and SSG are above all 3 of these teams. But between these 3, that's a P. These are all super close. I think Piece of Cake are the strongest right now. I've not really seen enough from VP, but that's how I feel right now. I'm a piece of cake believer. Piece of cake believer. Are they going to be cucked from a major again? Weren't they cucked? Weren't they cucked mainly because they just lost? Like they did really badly? Or am I misremembering? Mm-hmm. Is that a cuck if you lose? Have they got third stage too? Oh, they just got overpowered because Twisted Minds had for first place. I don't know if that feels like cucked, you know? That's just like a TM1 a stage. It only feels bad because of the final TM roster that went right. But that's like a very unique, unpredictable situation. When's the Flats collab coming? I mean, I'd wager good money that Flats doesn't know who I am. I think we might be in relatively different circles. Anyone else have any differing feelings? Different tax brackets? That's also true, yeah. Spilo is for Connect? Yeah, but I don't know if there's like... That's just... I feel like we would know some of the same people. We'd have like mutuals, right? But I don't know if I'm on his radar in such a way, you know? Asking for Winston tips? What are you trying to say about my Winston turns, huh? Awkward conversation at the urinal level of friendship. Would you go on group up if invited? Not really. He's not made a video about me. Don't have a twerk emote, no. Good question, though. Hey.
Time sync, I fucked it up.
Oh, every time.
No,
by which I mean,
nothing
not
new,
that
bro.
often. 14. This is prepared to attack. 13.
Keep going, keep
12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0?
Yeah, synced up.
Oh,
Nice, perfect,
fuck.
yeah.
We've just lost all our viewers, though.
Yeah, what I actually synced up at 8 and let you count to 0.
You were just letting yourself finish, were you? Just letting yourself
Yeah,
finish? Fuck.
I just wanted to finish so badly.
I've been taken for an absolute ride here. My God. Also getting taken for a ride here is Virtus Pro, as that Malga is running straight into him. I say taken for a ride, but actually Sparker's in big trouble. Player advantage now, and it's a Sauna takeover on the Farah in the sky here.
SpaceStation, I mean, they've gone for the Sim Cassidy opener, and I feel like Sauna has read this perfectly. If he can just avoid a little bit of that poke damage from Sparker, he's going to do so much to this hero, to this composition on the side of SpaceStation. They're going to be so balled up, it's going to be easy pickings. Shockwave, his dynamites are going to hit so many players. Sauna, his rockets are going to do so much work. Really, it's a huge ask on Sparker to take Sauna out of the sky. He has so much carry potential right now.
Trying to come through the white room here, and they're going to take a lot of damage as well. Again, Dynamite's rocket's going to do a lot onto this. All this damage, though, does mean Astro has this orbital ray advantage. A fake TP as they believe they want to point. Boop is a little bit scary for Landon, but they're still plowing forward right now. Haddy goes for the slam, hits the slam onto the Orisa. Rajaro awfully low as a result of that. Can they finish it? Spark will finish it, and oh, they ray back now, but no Canale to deal with here. SSG on the back foot. Oh, Barrage is good. Turns into 1 kill. Now trying to focus down Backbone in the back here. But Sauna can't seem to finish that one. Haddy still stomping around trying to find targets. There's a bit of a dogfight here. And the symbol comes out now. Now Rajaro in really big trouble. They're trying to speed ring him away. They're hunting him down right now. But still the trades are going back and forth here. They're really struggling to finish this up. And Rajaro, he's stabilized. He's on good health. Counterpin comes out and Landon will go down. Cage from Haddy, but he's so low. They're all trapped in the cage, but they're all just fine, Virtus Pro.
Masterclass from Hardy on that initial retake, taking the point, taking so much space, pin on Rajaro. He got so much done. Sparker, though, he swung so wide to connect that first kill on Kanail, and that's allowed the trade to come through, allowed Virtus.pro to claw their way back into the fight. Their comp, only Rajaro can meaningfully touch the objective, so if he goes down, if he gets pressured, they often will give the flip. SpaceStation, they're back in so aggressively yet again, this time with Landon's rally, and Virtus.pro, they don't have a single ultimate to survive through it, so they're just going to flop another rather easy looking retake for the side of SpaceStation without all the trades.
Considering they've had a lot of struggles in these fights here, SSG, the fact that they got the flip earlier and they get the flip now actually means the capture progress not looking too bad for him. Orbital Ray, high noon to control this one, so really difficult for Virtus.pro, I think, to get in and use these ults in a meaningful way. Eyes on Sauna if he can find a way with this barrage. He's going to go point side initially, but just trying to find some spam to help him across this bridge.
A little bit of spam. Oh no, Orbital Ray actually up in main from Galar. Really quick rotation. SpaceStation, they just matched that one. But Virtus.pro, they flipped the cap under SpaceStation's noses. And Sauna now, he's fishing for a barrage. He's got the angle. He actually gets hindered and taken down by Sparker on the back end of his barrage. So even though SSG, they gave up the point early on for free, Virtus.pro, they are going to lose this exchange in the end. Really valuable fight for VP though, because they've managed to get the point cap all the way up to 83%.
Very well managed by SSG. You could tell they were shouting care barrage as they came through that choke. Only Hadi commits through, allowing Spark to deal with that barrage nice and easy. Now the cage, the symbol, the high noon. Lots of powerful tools here for SSG to try and finish it, because Virtus.pro, they don't have a whole lot of time. So they need to try and find a way to win this fight, but with just a Terror Surge, asking a lot of Rajaro here. And the other ults, again, all a little bit vulnerable to cage. Shockwave will be starting on a flank right now. An opening pick would be massive. It's going to be a sim wall first, though, and Hadi looking for a cage opportunity, but Virtus.pro, they're just going to disengage this one.
This angle from Shockwave, it's so far away, he's really struggling to find value. Cage comes out from Hardy in main. Rajaro answers back with the Terror Surge, manages to survive that one. Now it's Sparker and Shockwave throwing in an ult piece. Kanail also threw in the rally, but he's gone down. Landon rallying too. SpaceStation, they have won the fight. VP flipped the cap, but it's not going to matter. That's going to be the end of the round, Xavier.
Works out for SSG there. A very scrappy one, lots of back and forth, but ultimately SSG have just such powerful ults in that final fight. Even though they survive the cage, they're trapped in the cage for so long, they're Virtus.pro. They have to use their Terror Surge to survive. They have to use Rally to survive. So they're using all these ults just to live. No chance to actually get value out of them or push forward and convert any kills. So as soon as they sort of start to expire, suddenly SSG, they get all the kills, set themselves up with this first round here. And now we'll move on to Control Center. Malga seems to be working right now.
If they can make Malga work on that big open map, oh no, they're not going to Malga here. They're just going to go for the Mei, for the Orisa, a little bit more traditional for SpaceStation. They play a lot of Mei in this tournament. I saw, you know, a lot of Mei coming out from Backbone again and again and again earlier in the bracket. And Virtus.pro, I mean, I think if they couldn't make the Pharah work on Night Market, or rather on Garden, it's going to be similarly difficult here. It was a dogfight before, so maybe it's not said and done. And SpaceStation being on a different comp, being on this Mei Orisa, maybe it opens up some opportunities for Sauna. A little bit less pressure of your backline being run down, and more pressure in just the neutral with the spam. You can see Virtus.pro, they've straight away postured to the back of the point. They're just going to hold the far away space. Backbone, he's already thrown out his wall, blocked some of the backline, and you can see that SpaceStation want to take this point control now that the unlock has come through, but Landon first to go down. Backers as well. Sauna with two really nicely placed rockets, and even though it looked so good for SpaceStation, looked like they'd completely bullied Rajaro out of the fight, you know, Sauna just comes through at the end with a couple of picks.
Pharah's so powerful in these slow pokey fights, and there we see Virtus.pro, they back off to the back of the map, that coast side here, but it allows Sauna to just keep firing rockets down, so as SSG try and move forward, they just get picked off. They all catch for rockets, and Backbone's actually going to swap off to Venture as a result here. Maybe a bit more of a chance to connect directly with Shockwave and just avoid some of that Pharah spam. For now, though, Backbone's already got an angle early on Rajaro here, so should clear Virtus.pro back to the back of point again. But Rajaro using his cooldowns to hold for space for now. But Jamie, Backbone in behind, looks for the opportunity, finds the drill dash, pushes for Pharah through, but Sauna enough movement abilities to get out. Meanwhile, the orbital raid trade has taken place on point. Astro looking for these torpedoes, looking for the connect onto the rally and bridge. perfect right now. Earlier bash onto Landon. Landon is in the corner. They're all coming to help him, though. Everyone's piling into this room. Astro desperately trying to pocket poor Landon, but Landon, he can't get out of that corner. He is focused down. Now the barrage from outside. But Hadi, he turns with Terror Surge potentially. Catches Kaneo, but Rajaro answers right back. Now they're trying to turn onto this Orisa, but Rajaro will run back to point, will regroup, and this entire time, Sauna and Shockwave have just been playing their own angles, laying this damage down.
Backbone, he still wants these trades, but he's actually drilled off the map in an attempt to take down Galar at the end there. Nasty ult exchange for SpaceStation. They needed more out of that fight, and they have not found it. Sauna? What has happened to Sauna? He's 1-for-1ing Jamie in solidarity. Pre-fight, Sauna appears to have slipped off the map as well. Going to need a POV replay of that one later, Miss Sojin. Now, we've got SpaceStation pushing up in main, 5 versus 4 because Sauna's still back in spawn, and VP, they're just folding over this one. Let's get some bodies on point. Let's get it up to 99 at least. Another one falls. Shockwave off the side of the map. It appears that everybody has butter on their shoes. Sauna, though, late trade on Hardy. That's massive. Now, SpaceStation, they can't hold the forward space. VP are going to get a quick retake on this one.
Can start applying early point pressure as well. We're going to see Sauna go onto the Genji as well here. They have a Tectonic Shock SSG. They have the Tectonic Shock, and it's really the only ult they have to play with. Backbone's going to be holding in this corner right now, but again, Orisa, I feel like, has a lot of good answers to survive through that. For now, though, just trying to take the early space. Javelin slows down Shockwave for a second, but SSG, they are being forced back towards the point here. Still have their ultimates, but look at these ones. Tectonic Shock now round the corner. Jamie, Backbone trying to find something. Tectonic Shock just for damage, though, will be responded with by Bob, but this is sport SSG time. They nearly have the support ults. They're so close, but Gala's already dropped his orbital ray. They're pushing forward. They need to live. They need to survive. Landon 3% away. Astro 2% away. They need these support ults, but they lose Backbone. Both support ults using response from SSG now. They are pushing back. They've deleted Sauna. Kaneo later Rani coming through, but Landon is still fighting him, all over him. Hadi's looking for the kill here onto Rajaro as well. Spins will be traded. Terror Surge over top. Hadi wants the final blow, but he's lost his supports in the back, though. Sparker still fighting back. Hadi, they have control of point. They're anchoring this one here, but Spark has the Bob soon too, and this could push him over the edge. Still trying to fight on the corner. Sparks awfully low. Orisa's just butting heads for the 85th time. Now that Bob finally comes in, but Hadi, he's going to die, but Bob wasn't in time. And now Virtus Pro, they nearly have the ultimates. They're waiting out in this Bob. Backbone and Spark, they're trying to push. They need kills quickly. I think off the map, yeah, but Coach Gun is good from Sparker. More butter, more shoes, but I think Virtus Pro, they have the firepower here. They're going to focus down Landon with that Terror Surge. And now the blade from Sauna. Okay, it's done. Okay, it's done. It's done anyway, I think. I think it's okay.
The Senji blade is the closer. Backbone, he needs to swap back over to Mei. More butter, more shoes. Actual fucking chill savior. Unbelievable. Just the longest fight in the universe. Sparker built up that Bob, but was he dead or something? Couldn't fucking believe that he didn't throw that out until Hardy was dead. Well, he was in the fight, no? Like, he was actually just nursing that, waiting for poor little Hardy to die before chucking it out there. He was low. I really don't get it, because I think he maybe thought that they could just win, if you know what I mean. Like, oh, we've got it, I can save the ult or something. Didn't want to overinvest, and then just ends up coming back to bite them. Good grief. Butter all over the place, but fortunately here on Control Center, there's not a lot of places for you to slip off the map. Virtus Pro, Cassidy, Genji. The Senji comes out once more. SpaceStation, Mei Ash. They've been playing a lot of this again. They're really confident in this matchup, and Control Center, really solid Mei chokes. Really good wall angles. Sparker can play distance. He can actually get himself over to the edge of the map, which is, you know, potentially a butter zone if you're that way inclined. But VP, they take the first control of white. SpaceStation, they're a little bit slow to the punch. Now they're pushing up, but Backbone, he whiffs the wall. Low value wall to start off. You can see Sauna was holding that side space, but Landon, Backbone, they're both trying to force him out of it to no avail. VP, not only have they won control of White Room, they've won control of the first cap. Rajaro, walled off though, has to burn the Fortify, has to burn the spin, has to lose his life, and that's going to be SpaceStation. They may not have got the first cap, but it looks like they are going to be taking away this first fight as we progress through it.
They're trying to put their way back up here a little bit, Virtus Pro. They have to be careful, very hard to take that fight up that choke without their own Orisa, and they will be forced all the way back. Support ult's getting pretty close for both of these teams, but a significant Terror Surge advantage here for Hadi as Rajaro just go down in that first fight.
Galar has a nice quick orbital raise, so there's chance for a Virtus Pro retake here. Swinging his shockwave, he manages to take down Backbone, whiffed a bunch of shots, but thankfully that magnetic grenade is a little bit harder to miss. It also takes down Funny Astro inside his own orbital ray, and it's a disaster fight for SpaceStation. Not only did they lose to the first tempo ray of Galar, they've also lost their own ray in the process.
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Much better finish from Shockwave there. Cleans up all the fights, and a 1-for-1 trade for a retake. Got to be really happy with that. Also allowed time for Rajaro to do a bit of catching up in terms of this Terror Surge now. And all into this next ult fight. Backbone's going to hit the wall onto this Orisa. Pressure onto Rajaro. Forces that gold. Now no cooldowns. And actually a high noon burn from Shockwave just to try and get his tank out of that. They will be okay, but they have to burn that ultimate for it. Rajaro now still having a few problems getting out. And again, another wall onto Rajaro. He has another gold. He has to Terror Surge for it, though. They keep pushing him in. Blizzard is available. Had his Terror Surge back too. Bob to keep pushing. Rally in response from Kaneo. They've got a lot of space on point now. And now the Blizzard comes out. Does Rajaro, does he have the cooldowns? Oh no, it's Kaneo trapped in, actually walled up and executed. And SSG, they should be able to get the retake off of that Val, but they've still got a few players to worry about. But a good retake overall.
Clean retake for the side of SpaceStation. Cost them a few, but now they're in control. We're relying on a Senji Blade to take us home. Blade Ray, reasonably strong combo. Sauna might be able to get something done with that, but Landon, he has a response. He has that rally, and that makes it so difficult to get a Blade off in the neutral. Orbital Rays mirrored to start the fight. Landon, early pick onto Shockwave. Senji, he's completely fluffed it. Misses that first slash. Down he goes as Landon rallies, bashes backwards and takes him out. And that's going to be Virtus Pro. I mean, they've managed to get a trade onto Sparker, but I struggle to believe that they're going to close this out. They get another one onto Funny Astro, but Kanale does go down. I think it's just Galar and Rajaro versus the world at this point. Rajaro's actually on the run in the dark room, but Senji's back, deflecting spears, keeping Rajaro alive. One more fight for the side of Virtus Pro. All the marbles on the line.
Not a lot to work with either for Virtus Pro. Terror Surge is what they're closest to. Will be the first ult up, to be fair, so Rajaro has a chance, and his first wall is actually going to miss, not get too much onto Rajaro, so 10% away as Virtus Pro get themselves onto point. Javelin's going to hit as well, pushes Landon back. Now Rajaro, he's got a bit of space, he's got the Terror Surge. Can he find the way to pull the trigger? For now, they're just trying to find it, but they lose Shockwave. Rajaro feels the need, he has to go now. Sauna, he dashes in, he tries to find the follow-up kill, but can he find it? No, Haddy marks it. They've got control of a point now, but they're awfully low, and Backbone is coming back, catches Gala, and now they're on the back foot for sure. Virtus Pro, they're backed into the corner. They nearly have Rally, they nearly have High Noon, but Haddy, he doesn't want to give them time to use it. Kaneo won't get that final 5%. He will get taken down, and SSG will be taking map number 1.
1-0 lead for SpaceStation. There were some rocky points. There were some neutrals that fell by the wayside. There were a couple of ult fights where, you know, Funny Astro managed to find himself picked, but overall, looking like SpaceStation, they're in control here. I would have to imagine that as we go deeper into the series, we're going to see Virtus Pro picking maps that are a little bit more open, a little bit more awkward for the Mei to find that value. It's definitely the Mei maps that you need to be most worried about when SpaceStation is on the field, because Backbone, he's so dangerous on that, and we've seen that SpaceStation, they don't like to lean into the Genji, so maps with lots of high ground, maps with lots of open space, that is where Virtus Pro are going to want to take us, because that is where SpaceStation are at their weakest.
I'm going to eat some nachos.
Alright, I'm going to consume some slop.
Alright. There's way too many nachos, chat. Let me run an advert before I forget as well. But full disclosure, there's a lot of nachos. But I'm very hungry in my defense. So I think that's a reasonable defense. Need to stop calling Jamie Jamie. You know? You need to say his business name. Parasocial friend. You should get a treadmill desk. Ooh. Then I could stand. I mean, lots of people do stand while casting, right? What's happening, Andra? Desk Credmo was so good. You have to call him Backbone. Only during business hours, Lumi. While he's on the clock. You can't take over Watch Esports chat for calling Genji a bad hero. I mean, I don't know. I also saw the sword of Genji. Does everyone think Genji's bad? Why do they think Genji's so bad? I think the thing is, with certain heroes, like Tracer's probably in this, you know, like, I play, and this will shock you, I don't play the highest level games when I play. And Tracers in my games, not very scary. The higher up the ranks you go, a lot scarier they get, you know? Which is obviously sort of true with all heroes, but I feel Genji, Tracer, and even like stuff like Widows, right? Once you start getting to the high ranks, these heroes are like serious business. But in the low ranks, they're underpowered because people are shit, essentially, you know? In my ranks, I just want to play Winston, and everyone goes Bastion. Bastion and Hog. Yeah, same mist. Just hard counter-comped. I mean, Chris said he would be down in the off-season, Kizzy. So maybe me and Chris can get it going at some point. In the last 3 days? Maybe. I don't think Thursday. Don't think Wednesday. Maybe Tuesday, though. Tuesday, I'm pretty sure I did, yeah. Oh, I've still got more nachos to eat. Come on. Come on. Off-season plans? Yeah, I have a few ideas. Nothing concrete yet, but I've got a few ideas. All right.
You still munching or?
Oh, yeah, I got loads of nachos, mate, but I can put them down for good Overwatch. And I think we've got some good Overwatch.
I could do that with food. Wish I had that. Oh, well. It could happen. It can happen. All right. More of the same. More Mei Ashe for the side of SpaceStation. More Cass Genji for the side of VP. Shockwave opening pick onto Landon, though. Getting that with the magnetic grenade, no less. So it looks like somebody got a little bit too close to the sun from little Landon. Hardy, no fortify, no spin now. So surely they're going to aggress up on the Orisa, try and close out that kill. No cooldowns available for him, but he is actually juked off into the night. SpaceStation, though, with Backbone going down as well, it's more a game of them hopefully getting an optimistic trade rather than winning this fight. First fight going to be going the way of Virtus Pro.
Works out very nicely for Rivera, and all just off the back of that pick. Now Virtus Pro in control, looking for a late kill if they can, but only the Orisa they're really walking into here, so SSG they will be able to stabilize here. Both orbital rays in play. Rally for Knail is a lot quicker here. But it will be a slow fight. Actually, the wall catches Rajaro massively here. Rajaro in big trouble underneath, completely separated from his team, and now a chance maybe for SSG to take the high ground here.
Yeah, the Observer's lagging out. I don't think that's Funny Astro having those difficulties. And now we do have SpaceStation just completely flipping the point. Sauna under so much pressure. He catches the bash from Landon, and then the May damage. It comes through the deflect, kills little Sauna as he tries to touch. Orbital Ray from Funny Astro just to close things out, but a disaster fight for Virtus.pro. Giving up that cap completely free of charge. At least Funny Astro threw in the Ray there at the end to, make the economy feel like it was worthwhile for the side of VP. But they really shouldn't have let that rotation slip. They shouldn't have allowed that rotation to happen.
Big amount of ults coming back for Virtus.pro, but it's a very big open point. Lots of distance to cross to get that connection between some of their more powerful ults here, Virtus.pro. So SSG, they're going to deal with this high noon first. It's just going to be a defensive wall and a walk away, but point pressure a little bit slow coming, so Hattie's just going to match all of that. Bob will now be used in response from Sparker, and they're going to try and turn it into a flank. Now the Blizzard using response to the Ray. Hattie's going to catch for Rally 2. 1-for-1 trade. Later rally from Landon. Bash onto the front line here. Maybe one more bash for Knail, but Rajaro's just going to get burnt through here. Massive ult trade in favor of SSG, and that will seal the first point.
Rough for Virtus.pro. Really heavy investment into that fight. So much thrown into it. They had the advantage with Funny Astro using that Ray in the previous, but they just can't find the value. So now they've got to go over to this next flashpoint down, one objective with only Sauna's Dragon Blade in the back pocket. I'd say Virtus.pro, they need to play fast tempo with this. If they can't get this out before Funny Astro gets the Ray online, it's going to be bad news. It's so difficult to execute a Ray. Virtus.pro already, they're muscling up on the point. Spin from Rajaro is very aggressive. Sauna, you can see he's looking for an angle, but in the time it takes for the point to unlock, I think Funny Astro is going to get that Ray online, and that is going to be a favorable exchange for SpaceStation. It's so hard to blade into an orbital Ray, Xavier, and Funny Astro, now he's got it online. Unlock happens, out comes the orbital Ray, and Virtus.pro, they're on the run. You can see they're bashing backwards. Rajaro pops the gold, runs away. They're just going to concede the first cap in favor of a Kite, but the Kite has failed. Backbone, he swings the corner, walls off Rajaro, walls off Knail, and it's really the worst case scenario now for Virtus.pro. Not only did they concede the cap to one ultimate, they've been wiped in the process.
These wolves are causing all sorts of problems for Rajaro and Virtus.pro. Often the first wall they're able to survive, but it's the second wall timing when Rajaro maybe doesn't have both of these cooldowns still available. These are the ones that are putting him in a very difficult situation. These are the ones he's getting punished for. They catch him on the disengage in air too, and now Virtus.pro. Lots of ults coming back. We'll see how they choose to start with. Might just high noon for a bit of space here, but Sauna's actually already pretty close, so maybe they can just go for the blade. Orbital Ray on this corner. Deflect comes out. The Blizzard just used means they can't really push with this Ray at all here, Virtus.pro. So they're just going to go back onto point, but Garda actually gets caught. Terror Surge on the corner. Hattie's going to match it, though. Sauna looking for blade value. Runs into Landon in the back. Will take care of that one. SSG, I think, will lose in this fight here, but cost him a pretty penny here, Virtus.pro.
Expensive retake for VP, but really it could be worse. They could be down 0-2, and they've still got a couple of ultimates to survive on the other end of this. A nice little pause coming out, which means that I'm going to deafen and thank the newest subscriber.
I'm going to eat a nacho then. Classic nacho break. Just what we need to get our nacho, our nutritional nacho goodness. I slow cooked a chili yesterday, so we got leftover chili and we got some sour cream as well, which so not a huge range, bit of cheese on top as well, obviously. But yeah, that's the best really. Sour cream, such an unbelievable, was it condiment? I guess that was what it was called. Dip. Guac is crazy. I've gone off. I used to be big into guac. I don't know why I said it like that. I used to be big into guac. but really gone off guac a lot lately. Like, I still have it if it's there, but it's not top of the list at all for me. Quite often, when we were living in LA, we'd be ordering, obviously, stuff all the time, and everything always came with, like, do you want to add avocado to your sandwich, avocado to your burrito, avocado to your whatever? And it was always like, that'll be $6 for avocado. And it's like, ah, fuck you and your avocados, LA. So,
You're talking about how you're a guac head.
I was saying how I used to be big into guac, but how, since my time in LA, really gone to separate ways from guac a lot lately, you know?
I thought that avocados would be really cheap in California. Don't they grow them in California? Isn't that like one of the big things that?
Well, it's unbelievable the prices. It'd be like, oh yeah, do you want some guac in your burrito? Sure. Now it'll be $5. All right. Well, fuck you then. I don't want any guac on my fucking burrito if it's gonna like fucking add that much to the cost.
I think everyone is a guac head deep down. It's just nobody is a guac price head. You know, you see.
Yeah, it's the cost benefit analysis.
Yeah. And ultimately, I'm capable of stripping away all of the non-essential things from my meal to the point that eventually I'm just eating a bowl of plain oats like a horse with water, because everything else there was a cost to the addition.
There was all about that budget. And Virtus Pro are gonna need to be about that as well. Fuck, I nearly had it. I lost it. Anyway, SSG, double support ult coming back. Bob in the hands of Sparker as well. So lots to work with here, SSG. Difficult one for Virtus Pro to hang on to. Gonna have to try and buy a lot of time with this high noon, a lot of time in this rally. Maybe just try and survive it. It's gonna be a wall timing first to force cooldowns out of Rajaro. And now potentially that Bob coming. But Shockwave actually starts with a high noon. SSG quite far back. Rally to cancel that one though. Bob will be coming back too. And now SSG, they look to turn the corner here. They've got the orbital ray to finish the job. Here it comes, and no escape for Rajaro.
VP, I'm not even sure if they're going to get another recontest in this one. If anyone dies late inside this room, there is going to be no chance at all. Shocker's going down, completely different wave of respawns. VP, in order for them to touch, Sauna would have to pull off some serious acrobatics. Hardy's pushing all the way as well, wants to pressure towards the spawn, and it's looking like SpaceStation, they're just trying to stop the touch. Hardy whiffs the spear, so there's maybe the slimmest of chances. Rajara is spinning out for it. He pops the fortify, but Hardy, oh god, he's body blocking to perfection. Doesn't stop Sauna's dash though, and Sauna, he has to go for the second touch. Galar gets into a very risky position as well. Gets taken out, unable to pop the ray. That's a disaster. That's what they needed in order to retake this one. Hardy spears Canale off the map as well, and now there's no hope at all for VP. That's going to be a 2-0 lead for SpaceStation.
In control of that one as well, so Virtus Pro, they had the ults to win that fight ultimately coming up, but didn't get a chance to use them. Now they have to win every round from this point on. SSG vote, they're going to get a setup first, they're going to take that high ground, and they're going to put themselves in a pretty good position now. So even though Virtus Pro, they've got ults to try and take this high ground off of SSG, they're going to have to use them just to take the space though. For now, bit of spam on the walk up here. Virtus Pro will have to make a decision how they want to try and start in this fight. Terra Surge Blade, Ray Blade, they've got the combos here, Max.
New ultimates online, good combos available, but will they be able to execute them? Backs to the wall now. VP, they're swinging in main. They're not even trying to clear top. They're happy to just walk out in main as their starting point. You can see they're not trying to rotate up top. Swan has taken that space up top. SpaceStation have all dropped down to the low ground. It actually looks like Shockwave's up there too. So I think VP have the advantage here. Ults ignored. Already VP, they've got better space. The King of Angles coaching them up yet again, and here they are. Blizzard comes out from backbone, but he catches absolutely nothing with it. It's Rajaro to take him out with a spear, and VP got to be happy with this one. Orbital Ray invested, traded for a Blizzard. Usually we see SpaceStation throwing out those Blizzards into the Rays, trying to counter out the Blizzard, stop people from pushing with it. But VP, they get the better of them. Much better angle for Shockwave, King of Angles coaching them, so it's exactly what we expect. And they're going to take the fight. SSG, huge ult bank for the retake though, so you've got to be very, very careful.
Oh, Backbone's getting caught behind here. Big trouble, and Sauna's going to catch Spark. Now they're going to use the Ray. Sauna's going to try and blade into that one. Rally to help him out, but Sauna, he has to live. They have to try and stay out of the Ray. Still pushing forward. Chase onto Rajaro and Spear, but all of Virtus Pro, they've kited this Ray, they've kited this Rally, they've kited this Terra Surge. They've survived everything, and Sauna just getting all this damage in for free. Will burn through Haddy, and that is going to be all over for SSG in this fight, and it's really hard to go for another one here, and I think Virtus Pro have got themselves back into this.
Yeah, nasty angle gaming again from Sauna. He's got that double angle in the choke. Nobody forces him out, and he's just pumping damage into Hardy. He spins the left-hand side, but Sauna's there on the right. You can see SpaceStation, they want this touch. They're pushing up deep, but landed, he goes down. Already, Sauna is on his case, and Virtus Pro, they might be dying now, trading 1-for-1, but the damage is done. They've capped the point. They're back in this one, Xavier.
They keep the Orbital Ray for the next fight as well because of that. They are going to lose Canales. This is actually a bit scrappy for them here. Are they going to get bled out here? Sort of does have pocket out of this. So they can go pick up Canale from spawn and they can meet on this next point here. Everyone dipping in to get the speed boost here to get there a little bit quicker. And they have Bob coming back, SSG. A reasonable ult to start a fight with. They have the Blizzard. Virtus Pro, though, have the Orbital Ray. On paper, a more powerful ult. But we've seen Backbone try and counteract these Orbital Rays time and time again with these Blizzards.
Orbital Ray from Galar could be a really easy first point cap for VP. Out it comes along with the unlock, and Landon dying in the side fight at the same time. He wasn't even taking that amplified damage. Worst case scenario for SSG. Actually, I suppose it could get worse for them. They could have wasted an ult in that exchange too. But Landon going down at the start, and now Surge Blade combo potentially coming online in the next fight. VP, they've been bled a little bit dry right now. Ults are definitely swinging in SSG's favor. 4 about to be online for this next fight, but VP, they have such a powerful combo in the wings, there's a chance for them.
We'll see if they choose to go early with it, try and catch SSG off guard, or if they're going to play a slower fight and try and give a bit of space, maybe disengage an ult from SSG, and then retake with their combo. They only just get to the blade, still 14% on this Terror Surge yet, so it looks like slow might be the only option they have available. They're playing opposite sides of a point now. Backbone's going to wall one of those off as he tries to move forward, but now the Terror Surge in, Sauna comes with a blade, and there's the combo, but defensive Blizzard slows down Sauna, he gets his head taken off. They use the Ray, they use the Blizzard, they use a lot to deal with this combo, but deal with this combo, they do SSG, they get the flip, and they get in control.
Going to be tough for Virtus Pro now. If they lose probably even one fight, that's going to be the map. The point ticks up so damn quickly on Flashpoint. If they take a really quick fight, they'll get 2. But if they take any time at all, then it is going to be a one-fight situation. And they need to take a bit of time because they need to get Canale's rally online. They need this Orbital Ray from Galar. Shockwave with the High Noon. He might be able to open things up. Landon doesn't yet have the rally to counter things out. Backbone, he's had to invest the wall early. Rajaro, though, he's rather healthy in the cover. SpaceStation, they swing over to the side, but they don't actually catch Shockwave. And now he has an excellent angle. Funny Astro, he swings into a very dangerous position, but Shockwave is just whiffing everything right now. Canale has that rally online though, pops it in main. Terror Surge from Hardy, it looks good, but Landon with the counter rally, he takes down Canale. Galar, he's got the Orbital Ray online, and we need this right this second. The Spaniard, he pops the Orbital Ray. Shockwave, he's fanning the hammer inside of it. He manages to escape the Blizzard, takes down Backers with the 180 flick. Down goes Hardy as well, and Virtus Pro, they might just be back in this one, Xavier. Sauna, one more shot, one more right click, he takes down Sparker. They haven't flipped the cap, they get the flip, and it's just Funny Astro versus the world. 88% and counting. That wasn't an intentional dog whistle, it was just the number at the top of my screen. SpaceStation, down goes Funny Astro, Landon dead as well, and that's going to be Virtus Pro. They even it up 2-2.
All of a sudden, everything to play for Virtus Pro right back in this one. They've got this Terror Surge for the next fight. SSG, they have the Orbital Ray. Should in theory be more powerful, but Virtus Pro, look at Sauna's Blade. It's just behind, and they can have this combo again. Last time SSG were able to use the Ray and to counter this out. They'll need to do the same here, but not a lot of margin for error now, and you can see Sauna looking to try and get up. Wall onto Rajaro here. Sauna will pick up the mini. They go with a Terror Surge, but Ray will be used back, and Gala just met with that front-facing damage. Astro's going to hit all the torpedoes, and Orbital Ray converted into another fight win for SSG.
VP, I mean, they threw the Terror Surge into that one, but now they're coming back into this next fight, and they're going to have a few online to take down SpaceStation. SSG, their tank is drained. Orbital Ray fills up so quickly. Just the chip damage that will be dealt by SpaceStation on their rotations will be almost enough to charge up Galar's Ray to full, and you can see they're rotating quick around to the side. If SSG pushes in aggressively with the Bob, there's a chance that Sauna pops the Blade. He has to be so careful now, playing this side angle with no deflect. He's actually going to go for the Blade. Animation cancel on the wall. Double slash, but he can't finish the job. Bob thrown out. Oh, Sauna's playing Subway Surface up on the high ground, and he actually will go down. So going for that Dry Blade, perhaps a little bit overzealous. VP, this is rapidly becoming the last fight for them. So Galar, he's going to have to invest the Orbital Ray. Forget last fight. The flip goes through, which means Virtus Pro once again have a real chance at this one. Shockwave, he's not inside the Ray. He's been low health for so long. He's split off somewhere else. Galar, Canale pops the rally, but Rajaro, he's stuck inside the wall. Hardy pops the Terror Surge. Sauna, oh no, Galar is taken down. Canale gets a trade on Sparker. Rajaro 80% on his ultimate, but there's nothing to keep him alive anymore with Galar going down. The flip is going to go back the way of SpaceStation. One fight left for Virtus Pro. As soon as this flip ends, they need a clean reset. They have one more chance at this, but the trades, they keep coming through. Sauna, he catches Hardy. He might even be able to get out. Please play life, Sauna. Please, for the love of God, play life. Don't feed here. I'm Barter. Thank you very much for the 5 community gifted. Welcome to the 5 new parasocial friends. Shockwave has the high noon for this final fight. Rajaro, he's got the Terror Surge. There's such a real chance for Virtus Pro here, but no support ultimates online, which is going to make Funny Astro's Orbital Ray a terrifying thing.
Wall off onto Rajaro now. SSG looking for this pressure, trying to force a cooldown, but a high noon instead from Shockwave will force SSG to slow down. They're looking for the peak, going for it. Terror Surge to pull him in, but now the Orbital Ray back from Astro, pushing forward. Wall off onto Rajaro. They want to finish the kill. They're all walking onto him. Blizzard over the top. Rajaro facing the corner, nowhere to go. They will get the flip here, SSG. They will be able to close this map out in the end. No ults to respond with Virtus Pro. They're eventually overwhelmed, and SSG, a scary finish, but they hold strong on Suravasa.
Oh, so close. That Surge Noon combo netting 0 kills. Disastrous for Virtus Pro. They really did have a chance there. If Shockwave could just get even 1 kill, then it could have gone the other way. But no chance with that Surge Noon. And as a result, the pushback from from SpaceStation, just too much. Slop.
Nachos. Whoa. Yeah, good hold in the end. Good hold. Please keep eating nachos to power the Spanish minds of VP's backline. Not sure if that's exactly how it works, but I'll keep eating the nachos anyway. Nachos and chili. Nachos and chili sour. With some sour cream. In your dreams, Waffler you. In your dreams. My go-to takeaway would be fried chicken. Or kebab. Kebab. Blizzard's so much better. It seems like mostly we're going for Blizzards to just to counter out the orbital rays. Which seems like a pretty consistent way to get value out of them. And I never really have KFC. Sometimes it'll be like cheap fried chicken, or other times it will just be like a local place. Yeah, Korean fried chicken good. Yeah. Yeah, Archie, we have Popeyes in the UK now. It's actually really good. Honestly, one of the more enjoyable, like, I guess, classic fast food takeaways I've had in the UK. It's not that... I don't really rate the American version that much. But the UK one, I'm actually a big fan of. Oh, do I need to do the Preds? Hold on. These bloody mods. Oh, there you go. Preds up. Ruda Sappy. Oh, thank you, Kasaurus,
Too many
mate.
ads.
Cheers, Cass. Are you winning today? You got a Vidity? You got them in your back pocket? I reckon you have. I reckon they're pretty, you know. I do like Avidity in this meta, But I mean, it's fucking Toronto, right? This is what they were telling me. What you said, Archie, about good one, Shimus. What you said, Archie, about it being better in Spain. They were really big on this in Saudi Arabia. They were saying like all the like big chains, you know, like the Subways or the KFC or whatever. They were like, oh, they're all better in Saudi Arabia. I didn't get to try too many of them, but they were pretty convinced of it. I feel the same about UK Taco Bell. UK Taco Bell, better than US Taco Bell. Terrified of Big Wob? It's Bun you gotta be looking out for. It's Bun you gotta be looking out for, Cass. She'll fuck you up. Better quality. Like, I prefer the taste of the food. Taco Bell putting a holding issue. I mean, it's such good value. It's good value for money, but because it's such good value for money, it's so easy to order 1 billion things, and then it's not so cheap anymore.
What's your favorite hurricane of the year, Xavier? Helen or Milton?
My favorite hurricane of every year is British Hurricane.
Ah, fair enough. But of this year in particular.
There was actually a report, and there was a misreport from the weather station or whatever you want to call it, where they said there was going to be a massive hurricane in Nottingham, which is, I think, maybe never happened in the history of Nottingham's existence. It was later corrected.
I see. Close enough. Close enough. All right, more of the same in this matchup from the looks of things. Nobody has a solution other than to just continue squaring up in the same mirrors that we've seen again and again. More Genji cast for the side of EP, more Mei Ashe from the side of SSG. It does look like SSG have Virtus.pro's number at the end of this. Even if they can go close, SpaceStation, they win these clutch moments. They win these final moments and take the series. Could it be that the Kings of Macro just have that tiny little edge?
It could be. Wall here putting a little bit more pressure on Rajaro. VP able to skirt away from that one. They do have slightly more space right now, Virtus.pro, but Spark opening blow, Shockwave down, player advantage. So they're backed into the corner here, SSG, but they have the players, and now they've got a wall onto Rajaro as well. Gold will be forced, but they're focusing him down. Rajaro commits forward. They can't keep him alive, though, here, and again, the wall value so good from Backbone.
Backbone, he's good for a wall, and now he's good for the cleanup. No trades as well, so SpaceStation, they're going to really roll through this one. Built up so much in that first fight. Galar, he has that orbital ray, but Backbone, he has the all-important counter Blizzard. So if SpaceStation can wind up blizzarding Galar's ray, and then coming back in with their own ray later down the line, that could be huge for them. Virtus.pro, they're going to have to find a solution to this. And, you know, a common solution could be popping the High Noon, stopping the enemy team from pushing. But Shockwave, he got no value in that first fight. He's only got 40% of the High Noon. So SpaceStation, they've got all the cards, all the options. Spin invested super early from Rajaro is only going to make things more difficult because now Jamie, he's going to get that free Blizzard.
Drops it into this ray, and you can see Virtus.pro, they just can't keep going with their orbital ray, which means SSG should be in a good position to survive. Shockwave trying to force it round the corner now, but another wall comes out, and as just Rally comes out, Sauna with the blade. Does Landon have the bash? No, I think he burnt it, so will get cut through by Sauna. Loses himself for a second, but regains composure. They've got the player advantage. We'll be able to walk into Hadi here, and they do convert that one eventually, I think. Wait, no, not done yet. Sparker's going to commit for Bob, but Hadi was solo. He's going to die. Now Sparker runs into both Virtus.pro DPS. Big trouble, but somehow pocketed through it here, and they're not giving up yet. Rajaro still pushing Sparker, but Pocket, but desperate Pocket, but desperate Dynamite. Oh. They do eventually finish him, and now Backbone still has an ice block, but Funny Astro's still with him as well. Are they just going to try and preserve their lives, just like Landon can shield them out of there? Astro, get through the door! Astro. Get your head underneath! He just about manages it though, and Backbone, left click on this door, just stops Virtus.pro chasing anymore, and they've managed to stabilize, and Hadi's back now.
the rally back. They're pushing back in. Hardy, oh no, it's actually Rajaro that pops the Terror Surge. VP, it's all of their names in the kill feed. SpaceStation's repush not sustained by any ultimates, so that is going to be VP taking this one. And all the while, as they get these cleanup kills, they're pushing card at the same time, Xavier. So this is a real fumble for SpaceStation. They were in a good position, but now VP, they've taken the lead. They're threatening to cap the checkpoint here as well. Look how forward their positioning is. They've got control of this high ground because of that rotation. There's no way SSG can contest the checkpoint.
SSG gonna have to concede for checkpoint, and now to clear him off high ground might even cost him an ultimate or something. That'll be worst case scenario. Instead, SSG are gonna try and take the fight up the choke. You can see Sparkle looking for the dynamite onto Rajaro, trying to force him out right now, but Haddy's gone low ground here, so he's just going to try and play for the objective instead, but this has allowed Rajaro to drop into them. They have the high noon, they have the orbital ray, and now Virtus.pro just resetting at a more default hold on the corner here, trying to force their first move. It's actually going to be a blizzard out in response to this ray, the Backbone Classic. Now they're trying to focus down Rajaro, but that ray will keep him up. Sorna has a hard time getting out, but it's actually Gala who goes down first. Now player advantage cancel lands from Haddy through all of that. They have the Terror Surge Blade combo here, Virtus.pro, but they're so low on HP, they're surely not going to invest it at this point.
Goodness. SpaceStation, look, they've found their footing once again, but conceding the checkpoint early on, not ideal for them. They're going to have to fight hard to get this next corner. And with Kanail, you know, he's got a rally, so that's a support ultimate to sustain through the orbital ray that is going to be coming out from the side of SpaceStation. SSG, they've only got the support ultis online. Really hard to get a rally off when Rajaro has that Terror Surge. We can see they've managed to turn off the close spawns. Rajaro, he popped the spin getting up to the center early on. Funny Astro comes in with a very early one. Blade Surge actually comes out, but it looks like it's got no value at all. Sorna, he's still holding onto that deflect. They're just going to kite this one out. Sparker, Funny Astro, Landon, they've all invested their ultimates here. Kanail, though, he swings back out with a rally of his own. Sorna together fighting with Kanail, trying to secure some kills. Now he's in the corner, trying to block with Shockwave, trying to keep his poor little Cassidy alive, but to no avail. And it's looking like SpaceStation, they're winning this brawl. Backbone pushing inside now, getting Sorna deflect. Not going to help you in that situation. VP, they've got to fall back.
Now they're going to try and hold this next corner instead, but still need to be careful because Terror Surge is coming right in here. They're going to try. The wall doesn't quite catch him this time, so Virtus.pro, they get out of that ultimate for free. Now coming back with the High Noon and the Orbital Ray. But look what ult is available for SSG as this Orbital Ray is going to come in from Gala.
Massive potential blizzard here from the side of Backbone. That's a zero-man blizzard from Backbone. Nothing new there. High Noon didn't get any kills, but it's 1-for-1. Make that 3-for-1 trades. Virtus.pro, they are going to win this fight. Did they concede checkpoint there? No, they didn't, right?
No, they're like 5 centimeters short, I think, or something. It was super close, but I think they actually did it. So yeah, good hold in the end. Really important to get it just before that. And now...
Familiar plight.
And it feels like we've seen this trade happen time and time again. Orbital Ray comes out from Gala, Backbone immediately drops that Blizzard, tries to stop the enemy team walking forward with that Ray, but there it felt like Virtus.pro were able to find a bit of way around the outside to connect with the tail end of that Ray once it comes out of the Blizzard here. So maybe a useful adaptation from Virtus.pro that will serve them well in this series.
Hardy, he was taken very low at the start, but you can see now Rajaro is posturing very far forward, wants to get that push off with Kanail's rally, but Funny Astro, he has the orbital ray to match, and Rajaro, he disappears. That push turn, it didn't find the value, and as soon as he's gone and used all of his cooldowns to try and aggress, he's got nothing to keep him alive in the mid-fight. SpaceStation, they've won this fight on the cheap, only investing the ray. Virtus.pro, they're coming up on another Surge Blade combo, but I'm yet to see them get any value with this combo so far. I can harp on about how it has the really high potential to be powerful, but it appears that we're not watching OWCS Korea right now, because in NA and EMEA, I'm seeing a lot of teams struggle to execute it.
It feels like Sorna sometimes makes the wrong decision. A lot of the time, Landon's been able to mark it with Rally. Bob to start it off, though. Will be Sorna dropping that Blade now. Again, gets Coach Gun back and forced away. Again, you see Landon saves that Rally, drops for Rally. Spark will have his Bob taken down. Now they come in. The Terror Surge catches them late here, and the Blade didn't get the value, but it forces out the Rally, sets Rajaro up to be the finisher with that Terror Surge, and the finisher he is.
That's a brilliant blade from the side of Sorna. Goes deep, forces some cooldowns, gets back to his team, kills the Bob. With the reset, he manages to go into the Terror Surge and then get that finishing damage. That was fucking nasty from Sorna. Love to see that. Now, pushing the cart back towards SpaceStation side of the map, VP, they might find themselves running out of steam a little bit. If they can turn on those close spawns with the checkpoint, that would be good news for them. But it looks like they're not even going to try. They're just going to play for the 50-50 here. SpaceStation, they've got good ultimates, but it's a couple of ultimates fights that can be rather awkward to push with. You can see Backbone, he doesn't want to throw his Blizzard in super early on. High Noon from Shockwave is actually going to be the first ultimate in this fight, and this could be a disaster for SSG, as now he gets to swing super wide. Hardy's clearly looking to go for a Terror Surge, but it's Sparker that goes down. Shockwave, he just keeps on swinging, he finds that angle. Terror Surge from Hardy finds absolutely nothing. Spear from Shockwave, Spear onto Shockwave, doesn't take him off the map, but Backbone finishes the job. Back is now Coast, not able to find that timing to get his Blizzard off, and that's another fight for Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, such a good swing there with that High Noon. You see, even if they get the High Noon value, they take all the space, they get themselves onto that coast angle, so now they have this massive angle to start pressuring point, keep the push going, and now Virtus Pro, they're putting serious meters on the board, and SSG on the back foot. They have the Ray, they have the Blizzard here. Good ults, should be enough ults to win it right now, but you can see Virtus Pro, they know they're in control, they're just going to go to a more defensive hold on this back corner.
Look, SSG at this point, they're really fighting uphill. They need to find a clean fight win, low ultimates invested. Orbital Ray up on the high ground, and Sparker, you know, that quick pick onto Galar, was that a Rageax from Galar?
I think that was a Rageax. I don't see the other Ray. Yeah.
No, I think that was a Rageax. But at the end of the day, SSG, they still invested 2 there. Not only did they use the Ray from Funny Astro, they also wound up using Backbone's Blizzard. So not optimal, not perfect for them, because now there's only 55 seconds left on the clock. SpaceStation, they still need to cap that checkpoint and then win another fight after it. Another clean fight, no less. So Virtus Pro, look at this ult swing coming in their favor. They may have wasted their Ray, but they're about to have 4 more ults to take to SpaceStation. Going to be a really difficult position for them to win from.
Trying to make their way around the corner now. They have to be wary of this combo timing. Javelin will hit Sparker. They nearly have the Bob to start the fight with, so it might be a Bob to start, then just ready to try and deal with this combo. Landon goes low. They're going to wall and Bob round the corner. High Noon in response, though, here, so Shockwave just holding the space for VP, looking for maybe a late swing here. Can't find anything, so they'll just kill Bob. Both teams will reset at it, but now the Terror Surge from Rajaro looks for it. Doesn't find anything, actually, with that Terror Surge. Sauna still has the blade, but Landon's about to have this rally. 1% away. Can he get it? Not in time to save Backbone, but does still get the bash up, but full pocket onto Sauna, and he's good with the blade. Just that 1% short in the end, Landon might have cost him ultimately. They're still going to keep trading, though. Hadi and Astro were still on point, but they are outnumbered. Astro was getting ran down, and now it's just Hadi. I think there's no way through. Virtus Pro going to take a map back in this series.
It's a rough one for the side of SpaceStation, but maybe it's a little bit expected. We go to a map where May doesn't find a lot of value on those big open fights. You see all the time the checkpoint fights out in the open. It's so difficult for the May to find any value. There are no good wall chokes. You saw Jamie consistently struggling with the Blizzard. So as a result, I mean, I think it's maybe not even a surprise that Virtus Pro were able to take it to SSG there. The problem for VP is that they may have put one on the board right now. They may have gotten their one, but now they have to go into SpaceStation's picks. They have to win 2 more maps where, again, SSG gets the pick both times. So now these are going to be the best maps for SSG's comp for the May, and that is trouble for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, really hard to see how they can turn around the series because there's still such a long way to go, but this is the way to start it. We'll see if it comes out. It certainly seems they've at least found an answer to some of these Blizzard trades in the macro fights, which is a good initial start, and now maybe forces SSG to try and make the next adaptation. But for now, it's still Nacho time.
It's still Nacho time? Got it. It's slot time.
What's the tweet? Let's see. Oh, wrong tab. There we go. Life imitates art. Good effort. Good effort. There's actually so many nachos, but it's good. We've got a long night ahead of us, so we need the sustenance. 40 regular season games, yeah, You're pretty fucking crazy. The glory days. The Wild West years. Eat a salad? I'm having a nacho salad. What's Haddy's tweet? Let's see. Don't ever want to strip every map of personality. I mean, damn good ground tank map, blah blah blah. Just 3 colors of Lijiang if they keep doing this. I agree. I agree. I agree. It's good that maps have different strengths, you know? Like, we don't want every map to be Runasapi. KSA looking funky fresh, no? Oh wait, I need to, let me run an ad and let me get some water before this next map starts, because I'm just gonna waste my whole time eating nachos. Be right back. Oh. Just in time. Oh, oh, oh. What are we saying then? Gibraltar? So D.Va is on the cards?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just because of the heroes they're playing, that's the main reason we're not seeing Pardon me, not seeing Psycho. May really viable, even on Gibraltar they run a May strats, and that's why we're seeing so much backbone compared to Psycho right now. But we are seeing KSA come into play a lot of this D.Va here, Max.
We've got the piece of cake attack method right now for the side of SpaceStation, but instead of attacking the right side high ground, they push up on the left. Down goes Kanale immediately. KSA getting it done where Tread could not, and I mean, this could be already Virtus.pro's hold shattering wide open. I like their adaptation. I like the fact that they're playing the Orisa here, because Orisa, I mean, if SpaceStation are just going to play these cheesy play the D.Va on the low ground comps, it's already good to just take the classic mirror. Don't even bother with the Winston, with the dive tanks. That being said, I mean, it didn't work out in the first fight. Immediately, Kanale just getting taken out by KSA with the boosters. I mean, look how much damage he's done. He's already close to a bomb.
KSA able to do so much here, and even though traditionally I think we do see Orisa more powerful than D.Va when they meet head-to-head, on a map like this when there's so many high grounds, I think KSA can still get a lot of work done. Definitely did in that first fight, but they lose Sparker underneath right now. KSA is in deep still, trying to fight in, already has that bomb going for the remake, but KSA doesn't get back into it here. So now SSG 2 players down, they are on the back foot, and they might get all staggered out here. And I think we saw this problem a little bit yesterday, Max, where KSA, when he gets the bomb, he gets so excited, but he's getting punished for some of his aggressive timings here, not getting back into mech as much as he'd like.
Ah, poor little Medi, you know, a little bit too excited. And now, the fact that SpaceStation haven't won this snowball fight, they've given VP a way back in. SpaceStation, they had the lead with the charge. If they just pulled VP in a little bit more, isolated Shockwave later in the fight, then maybe they would have had a chance. But because they fed this one retake, suddenly VP has a huge bank of ultimates, and SpaceStation is playing a very awkward matchup into it. I think a lot of VP's ults are stronger here in the mirror, and there's really not a lot that SpaceStation can do to lock them down.
Trying to get his position behind them right now is KSA, but he's just getting hunted by Sauna right now, so can't force the objective, can't find any space. KSA forced to regroup with his team, and they're just grouped up on the payload, and they're going to run into an exact problem. Stronger ults coming out from Virtus Pro here if they get a chance, but Virtus Pro, they're being patient, they're staying on the high ground, they're forcing SSG to make the first move.
First move for SSG, but what is that move going to look like? Swinging into the Terra Surge Blade High Noon Rally combo from the side of VP. I mean, look, the Kings of Macro, apparently they're inside the enemy team's head, and they're going to force them to waste all of their ults. Jamie's taking the piss with that Blizzard. I'd have to imagine he's intending to swap, because there's no fucking way that he was trying to win the fight with that one. That was just Jamie and a Baby Diva versus the world. KSA forced to swap in Swan from the looks of things, and there we have it. We've got Backbone going over to the Symmetra, and KSA's over to the Malga now. He is more than adept on this hero. He's very familiar with these sim comps as well. You know, sub out a Yubi, add a Backbone, and then we've got, you know, the new generation of SpaceStation's Malga comps. High Noon on the card from Sparker doesn't really do much to zone out Virtus Pro though, and now they're going to get to push back in with an Orbital Ray. Rally, a much weaker ultimate into the Ray, so KSA's got to watch out. Once his shout expires, he's going to be in trouble. TP trying for the kite, and it looks like they succeed. Oh, the Thinker, you've done it again.
1-for-1 traders, they double down into this room. KSA is still low, but hits the slam right now. Rajaro trying to trade all these kills, needs to find it, but Astro pocketing everyone up. And Backbone's actually stealing the payload as well while all of this happens. Pulls Rajaro back out of that, so they can't even commit into it. And Backbone just breaking every single ankle Virtus Pro have right now. Disengage their ult, C9 the point, sets up SSG for victory. I guess that's why he calls himself a thinker.
He calls himself the Thinker even if others refuse to do so. Unbelievable. A SpaceStation, they capped first. It seemed like they didn't have a chance in hell, but such heroics from Backbone. The TP kite from the Orbital Ray. The flip over to the objective to pressure VP back. He really played them absolutely perfectly. Played them to perfection. Hey, yo, Flakdrift, thanks for the $3. Unfucking believable. Oh, Flak... Good job pausing the game, Flak. Good job.
How many subs to get it unpaused? Fuck.
You know, how much money for this fucking stream to get unpaused? You know, let's see how much it costs. You know what? There's no better time like a pause than to run an ad, because there's an auto ad rolling. So let's get that going.
I'm gonna steal some nachos in this time as well. It's taken me so long. Dude. It's taken me so many maps to eat these nachos because it keeps getting interrupted by Overwatch.
I got some yogurt in the fridge. That shit was really good yesterday. I reckon it's gonna be even better today. My hunger is only rising. So they paused the game just so that the text to speech was better. Oh, Forzen Fist just followed me. I fucking love Forzen, dude. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're on to the nacho crumbs now, so we're nearly at the end. Nearly at the end. Oh, speaking about the end, I will never finish these nachos. But I don't know what the pause was for. I don't know if it was Landon who paused, because he did just get one shot there by Sauna. So, going to be a bit of a false start here. Don't know if that was pause related or if it was just happened to be when the pause came through that happened as well. But SSG, they're going to get cleaned up. It's going to cost Virtus Pro nothing. And that means very much a back foot situation now for SSG. And this is where, when they're playing these more objective-focused compositions, might run into a bit of a problem. Trying to take into space, trying to move underneath, when they've just got Sauna sitting on the high ground above them, getting free engage after free engage. Need to make good use of a TP here, SSG.
I trust the Thinker to make good use of this TP. And with these ultimates online, a very real chance for them to take it. They flip onto the objective. 5 players on cart right now. The sim wall, it's going to help them get a little bit of push, but they need to be worried about this open space towards the end. KSA with the cage, he could potentially lock them down. Orbital Ray comes out on cart. Rajara is taking a hell of a beating right now. Has to use the Orbital Ray. The TP kite is good, but it looks like Sparker with this high noon, he actually manages to take down Galar. KSA is in a lot of trouble though, taking so much damage, and it looks like SpaceStation, it wasn't enough. That was their chance, and they've blown it. Oh, they used, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 ultimates in that fight. VP, they managed to maintain the Noon and the Blade. Only Landon's rally to help them through this final turn, and with Shockwave up on the high ground with the high Noon, how are they going to muscle through that?
Really difficult to make it work here. They're going to have to... They're using a lot of the TPs on the rotation here, so maybe some of the ults they would normally TP to disengage. They're going to be short of fake TP onto the high ground just to get bottom right now. So they've got a new base. They've got themselves top right, but they need to find a way to the objective. And only 30 seconds left with which to do it. Should be so hard for SSG right now.
SSG balled up here in the corner, just trying to charge up some cooldowns. They've got the TP out. They flipped over to the low ground, but they haven't pushed the cart at all. So still a really awkward position for SpaceStation. Down goes Funny Astro early on in the piece. Sauna pulls the blade. The Thinker is snapping his ankles, but Sauna, he's too good. He dashes over, converts that kill. And Shockwave, he may have been traded out, but SpaceStation, they're down on their luck. They're split. Sparker is isolated, and it's looking like the cart, it's not going to continue to move. It's looking like Virtus Pro, they are going to take this one as one after another. SpaceStation fall. Funny Astro, he's so fast. He's back on the Lucio for one more death, and that is going to be VP holding it here on second point.
Good hold here overall, especially bear in mind SSG took them to Gibraltar here. Thought they would have the upper hand with their sort of unique look here, but Virtus Pro prepared for it. Happy just to take more of a straightforward mirror on that, and we saw SSG having to rely on a few more TP and Malga related things, trying to mix it up. But all of a sudden, super possible for VP to tie the series off the back of that. They got to be pleased.
Got to be pleased with it. And I mean, here we are now. Really, I thought that this was SpaceStation's wheelhouse. I thought that a map like this, they're so good at shattering the enemy team's confidence, getting them onto a traditional matchup, and then just destroying them with their one-trick specialties. But VP's answer was perfect. They didn't take the bait. They didn't try to play Winston, try to play D.Va. They just started out on the bog standard comp, and then KSA gets caught playing D.Va into the Orisa matchup. I really like that from the side of Virtus Pro. Rajaro now on the attack. He's starting on the D.Va. He's hovering that. But I would honestly be more than happy to see him just pivot back to the Orisa. Just keep playing SpaceStation's game. Get on a ground tank and match it.
And again, if you look at SSC's comp here, Reaper, Cass, D, it's all kind of set up to punish what we would more typically see on these Gibraltar maps, that Winston type composition here. So Virtus Pro for now, at least hovering an Anna Brig, but I expect Gara to make the swap onto Juno, and maybe we'll just get more of a straightforward matchup here. Rolling out, this will be the decision time. Is Orisa straight away? Sauna's going to TP them all top left. They'll get eyes on the comp right now and Sauna back onto the Genji. And they've done exactly what you said, Max. Just keep taking the Orisa matchup into this type of comp.
The Orisa matchup, I mean, it's been giving SpaceStation a little bit of trouble, and the fact that KSA is once again on the D.Va, but I mean, that might be good if SpaceStation was playing a comp that could really take advantage of high grounds, but Backbone, he's not playing Tracer or something, he's on Reaper, and I don't think Reaper matches up very well into the Orisa at all. Ult gets counted out, Spear shatters a lot of what he's trying to do, and look at this VP straight away, they're just muscling forward, fighting for this space inside. Their comp brawls a little bit better inside, Landon actually bashing into the enemy Orisa, balls of steel, but in the meantime, Virtus Pro, they've pushed the cart all the way. Sauna played underneath. Now he's regrouped with his team up on the high ground. And because SpaceStation had to contest cart, they've completely given high ground free of charge.
Backbone behind on the Reaper will have to Wraith out right now as the rest of SSG, they reposition to server. Is a slightly quicker orbital Ray and a nice opening pick from Spark, and this will just force VP to stop, slow down on SSG. They might even be keen to try and retake the high ground here.
really crucial pick onto Sauna, slowing down Virtus Pro's advance. SSG starting to come into a wealth of ultimates as well, so any brawl fights now, they're going to be able to sustain through it. I still think the KSA's hero pick is a little bit dicey, subject to, you know, issues. TP from Backbone actually comes out onto the cart. Backbone is in the Mega Room right now. Galar drops to the low ground. It's a huge exchange underneath, but Backbone, he gets his ankle snapped. The spear catches him. Rajaro takes him down. Another spear onto Landon, and that is going to be all she wrote for SpaceStation here on the Mega Health Pack. But the cart, it hasn't quite pushed far enough, I'd say. I'm pretty sure SpaceStation are going to get a recontest here on first point.
Off the back of that pick, Sparker got in the fight prior to this one. Virtus Pro, they stabilised on high ground, but because they were all stabilising on high ground, I think the cart actually rolled back a little bit. So there's a chance here if they can move quickly, but Backbone might have to raid through. Is booped back.
Oh, the block.
Cannot get it, and the block is good. Virtus Pro seal the point. High noon swing as well. And now they're looking for stagger kills here, actually, as well. KSA is all in, awfully deep. Drops for self-destruct. They're all flooding back to pocket KSA out of that one. Sparker's going to get 2 as a result. And I guess they're just going to hold here. KSA looking for more.
I don't think anybody saw that repush coming from Virtus Pro. When KSA popped the bomb, I thought, oh god, he's just eating his brains out. But no, SSG, it was planned. They were ready to re-engage. They actually stopped the cart from moving an inch. And look at Backbone sneaking around on the low ground, trying to get a one-bop on somebody. He's just fighting Sauna now, not blocking the cart as of yet. And Sauna continually doing his job, pushing that cart as much as he can. SpaceStation, they've got an issue with objective control. Reaper, not a good cart-touching hero. Not when there's all this high ground that can shoot you from every angle. Landon has his rally forced rather early by Rajaro, and it's just a duel up on the high ground. Both sides vying for space, nobody finding the opening as of yet.
Will slow down a little bit here. They've managed to regain their high ground position here, but you can see Rajaro keen to push them out of this position. Backbone is lurking here on the flank, does have that Blossom TP in play right now, goes into the room. Hinder comes out, doesn't get the Wraith off. Now Backbone going to die at the start of the fight. Orbital Ray comes out as well. Torpedoes will get massive damage. Spark is good for 1, but 1 is all they're going to get here, SSG. And they will get the payload moving, but because they took the fight right at the choke here, still a long way for VP to push.
There's still a lot for VP to push, but there's only one fight left, Xavier. Can we get some Chris theories in the chat for SpaceStation opting to go with a Diva Reaper matchup on Watchpoint Gibraltar to take us to map 5? High Noon comes out from Shockwave up in main. That's going to pressure all of SpaceStation so heavily. Shift forced out very early from Backbone. He's TP'd up onto the high ground now. He's inside that orbital ray. You can see he wants to get that spin off, but the angle just isn't there. He comes in the back now, goes for the spin. Blade from Sauna, though, he lands on Backbone's head, but he can't find the conversion, and SpaceStation, they survive. Chris Theory prevails as always. VP, they invested heavily into that fight. That was Noon, Rally, and Blade, and SSG, they weather that storm first of the day. SpaceStation, they're holding strong here on second point. 2 minutes on the clock.
I feel like holding strong might be our new weathering the storm. I feel like there's lots of holding. There's a lot of holding strong. A little bit less weathering the storm, but a lot more holding strong. But SSG, they are going to have to hold strong. They are going to have to weather the storm for 2 more minutes. They're coming in top right now, Virtus Pro. KSA going to match all of that. We'll have a self-destruct force. Oh, they need to get KSA back into mech. They get him around the corner. It kills Shockwave. Impossible, surely. But SSG, they get the break. They get KSG out. He's back in mech. They're holding the choke. Now Backbone's pushing in from behind here. KSA from the front. Difficult position here for Virtus Pro, but they are guarding that door, and they will be able to stabilize and pick up their respawner.
How is it the KSA can get a bomb kill and survive from that situation? He seemed absolutely doomed. Virtus Pro, their time bank is whittling away. Fight after fight, they're not finding the value. And suddenly there's only a minute and a half left on the clock. Backbone, he TPs onto Shockwave, but he doesn't find anything. He just has to wraith away. Sparker, he's maintaining this high ground. He wants this high noon. You can see it in his eyes. You can see now Rajaro, he pushes forward. Spear onto Backbone, Terror Surge on the cart. SpaceStation, they need to touch, but there's that high noon from Sparker. Bash from Landon, high noon back out from Shockwave on the cart. Orbital Ray from Galar as well. It has just expired, but it's Shockwave to go down. VP, they have the rally. They can try to turn if SSG advance too deep, but it looks like they're not going to be going for it. They're backing up all the way. They're playing for last. Series life. No, the series life is on the line now. Only 50 seconds left on the clock. 2-1 map lead for SpaceStation, but VP, so few ultimates left. Backbone, he's got the spin. They need to be so mindful of that. The Death Blossom could spell demise for Virtus Pro. Sauna has the blade. He's really struggled with these dry, and there's not much to combo with him anymore. Rally Blade, a rather weak combination. Again, VP, they're on the cart. They're pressuring it forward. Boop from Canale knocks SSG off the high ground, but can they find the ult value?
They're trying to rotate top here to get a chance to engage with this rally more directly. They have the blade soon. Here comes the rally. Bash doesn't connect, though. Takes a lot of space. Backbone into the back, though. Takes down Gala as they go. They've got control of a point, but they're still pushing forward. Here's Sauna's got the blade out. One, he's onto Astro. Two slices. Whip shot. Perfect from Landon. Saves his life. Meanwhile, Backbone, he's been chasing this back line down the entire time. Nowhere for Kaneo to go. And SSG, inexplicably, I think they've held.
You can't beat Chris theories. Every single time I doubt him, you know, he comes through with the goods. Orbital Ray on the card now from Funny Astro. Just to close things out, Rajara, everyone's staggering in for Virtus Pro. But I mean, Sparker, he actually goes down to Shockwave on the Widowmaker, but nobody's poised to touch. It was so close for VP, but there is no cigar. I think that might be the second or third time I've said that today. And, you know, Chris Theory in the chat, it's a win for SSG. VP down to the lower bracket. They're going to have to fight for their tournament life, fight for their ticket to Stockholm in the lower bracket.
Yep. Chris really bailed out of maybe a difficult episode on the podcast here where he had to explain that one, but results-based analysis will tell you, worked out fine.
Oh, heavens. Now we get a Barney. We get POC versus Twisted Minds. Looking forward to that.
This is a big one. So much importance as well in terms of who actually gets to qualify here. Both teams really on the line Stockholm chances.
Yeah. All right. Let's get some slop going. Let's get some ads going for those that love ads. Those who love ads, drop a Chris Theory in the chat, and I'll see you in the next series start, Xavier.
I'll see you there. All right. I'm 100% chat. 100% I'm finishing these nachos. So what do we think? Closer than I thought it would be. Seemed like a bit of a near disaster on Gibraltar has been avoided. Good shout, Pro Tour. Do we need to cash for Preds as well? Choose outcome. Oh my god, it was a 90-10 split. 90-10 split here. SSG Klingon. 90% of people were sweating at the end of that Gibraltar no. Fuck. Let's give the predictions up for the next one as well then, right? So map 1. Twisted Minds. Piece of cake. I mean, it was so doable for Virtus Pro, honestly. Let me do the stream title as well. And then we can chat a bit if people have any questions. Piece of cake. I'll put their name first as they are coming from the upper bracket. Versus Twisted Minds. I know KS is on a temporary contract, however, do you think SSC will keep him on the roster permanently? I think all their contracts expire after OWCS, so no idea what will be happening to any of them, honestly. I think, like, undecided at the moment. You think VP could benefit from an E main tank like Crosshitori? Not really, no. I think Rajara's good. I don't think either of those tanks would be upgrades over Rajara at all. Look at the message you sent. This is, these are just the pictures you sent yesterday, no? The cats? I've not looked at the map updates yet. I've seen, like, other people reacting to them, but I'm going to look for them properly on stream tomorrow when I get the raid. Oh, in chat? In which chat? I'm lost, Iconics. You're going to have to help me. My chat? Twitch chat? Oh, shout out to all the people watching on Team Fortress TV. Let's see. Hold on. I got you. Nice. Big stream. Me and Muma, top of the list. Is anyone chatting on it? When's CFTV coming back? Did it ever leave? Don't need that one. Pop a refresh of this. Oh, not quite up to date. But we're going to get our classic upper bracket final now. SSG ENCE. One more time.
Man of the hour joining us for this one. It's Backbone. How you doing, Backbone? Congratulations on the dub.
I'm doing good, thank you.
Let's obviously start off with the most obvious question here. You guys are relying heavily on the Mei. How do you feel Mei is fitting into the current meta, and why do you think we see so little of her from basically any of the team?
I think the Mei is really, really good. I think also I'm not one of the best Meis, Jake, for the record. I am the best Mei.
All right.
There we go.
All right. That's what I like
right.
to hear.
That's right.
Chills.
Respect. Respect.
Chills
Aura.
right there.
Aura.
You know, I mean, I don't know what else I can do to prove it at this point.
It's you and Kevster for
I think
me.
the Mei,
Oh, piss off, Jake.
He's our guest on the show.
That's why you gotta beat ENCE. You gotta take Kevster down. Then I'll accept it. Then I'll accept it.
I think the Mei lets you lean into a different style of play than the Genji does, which I think we prefer to go for as well. I'm honestly surprised more teams aren't trying it, because I think it's pretty
Jake's
good.
fucking
Really
high.
good success rate with it. I mean, as you can see.
All right, moving on to the next hero then, Gibraltar. You know, it was really fun to see the Mauga Symmetra come out, so credit to that. But I think the big pick was the Reaper that also came out. And you obviously made it work. Sick Death Blossom, the Custer Juno in there. But I guess just explain a little bit, like, what's the game plan? When you pull out the Reaper, what are you looking to achieve in the fights as Reaper? Like, who is your target? When are you looking to engage, perhaps, recognizing that the Virtus Pro, they're playing this with Risa, Genji,
Still so sniffly.
What are you looking to do in those fights, and how do you like? What's your game plan like going into those individual fights on Gibraltar as Reaper?
I think Reaper.
I need more tissue, actually. I need to blow my nose.
Opportune DPS in the game right now. I think he's ridiculously strong and would get played every map if it wasn't for like certain other heroes also being strong right now.
He was saying this the other
he's just way
day.
too good. You can actually.
He was saying he thinks Reaper's the best CPS in the game.
Some maps and matchups you can just shoot tank and be completely fine. Some others, like you just saw, I can just play to kill backline when it's on and it's really fine. Like the hero is just so strong right now.
I'm just curious, you know, you guys, I don't know if you've mathematically secured anything yet, but I think it's fair to say that pretty much everyone thinks that you'll be one of the teams going to Stockholm, competing in front of the I guess, hometown crowd for EU at least. How are you feeling about the potential to go and play in front of fans again, to play on a LAN stage with SSG?
Ooh.
I'm really excited for it. The LAN's always great. Me and the fans are always great. Like, playing with a crowd is so much more enjoyable. Like when you hear the crowd react to things you're doing and stuff, it's like really, it's just fun. I think we are technically,
they're qualified.
Mathematically in now. I think it's literally impossible we're not. But I mean, we're always going to make it anyway. We're just going to win and get in no matter what.
Yeah, either way, SSG will be there, right?
Yeah.
That's right. That's the spirit. Well, then I think that's it for us. From us, no more questions for now. I do, just for the record, I do think that you're the best Mei in the world.
I'm just thinking of. I remember there was a clip of you putting in work on Kevster in the Mei mirror. The left, right.
Oh, shut the fuck! What's Jake yapping about? Piss off, Jay. Piss off, Jay. Wilderness man, piss off or what?
Best of luck in your next match.
What's he fucking talking about? Come on, Jay.
Always great to hear it from definitely the best Mei in the world. I don't know.
Yeah, piss off, Jay. Can I get a piss off? I'm gonna piss off and grab another drink. What a joke. I don't know. Fuck. Piss off. All right, let me go get a drink. But just piss off, Jake. Oh.
Or no gold. Or no gold.
Don't worry about the point. Don't worry about the point. I am point I.
Genji one.
Kill Genji. Jason. I'm something.
I have beam in 5. They have beam coming back. Beam coming back. I can beam point. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Beam. Push 3.
Do you want?
Genji,
Top left.
How
broken is Reaper? How broken is Reaper?
Oh, insane, guys.
I'm back. I'm back. Got myself some tissue. Keep my nose clear. Oh, what are we saying, huh? SSC tweeted that they qualify for Stockholm. I mean, yeah, they are qualified for Stockholm, right? I mean, ultimately, the person you would actually want to tell you this information would be the broadcast for the show, you know? That's where I would hope you would get this information at. But I guess what can you do, right? What can you do? Because those should have been mistakes going into it, right? Like, hey, if SSG secure this, they're gonna be qualified. I know, I think they were like, there's probably a point where it's like, they're basically qualified, but it's not like mathematical yet. I don't know if now it's mathematical. But I think they were maybe qualified even before this. Even like regardless of this result, you know? Yeah, I think, to be fair, I think ENCE and SSG have always basically been qualified except for like a really extreme situation. But the fact that they're now both in the upper bracket final, I think it's what, the lowest they can finish now is 4th? Or 3rd? Right? Yeah, they're top 3 no matter what. So, honestly, I'm pretty sure it was decided before this. But now they're guaranteed top 3. They would have had to like fail to get out of groups or something stupid, right? We're talking like a really extreme situation. Oh, any good notifications? What am I getting? Live with CommanderX from EMEA. Do you fuck with the way I tuck my shirt? No surprises that Uber fucks with the way Hunter tucks his shirt, huh? Who would have guessed? All right. Got a refresh on this. Bum, 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 bum. Next series is Piece of Cake versus Twisted Minds. Who the fuck is Tread 24/7? I don't know why they've added these numbers to his name. I don't know why. Surely he's not requested it. I mean, I guess he could have, but seems unlikely, right? Gotta seem unlikely. Um, 2 seconds. I'm just checking some things. Let's see. All right, I'm locking back in. SSG qualified? Jake talking about May players, not qualified. 100% agree, stray error. Don't know what he was yapping about. Kevs are on May? Come on. I think what happens a bunch, right, as well, is people look at May, and it's just like, people look at May, and it's like, is he hitting the fucking dinks? Is he hitting fucking dinks? When that is like, I mean, it's a good thing to be able to do, but it's really far from the entirety of what the capability of May is, and what makes a May player good or bad, you know. X just because he can't hit the dinks. And to be honest, even if it was about the dinks, is it not fucking Backbone anyway? Come on, you know? Even if we use the flawed logic. Oh. Hold on. More drugs. More drugs. $54.46, tight. What do the good people in chat say it? You guys are saying 77% piece of cake? I think this game will be I think this will be a close game. But piece of cake in this meta, I'm feeling it. Piece of cake did 3-0. I think it was 3-1 last time, right? But it was like, it was 3-1, but the one map twisted -1. They had to do like the crazy fucking Runasappy comeback, right? So like it felt like a very one. There's no such thing as a close 3-0, but this was a one-sided 3-1. So I think TM are much better than we saw in the group stage, especially in that first week of groups. I think they're a lot better now. But piece of cake, I think very strong in this meta. My big worry for piece of cake is that they just I feel like they're fumblers, you know? I feel like they just fumble too many situations. It puts them in these and it's just these like in these unwinnable situations, right, where they just don't have the ult economy, or they just lose the crucial fight at the crucial times. I don't know. I think piece of cake, they have the quality, they have the understanding, but doesn't always translate. Anti-clutch, yeah, I don't know. It's not even like anti-clutches, and it's like the big moments that go wrong for him. I feel like it's the easy moments that go wrong for him, where it's just like, we saw this against SSG, where it's just like, I have an orbital ray, they've got nothing. All we need to do, walk to the point, press the orbital ray. It's these fights where all of a sudden, seems my backline has died, or seems I've lost 2 people before the fight. I think these are the fights that hurt piece of cake all the time. And I feel like these are also the sort of ones that are like so painful to fix. Like, how do you fix? Can we not just die like drongos before these easy fights? I don't know. It's just like a really hard thing to just tell people to stop doing. Are you with us, Max?
I'm with you. I think we're ready to rumble. We just, you know, we actually had a pause without me receiving any money, so it's got to be some sort of like visual bug. Because usually the pause implies that I've just received money or something like that. But, you know, we're gonna get some chance going for the POC and see if they can take down Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think I'd make them favourites from this series based off what we've seen so far, especially maybe based off some of the struggles we've seen TVNT have in some of these earlier series here. And this one, we talked about some teams having to play very high-pressure games all the way throughout. This is two teams having to play a very high-pressure game against each other. Everything on the line, winning this, absolutely crucial for both teams' chances to make Stockholm. So a loss here, the end of the year, would be absolutely devastating.
It would really just be the culmination of Twisted Minds' collapse throughout the year. So really so much on the line. I think for a team like Piece of Cake, you know, they've had an upward trajectory, or at least this core has had an upward trajectory throughout the year, right? Tread starting out as a little bit of a nobody, a little bit of a wild card at the beginning of the year, and finishing it out as a real mainstay, a real clear next up player. Same for Zodial, same for Crispy. But then with Twisted Minds, I mean, they started at the top, they won stage 1, and it's just been a real downward spiral for them. Roster changes, revolving door of players. But you know, enough about their history. Let's have a look at what they're actually doing right now. Twisted Minds, they're balled up in a corner already. Piece of Cake, they've got Naga on the Pharah, matching Libda, two absolute tyrants of the Pharah. But Bliss already, he's been caught out on the rotate. Conk, Boop from Tread and Naga together, putting him under a lot of stress. But TVNT, he's good with the Matrix, helping eat some damage, keep him alive.
They get to the other side of the map now, and now the Pharaoh Jewel in the air. First rocket connects by Naga, but it's going to be responded to, and actually Quartz with the swing out wide combines with that damage, takes him down. Now with that Pharaoh advantage, they've got a huge advantage in terms of DPS, and Quartz, not happy with one player advantage, will push and kill Crispy too. And Quartz seems like he's turned up to play today. I think we might also be slightly out of sync, so when this cap goes through, give you some kind of percentage.
I'm at 4, so just start counting.
Oh, at 2%, 3%. 4%, 5%, 6%. There we go. And
is Bliss complicit in MCD's crimes? Absolutely he is. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Piece of Cake, they are on the retake now. Quartz came out to play, and that is going to be big trouble for the side of Zodial and Naga. Naga's going to be getting beamed out of the air every which way he looks, and Zodial on the Tracer. This is not his strongest hero. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw him going over to matching Quartz, because here on this Tracer versus Ashe matchup, he really needs to come in clutch, and I don't know whether he's got it in him. Slept up by MCD. Oh, wait a minute! The peel from Tread saves Zodial against all odds. Counter Nano now onto TVNT. Let's see if he can get anything done with it. But no, it's looking like... Oh, no, he's going in. He is actually getting a bit of damage in, but Tread, he's getting more than just damage. He takes down Quartz. Carry player down for Twisted Minds. Wasted Nano boost. Naga on the offensive takes down Bliss. That's a 2-player lead. And now, even if Libda can take Naga out of the sky, surely Piece of Cake can clean this one up.
damage is done. They will clean it up, and they will take back control of this point. CoStream, not that much really in the end, just the orbital ray in exchange for a nano and rally, so we'll be happy with that. But Zodial again caught on this Tracer, dies early, and this means Twisted Minds player advantage, a chance to walk up for free. We'll see if Piece of Cake will respect the player advantage or if they choose to use their ultimates to hold close. A couple of different options, but looks like for now they're just going to buy a bit of time. Naga just laying down rockets from downtown. Nade from MCD catches nothing but tread. So we've got a bit of space now, Twisted Minds, but still need to try and clear this out. Bob onto point to force it through. Tread on the high ground, does have self-destruct behind as it comes out. Pulse Bomb is good from Zodial. Now, barrage is available for Naga, but felt too low to invest in that one, so an ugly death. Both go into fall, and Rally on the point now, trying to keep this one held is Crispy, but he's outmanned, he's outgunned. Skyle can't keep him alive through any of that, and Twisted Minds, quick retake off the back of this one.
Wait a minute, Sile has managed to take down Libda. Oh, maybe the stagger can continue. Tread is back. Naga pops the barrage, takes down MCD, and Bliss says, I've had enough of this world, take me too. Bashes into the line of sight of that barrage, and against all odds, Piece of Cake, they clutch it out. I thought they were making a big mistake playing so slow into Twisted when they had that Bob to touch point. They almost paid the price for it, but this retake, Tread, Naga finding the value that they needed, so good. Now, Sile has the Orbital Ray to match MCD's Nano Boost. Nano Barrage is deadly, but with Tread on the D.Va, if he's conservative with his Matrix, he will be able to shut down Libda's value. Orbital Ray first tempo from Piece of Cake, and they're going deep. MCD getting shot up from the side, and it's just all Piece of Cake in the kill feed. TVNT, the last player to go down with this bomb, but he's bitten off far more than he can chew. As he goes down, last in the fight, a different wave on the respawns, and Twisted Minds, I don't think anyone can even touch.
Now, Quartz is just on Widow, so might get a trade, but won't be getting a touch here. They're going to nano for it. Not even close. And Piece of Cake, despite losing that first fight on the back foot, that long dragged out fight where it looked like they were going to lose, but then Skyle gets the trade, Naga comes back with Barrage. Now it's the big swing fight. Piece of Cake in control the entire time, and now take the first round, moving on to Lighthouse now.
Oh boy, really good start for Piece of Cake. This is Twisted Mind's bread and butter as well. The D.Va hit scan Pharah, they played it into SpaceStation earlier on in the tournament, and they showed some cracks in SpaceStation's core composition. But this is exactly what Piece of Cake are comfortable with as well. My initial doubts about Zodiel's Tracer, I mean, they've been cast away. Zodiel did not go down early on the Tracer, even though he did get slept up and farmed by MCD for the briefest of moments. He's been good with the pulse bombs. Now, a little bit of a shift. Instead of Naga on the Pharah, he's going to play the Echo. Everything else the same for either side.
In theory, now should have a bit of an advantage in that direct duel with the Pharah here. Naga, we'll see if he's able to leverage that in this first fight. For now, though, just a slow pokey fight, both jockeying for space. In theory, the slower fight should favour the Anna Brig team. More chance to find nades. Crispy's naded as well, and yep, there's the nade. Finds the nade, TVNT on that one. Finishes that one off, and now Skyle separated. But wait, Tread and Zodiel, they found the connect. The backline has been traded right back here, but Tread is going to cost them mech. It's going to cost them their Tracer. It's back and forth right now. Limited to no heals on the point. I think Skyle's still alive, actually, but no one to really pocket. Naga is still in, but very separated from Skyle right now. Will try and back up. Is getting hunted down. A 2v2. Naga could do with not giving the flip here. Doesn't get on point just in time. Thought he was on it, but I guess not. Crispy is now back. This fight will continue, but they've lost Naga for it now. And Piece of Cake, play it down, but still committing to this one.
Libda getting so low, dancing with death over and over, but he survives, getting that crucial kill onto Naga, and that is going to be Twisted Minds. Now they're in control, and they're in a real power position. Once you've capped the point on this map, Quartz can play above it, and he can do so much damage, apply so much pressure, blocking Naga. It's really going to be on Tread to find a short shift, to get on top of Quartz and minimize his value. You can see now, he's closed that gap, he's starting to apply that pressure, but Quartz, he seems comfortable. He's just standing up on that high ground beaming, and Crispy has gone down again. TVNT, he's hungry for it today, and he gets Crispy first for a second fight in a row.
Now they're going to turn their attention to Tread as well, looking for a late kill here if they can. TVNT still keeping eyes on that backline, keeping everything in check here. Will hunt down Tread, does get the D-Mech here, no bomb either, so this is going to be a painful one for Tread. Has to go off the map.
Quick reset now for Piece of Cake. They've got a lot of ultimates coming online, but look at Crispy. I mean, he's Lucio in Spawn. Not sure what he's doing. He's back and forth on it. He's deleted the small amount of rally charge that he was able to build up. And now, what can Piece of Cake do on this retake? They're going into so many different ultimates from the side of Twisted Minds. Quartz is still this uncontested behemoth up on the high ground. Zodiel, he's stuck on low, so there's really nothing he can do other than touching the point. Piece of Cake, they've got to get some bodies on the point right now, start getting this contest going. But Crispy, he's gone down to TVNT again. 25% on that ult now because he's swapped on and off. Naga gets a trade onto Quartz, and Zodiel catches a pulse onto MCD. So suddenly what seemed like an unwinnable fight has become even for Piece of Cake. Copy on Naga is good. He's shifting onto Libda, but the second he loses his suit, he's going to have a few moments of downtime. He's waiting for the copy to expire. There we have it. Point flips over to Piece of Cake in the chaos. A little bit of damage coming out onto TVNT as well, and no counter nano online. But Tread, he needs to be so careful to play life, get healed up by Sile. Let's see what Crispy can do on the Lucio. This is a dodgy pick coming back in chaos. Oh, nothing. He can't do a damn thing. But Tread, he's inside that orbital ray doing heaps of damage. In the chaos, Twisted Minds, they flip the point back. Zodiel, recall forced. Piece of Cake, they're fighting for dear life here. Someone is back on the point again, but Sile is so low. TVNT, he wants more. He shifts out onto Naga. He gets the kill, and Piece of Cake, I mean, they don't have a way back into this one, Xavier.
They're just staggering onto the point now. There's not a lot left. Crispy might be back in time for maybe one more death on this Lucio. And Tread, TVNT battling it out. They do get TVNT out of mech, but Quartz, Lubta, they've got the value on point. Barrage now to seal the deal, and that will do it. Twisted Minds dominant here on the Lighthouse here. Strong response.
Feels like the Arna Brig from Twisted Minds, it's a better comp read on the situation. And the fact that Crispy, he kept going down to these nade dives again and again. Nades splashing from MCD left, right, and center, taking out poor little Crispy again and again. You can't have that. You can't wind up in these situations where you're just dead off cooldown. No main support ultimate from the side of PCK.
Again.
Twice now, we've seen the sleep onto Zodial. Failed kill conversion, but you know, that time around it actually led to MCD's immediate death to the pulse bomb. Egregious. Now though, we get to see the matchup that, you know, I was hoping to see. Hit scan duel between Quartz and Zodial. Quartz, the established dominator of hit scan here in EMEA. Zodial, the newcomer, the up and comer, the next up player. Let's see if he can get something done.
Early dink actually onto Lubta, but damage fall off saves his life. Now the Widow Jewel will come into play. Interesting to note, Tread's also on the Diva in this, so in theory, Quartz's life will be harder than Zodial's, but Zodial's the one getting peppered back right now. 9 HP, just going to wait for a bit of pocket. Quartz, though, meanwhile, wow, he knows that Widow is DP'd, getting health, he's moved forward, he's found Skyle, he's taken his head off, and now big source of healing gone for Twisted Minds. They just have to back up. They'll kill Naga as well, and this will be first flip to Twisted Minds. An important first fight and an important round.
Tough start for Piece of Cake. Zodial, you know, he got that initial shot, but there was no kill. And Quartus, he doubles the value. Not only does he zone the Widow, he gets that opening pick. Naga, he has to swap over to the Tracer now. Nice spear from TVNT. Unbelievable throwing arm on the lad. You wouldn't know it, but here he is now, just going for some unreal spears. Anyhow, Naga, he has to swap over to Tracer for the retake because the Mei, when you don't have any of that space, it's too awkward to work your way in. He needs to play for some point touch, for sneaking in behind, to pressure Quartz. And Tracer, that is the solution. Zodial now hooking up onto the high ground, looking for an angle. At the same time, Piece of Cake, they're edging ever forward, block by block, little by little, getting closer and closer to the point, ready to apply some pressure to Twisted Minds. But with TVNT on the Orisa, there's not a lot that's going to be able to displace him from the fight. Naga, he's gone backline. He's fighting Quartz. Quartz is fighting a war on two fronts, simultaneously being peppered by the Tracer and dueling the Widow. And look at Quartz, he is full confidence, going for hook shots on Zodial while Naga is in the back dueling him.
Now Tread is going to join the club as well, trying to make Quartz's life absolute hell, but full pocket available from MCD. Quartz will pop the walls. Still more pressure from Tread. Also has the bomb. D-Mech though, and Quartz is going to get away, and Lubta kills the baby. They're doubling down. They're throwing everything they possibly can at Quartz, but they just can't take the guy down.
Nobody can stop this guy. It feels like all of their resources are being invested into trying to kill Quartz, but it's one by one. First, we see Naga go for a few blinks. Then Zodial hooks up and takes a shot. And finally, Tread shifts on. But there's no coordination. It's never a two-man dive. Nobody to block Naga from setting up on Quartz as well, so I don't understand how they can't coordinate that. Orbital Ray push in main from Twisted Minds, and they're looking for the finishing blows right now. Twisted Minds, they've taken down two, but Naga, great presence of mind. Flips around behind, flips the cap. That means that it is not over yet. There is still a chance for another touch. TVNT, his spear goes wide. He catches the wall instead of the Naga. And that means that there is one more chance.
Orbital Ray, Rada used onto point, Piece of Cake throwing everything at us in a last desperate attempt to get themselves control. They did have to concede the flip again, but Pulse Bomb is good from Naga. Now onto the backline, Quartz is there, so it is a 1-for-1 trade, but they have control of a point here. TVNT is trying to battle his way out, but Zodial should have free reign here. They're pinned back in, and Twisted Minds, they're going to have to take a step back now, regroup, reset.
So clutch from Naga to flip the point there. Really, really fortunate that when Twisted went so aggressive, tried to win the fight in main, they didn't get all of that. And finally, Zodial, he's come alive on the Widowmaker. Opening pick off to MCD. Keep your eyes on TVNT because he's going to need to spin those hands and get out of dodge. No healing to keep him alive. And look at that, cleaning up.
Hands.
Naga chases him down. He's got no hands. He wasn't able to spin it. Couldn't make it work. Zodial taking down Quartus as well. And finally, Piece of Cake, they're back in this one. They've got a chance. They're charging up a couple of ults. They've almost got the walls, almost got the bomb, but support ultimates, they're a way off for either side. Lubta, he's got that barrage, but with such a long open map, it's going to be really difficult for him to find that angle to get it off.
Really difficult indeed, especially into the Diva as well. So many things against him. But Quartz gonna make his life a little bit easier by taking Naga down early. Now Twisted Minds, they can start to move up. Walls will be popped as well. Zodial 1% away from mirroring this. So for now, piece of cake just on the back foot. Walls in response, but Lubta, he gets on top of him. Somehow, someway finds it on top of it. And Quartz, he just won't stop. And all of a sudden, what should be a really difficult retake is made also easy by Quartz.
You know, TVNT, he might be a bit short on hands, but it feels like Quartz has a second set of them because he's just going to open up piece of cake, take a big bite out of them. TVNT, Jesus, his hitbox is enormous. He goes down 2 treads bomb. Lubda catches Naga though, so still piece of cake on the back foot. And even though TVNT, he went down with the ult, it looks like piece of cake, they're really going to need a miracle to have a chance here.
Zodial 12 HP, not enough in the end. Orbital Ray comes through, but Skyward's the only player left for piece of cake to try and get value out of this. And of course, Quartz takes his head off at the final blow. Twisted Minds coming out on top, first map here. Didn't feel like it was going to be the way after that first round, but good comeback. Quartz looks ready for this one.
Some real Widow domination coming out there from Quartz at the end. TVNT, you know, he had his struggles. Naga, you know, he had his fair share of carry moments with that point flip, but on the Tracer overall, it feels like he's a little bit outclassed. He's not getting these solo kills. Even if his objective play is good, we need more. I would like to see him back on the Flyers. He was dominant in the Flyer matchup. He was really doing well on the Pharah. It was only when he swapped over to the Echo, to the Tracer, that it seemed like he was getting outmatched by Lubda and outmatched by Quartz to a lesser extent. So I really do think that, you know, if piece of cake can just lean into the fact that Naga, he's essentially equal to Lubda on the Pharah, they could potentially take the series that way.
I think I'd like to see more of it as well. It's a really interesting decision from piece of cake now in terms of what map they go, because that'll maybe give us a bit of an indication in terms of what type of DPS heroes they want to put Naga in a position to play. And then maybe we'll get to see a bit more of where they really think their strengths are right now. Because piece of cake, I think they've looked good in this meta so far, but a step behind in this first map.
I'll leave that discussion in your capable hands, Xavier, because usually I talk less about what's coming in the next map and more what's happening on my YouTube feed. So I'll leave that to you, and we'll see you on the other side.
See you there. So, yeah, I don't know. Who picked that map? Was it piece of cake, right? Let me do a rewind just to fact check myself on this. I know how we all love facts. Here, where am I going? Here. Is it right before they go in, maybe? Maybe I'm too far back. But I'm pretty sure it would have been piece of cake. Yeah, piece of cake pick. Today feels like Quartz has turned up to play, and that is a big problem for, well, everyone who is on piece of cake. Because if Quartz is in top form, he's really hard to deal with. Really hard to deal with, really hard to contain, and that is the task ahead of piece of cake right now. We've seen Zodial mirror it in some cases, play Tracer in other cases. Feels like they've had a bit of success with the Diva Tracer, but I don't know if I'm really looking at some of that and wanting to lean into it more. I think, obviously, they're going to be more keen just to play, I think, more of this Orisa mirror. I think we've seen a couple of shaky moments out of Twisted Minds main tank TVNT on their series against SSG yesterday. I felt like even though Twisted Minds won that map, there was maybe just still a couple of moments here and there. There was obviously the Bliss moment. There was the moment on that bomb at the end there. Maybe that one's a bit more unlucky than anything else, but still a couple of shaky moments here for TVNT, which gives pause for thought, right? And actually, if I'm piece of cake, let's just take it to an Orisa matchup, and I think New Jug City, exactly the type of map we might see there. And this is going to be, I think, very much just Orisa on both sides, you know, Brig on both sides, maybe a Cass on both sides. Oh, actually, not quite. I feel like Twisted Minds, they're going to force for Pharah here. I think this is a particularly weak Pharah map. But I think what we're also going to see is this Lucio Juno, so they're just going to go fast. Wouldn't even be surprised if we see Naga go Genji ultimately with this. Surely not the Reinhardt. I think it'll be Orisa. I guess they go Mei. So the idea here is, you know, the first point is a big ring. What's going to happen is this is going to be piece of cake. That's a P if you can believe it. They'll start pushing around one side. Twisted Minds are going to try and kite this way. But what's going to happen is this Mei wall is probably going to come. The Venture's going to maybe jump across, like go through point. Then all of a sudden, actually, sorry. The Venture's probably going to go this way, push them back. And then as TM try and disengage, the wall is going to go behind Twisted Minds, which allows the Venture to catch them, to connect on them here. So look at Zodiel to make the first move. Burrow underground, force Twisted Minds into a step back, and as Twisted Minds are taking that step back, now wall is going to come behind from Naga. They're going to get a really big opportunity to get an early burst of damage out, and that's what we're going to have to keep our eyes out for here. So there we go, Zodiel nice and early, forces them back in at the choke already. Lucio Juno so fast. Now the wall comes out onto TVNT, but somehow, someway, Lubta's the one who finds the first pick, and damage from above is causing them so many problems as they move forward here. And Twisted Minds, they deal with everything, they buy the time, and this is really, I thought it was going to be a bit of a hard one actually with the Juno, the Lucio, the Mei wall to help catch him as well. I thought Quartz was going to be put under major pressure and they'd catch them all, and to be fair, they get their man, they get Quartz, but Lubta just gets so many trade kills.
Yeah, no, it's always good to get your 1, but if the enemy Pharah gets their 3, that's probably not the best of news. Piece of cake, they're on their incredibly fast comp, and look at Zodiel sneaking in from the side, looking for an angle to get it done. They have a chance now. If Zodiel can pop into the back line of Twisted Minds, oh no, misses the drill damage. That's not a great start. They're still able to get this pop out of the ground, and they will be able to drill out after the fact, but no, Quartus, they've got their number, marks out poor little Zodiel. And that is going to be Twisted Minds cleaning up another neutral. TVNT, he dropped dangerously low there, but somebody else's hands were there to bail him out of the trouble.
I think you might be slightly ahead of me. I found 69%, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75,
we're like even.
76.
We're like even.
Oh, okay then. Where are we? So yeah, piece of cake. They can maybe go for they're pretty fast, but I don't know, it'd be a very desperate retake. They are maybe at least considering it, or they're just trying to gamble which way the point will come. Looks like they're gambling right-hand side now. 50-50 chance to be correct. And they're wrong.
I love gambling.
Now it's actually going to be Twisted Minds getting to the point first as a result. Coming up to all 5 of those ultimates. Piece of cake. You can see they're coming up to all 5 as well, but significantly slower. And Zodiel now going on to the cast. Crispy onto the Brig. A more standard matchup here now from Piece of Cake.
Don't let this dissuade you. Keep gambling, Xavier. Even if you didn't hit at the start, you're due for a win later down the line. Piece of cake, they're going to swing through to this open side, get Zodiel a nice wide angle to start shooting at Lubta. He hits the headshot on Quartz, but Twisted Minds, they've got so many ultimates online, they're going to confidently push in here. Quartz, he throws in the bob, swings wide, misses quite a lot of shots on Sile, but MCD's torpedoes are there to finish the job, and that is just going to be Twisted Minds cleaning house. Didn't cost them much, only had to use the bob, so that's about as good of a fight as you could ask for if you're Twisted Minds.
Cannot argue with that price. Cannot argue with that price at all. And now they're coming back. They have the Terror Surge, they have the Blade here, Piece of Cake. A powerful combo, but Twisted Minds, so much to respond with here. We saw some of the problems Sauna was having in our earlier series. Now, even when they have this big combo, it's still very difficult into these ults if Bliss can use that rally defensively, just save his bash for Naga, mark him out of the game. And it's actually going to be aggression first. Twisted Minds coming in, using an orbital ray, but Naga, he finds a way through with a Blade. 1 slice, 2 slice, can't find the connect onto Lubta. So Lubta will live, but Naga, he's not finished yet, deals with him. And all of a sudden, that combo does find its value there. Twisted Minds for support ult just don't get the value you would expect. Naga with all the cleanup here, and Piece of Cake, good retake.
Oh, jeez. Piece of cake. I mean, I really thought the Twisted Minds were just going to steal away with this one because they had that big bank, but somehow they've thrown that massive bank of ultimates into it, and Piece of Cake have come out on top. Now they've got double support ultimate for the hold, really asking for something massive out of Twisted on this retake. They've got no ultimates to spare except for Lubta's Barrage, and they can mark that so easily when in control. Lubta, he can't do anything sneaky here. He's approaching from main. You can see him flying around the side. Here comes the orbital ray engagement. They try to kite, but Lubda gets caught by the spear from Tread, and that is going to be an easy one for Piece of Cake. One ultimate for a fight win. Naga pushing for more towards the spawn. He wants these finishes, and I think he's going to get them. Late staggers for Twisted Minds, and an easy cleanup for Piece of Cake.
And that'll mean no retake here either for Twisted Minds, so we just have to go and play for the next point. Piece of Cake, keep hold of a rally, keep hold of a high noon, and even have a Terror Surge coming up for this next fight as well. Plenty of tools to make use of here as we wait and see which direction we'll be going. And it will be the opposite corner of the map. So Twisted Mind's actually closer to this one as well. Should be able to get onto point first. You can see Piece of Cake hot on their heels. Keen to try and use a few of these ults because they're getting pretty close to that combo again with the Terror Surge Blade too.
Really, I think Piece of Cake, they can just keep on rolling through this one. The Barrage, it's a much riskier ultimate than the Blade to combo with just about anything. Barrage, you're always risking your life. At least with Blade, you have the chance to disengage on a whim if you have the presence of mind to press backwards and dash. But here we have Zodial opening up with the high noon, and TVNT, perfect spear up on that low, or down on that low ground, up to the high ground, takes out Zodial's high noon early on. That was a little bit too early, I'd say, because they weren't able to leverage a cap off it, and now Quartz, he actually gets an early pick onto Naga, so there's not going to be any Terror Surge Blade combos. Barrage from Lubda is good, takes out Tread, and that's going to be Twisted Minds. For only their DPS ultimates, they cap this one out. Piece of Cake invested 2 ultis there and got nothing for it.
Disappointing from Piece of Cake. They do have this big ultimate combo coming back here, so all eyes on Naga and Tread. They found big value in the in their previous chance with these ults, and they're gonna have to try and do the same here. The difficulty maybe on this map is they've got this high ground to start on here, Twisted Minds. If they can drop off to the low ground to disengage it, make it hard for Tread to try and follow with that Terror Surge. For now, Naga approaching on the angle. Orbital Ray will be used aggressively. Terror Surge Blade comes in all over the Juno, just able to find one there, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Naga's gonna keep going, 1 slice, 2 slice, but Quartz, he won't go down. The pocket too strong from this Orbital Ray, and now Twisted Minds looking in a pretty good position, but Zodial was still outside scrapping, but he's getting hunted down right now. More trades come through. Crispy's going to get another one.
Hang on,
a 1v1, a Brig versus Orisa. Really hard for the Brig here, but wait, Skyle's with him here. They can start moving towards point maybe, poke TVNT out.
Crispy knows ball, stays alive all this time, flips over to the point now. TVNT, he's coming back in. He's got the Terror Surge. He's trying to stop. No, he's not even trying to stop the flip. He's going to give it up. He's just going to run away with his tail between his legs. And Twisted Minds now, they have to play retake into the Orbital Ray, the High Noon. Really not a bad position at all for Piece of Cake to be in. Zodial under a little bit of pressure, catches the spear, has to rotate onto the low ground. But look at this re-push from Piece of Cake. They pop that Orbital Ray, but oh my lord, Quartus, he must have wore a few extra pumps of a good fragrance today, because he pops that high noon inside the enemy's orbital ray, manages to take down Sile. Tread goes down as well. Absolutely ballsy move from Quartz. So risky, but it pays dividends. And now Piece of Cake, they fall by the wayside. Twisted, they had no right winning that fight, but Quartz, he wills them over the line.
We've seen so many high noons cancelled, or the cast even goes down during them in this. So the idea to try and use that high noon in that position with all that damage, all that risk for Quartz seems kind of crazy, but he gets away with it, and it's going to secure himself and his team the point. Now as we move on to this next point, it will be rally advantage for Crispy. Lubda does have this barrage, but for the most part, I feel like we've seen Lubda use these barrages almost defensively a lot more than aggressively. Not big flanks looking for trade kills, just trying to win these ult layer fights if he feels Tread is trying to push into his cast or overextend. So might just be waiting for the Orbital Ray here, Twisted Minds, before they commit to their first move.
Think that a slow play would be wise for the side of Twisted. Looks like Piece of Cake, you know, they're just posturing for space here up on the side. Naga, he has the side angle. He's actually broken Bliss's shield, so he could keep getting aggressive here, but now that MCD has the Orbital Ray, Piece of Cake got to be so careful. Out comes that Ray. You can see Naga, he's getting good damage in on the side, but with no cooldowns, he needs to play it safe. Crispy pops the rally, but he's so low. Tread with the Surge, trades even either way, but Lubda, he gets that final blow onto Tread, and that is going to be Piece of Cake. They're disadvantaged in the fight. Naga, it's a 2 versus 3 right now. He's got the blade, but with no supports to keep him up, it will be the fight going the way of Twisted. In that chaos, by the way, Twisted capped the point.
And that means they're already at 30% and counting right now, which means Piece of Cake, they need to win this round to stay in the map, and time is against them. They're going to group up at the choke now. They have the high noon to start the fight, maybe get a bit of space. Blade to finish it here, but a lot of weight on Naga's shoulders to find value with this blade.
The blade is everything for Piece of Cake right now. Zodiel with the high noon. It's a difficult ask to say, can you get us a nice opening pick with the noon? The blade, he comes in. Another ballsy noon from Quartz, but this time around, no value. And Naga, he's slashing through Twisted Minds right now. That was 2 DPS ultimates invested. And now, real back to the wall situation for Piece of Cake. They are down 2 points on Flashpoint. So they lose another fight. They're out of this map. They're down 0-2 in the series. Piece of Cake are pushing rather deep, going for some poke on Twisted Minds on their rotations because they need to start charging up ults.
They do indeed. They've only got the high noon to start with now, Piece of Cake. Orbital Ray just round the corner here. Twisted Minds, though, still short, like you said. And now they're going to try and take a bit of space, move onto the high ground, just trying to make their way in a little bit. They have the Terror Surge, they have the Rally, can combine those if they want, but a lot of space to try and cross to get a direct connection there for TVNT. And it looks like they really are just slowing it down, maybe waiting to have this Orbital Ray as well. And then soon, Twisted Minds, they might just have 3 or 4 ults to throw to win this one and only fight they need to win to seal this map.
If they keep playing slow like this, there is a real chance for Piece of Cake. They keep charging things up. High Noon from Zodiel looks to have gotten no value at all, though. So this kite from Twisted is huge. Now Piece of Cake, they're still 20, 30, 40% away from the ults that they need. Ray mirror in main, but there's so many more ults for Twisted to throw into it. The barrage from Libda is good, takes down Sile. Nobody ready to trade out Libda as well. And it is looking like Twisted Minds, they're going to clean up this fight. They're going to clean up this point, and they're going to take the map, leading the series 2-0.
Good patience from Twisted Minds to help them take the lead here. Wait until they had an overwhelming bank of ultimates. And Piece of Cake, I feel like we've actually seen Piece of Cake doing this same trick before. I say trick. Doing the same play before, where they just wait until they have the ult, when they realise, okay, we have like 2 ults now, but if we wait, just build up the last 2, we have just 4 ults, we can seal like the must-win fight. And on the side of it, though, Piece of Cake didn't really read the situation. So as soon as that Ray comes out, they're just going to mirror the Ray right back, Piece of Cake. But then Twisted Minds, they have 3 more ults to throw into it, so of course they're going to win that fight. So easy final fight at the end for Twisted Minds with all those ults. And now 2-0 up in the series. I don't think this is how a lot of people anticipated it to go.
Can't help but feel as if Piece of Cake had an opportunity to kite there in that final fight. They built up the orbital ray, they had that high noon, but trying to aggress with their ultimates, really no need. Can play to go second, can play to kite, try and back up, let the enemy use the orbital ray off the point, and then back up, take a fight on the point with your own. Then, you know, perhaps they would have charged up that Terror Surge, charged up that rally, but instead, because they pushed first tempo with the high noon, first tempo with the ray, or at least matching directly into the ray off the objective, they took away their chance to kite, and they gave TVNT the opportunity to just throw in that Terror Surge. Oh my lord, Naga absolutely sticking it in Quartz there. Really good one from him, but not enough to win the map from the looks of things. 0-2 for poor little Piece of Cake.
Big challenge now. It's reverse sweep or go home. And a lot to be asked. I don't know where they really do map type wise. In theory, that was a bad Pharah map, right? Or one of the harder Pharah maps, but didn't really feel that way during the course of that one. So I don't know what the backup plan is here, maybe for Piece of Cake. Hard to have a backup plan in a meta where teams are just playing the same comp everywhere.
Backup is, you know, I'm not sure whether the help is on the way right now. I suspect that they are just going to have to stick it out with this current mirror and hope they can turn the tides with their standards, because I'm not sure that they have an ace in the hole, a trick up their sleeve. But slop, ciao.
What are we saying? Put your money on Piece of Cake, waste of money? Fuck, I mean, maybe it's looking like it. Let me do it here. 66% on the side of Twisted Minds here. People would believe us. I'm worried if I'm Piece of Cake right now, right? Got to win 3 maps in a row. They've looked competitive in both of the maps, but it's really fucking hard. Think it just ends 3-0 to TM? All the momentum seems to be with them right now. All the momentum seems to be with them. Is this the map pool for Stockholm as well? No, I think they announced another map pool. Let me... but there. Yeah, this is a map pool for Stockholm, right? Circuit Royale coming back. Busan, Oasis, Ilios. So, I don't know, a lot of overlap still, but yeah. Hollywood coming back into it, Circuit Royale coming back into it. Maybe Busan, Oasis, Ilios is that's the bit I think a lot of the Western teams talked about as great, an incredibly dive favored cough pool for the Koreans to start on. Perfect. Gibraltar. Oh, teams love going to Gibraltar. Piece of cake here. I guess the question is, what do Twisted Minds do? Because last time we saw Piece of Cake making the same gambit against ENCE, right? But didn't work out for them there. So they're going to play maybe some of the May Cass or something like that, or even May Tracer. And if I guess Twisted Minds, the expectation is obviously that TVNT will just have to diva. Maybe we end up seeing like this weird similar matchup that we saw in the SSG VP series, you know, where teams were just playing Orisa. Just playing like a Malga Orisa mirror on Gibraltar. So I don't know. I guess the big worry I have here as well is what you do is you create a potentially difficult map situation. But also, you potentially just give Quartz an excuse to play Widow again. Remember, this is... Yeah, it looks like Twisted Minds is just going to play the same as they played on Ilios here. I'm going to rely on the May. Presume Zodiac will be going Tracer with this as well. No, Lupta will just Pharah. Yeah, they'll just Pharah Widow. The big problem here for Twisted Minds really is their lack of cart control. So I expect Zodiel to go Tracer here, and all eyes on Zodiel, because what they're going to have is Zodiel's going to have so much opportunity to push for payload, so much opportunity to put Twisted Minds in this difficult situation where somebody else has to pin themselves to payload. If TVNT pins himself to payload, then all of a sudden maybe there's not pressure on the enemy team's backline or able to move for too much free. If Lupta has to go for it, suddenly it's not the same number of spam, and an early wall comes out. Pressure's going to be there. They catch Bliss straight away, and Twisted Minds, I guess clearly not ready for the opening piece of cake we're going to do on this map. Maybe didn't watch earlier, and it's going to cost Bliss his life.
You know, the problem with Twisted Minds is that they've had 17 different coaches this year, so they don't know who to listen to anymore. They've probably got a salaried coach on lock right now, but he's probably only earning something like $700 a month. So he didn't have the time or the, you know, the desire to watch the VOD of Piece of Cake yesterday, doing this exact same rollout and then doing it again earlier today. So really unbelievable to see the Twisted Minds got caught off by that one. But, you know, you get what you pay for, Twisted. Anyhow, Piece of Cake, they have taken over on the first fight. Easy pick onto the Twisted backline, and now the cart just keeps on rolling.
Bad to worse now. Mabel onto this backline. That's isolated TVNT for a little bit. They're trying to walk out here, but Tread, he's going to eat the sleep. Not going to eat the nade, but now Zodiel pressure in this backline as well. He turns his attention to Quartz, and Tread is just smothering them right now. Wow, he smothers the backline. The rest of his team deal with the front line. They're going to nano Lupta out of this. Needs to hit the rockets. Hits the first one, but then has to reload. Needs the second one. Skyle has slinked away, and Tread is causing so many problems here. Lupta reload at the worst possible time, and they're still holding in right now. Lupta's still hitting rockets, and Quartz is back on Tracer. Zodiel's good for the pulse bomb, but backline from Twisted Minds is dead. One shot, two shot. Tread just about lives. Will get pocketed back through and back into Meg, but now TVNT is back. Twisted Minds, they're dragging this one out. They've got control of point. How did the cap not go through?
Obscene clutch from Twisted there. Lubda putting in so much work, and Piece of Cake really dropping the ball. Those supports, they lived so long. Bliss was frozen by the blizzard in the open, and nobody even shot him. He lived on full health out of that blizzard after getting frozen behind the cart on Piece of Cake side of the map. Unfucking believable. Now we can see Tread going super deep onto Lubda, orbital ray on the cart from Sile, and Crispy pops the rally at the same time. So everything in the kitchen sink being thrown into this fight. But Tread, Naga, look at them go. They're dicing through the remainder of Twisted Minds. Those amped up, damage boosted shots taking down Twisted. TVNT really wants it because Quartus, he was good for 2 trade kills on the Tracer, but he's thrown away that bomb. He's given it away, and that is going to be a first point cap for Piece of Cake.
Works out for him, but they have to spend the entire bank for it. And now we see Quartz swapping onto the Cassis, and this makes Twisted Mind's backline a lot more deadly to deal with. Maybe a chance to punch back a little bit more when Tread is trying to keep them contained. For now, though, Twisted Minds, they just want to get some space onto the high ground. Lubda and TVT taking that trade onto Tread. Quartz is going to be walking through the ship here, and does have that position now to spam down the Tracer. But again, Twisted Minds, they still have this problem. Who is going to control the payload in this comp?
Payload control is going to be a serious issue for them, but who needs payload control when Quartus just comes out on top, takes down Naga, essentially takes down Sile as well. Really unbelievable that they just clutched this one out by off the back of Quartz hitting some unreal shots. This is Twisted Mind's MO. When strategy fails, when the coach you bought on Fiverr doesn't counter-comp the enemy team or counter-strat them, you just wind up putting Quartz on Cassidy and letting him click, and it works.
It's incredible how many problems you can actually solve with a gun if you're Quartz. He's got them out of another pickle here, and it's going to be a swap into spawn from Tread to get back into his mech here. And now they have the blade, they have the pulse bomb, they have DPS ults, but not too much to do with them. They're going to try and muscle their way through him. Matrix in the rotate, trying to get Crispy in, but oh, looks like they didn't all make it here. Going to be slowed down, so they have to rotate back out of there as well. Piece of Cake. Not able to get this rotation off, and Quartz continues to be server admin up on this high ground.
He really needs to be displaced from top. Maybe the blade turn will be the moment for it, but Twisted, now they've got all the answers. They can counter Nano Quartz. He can back up into the safety of his backline. MCD can just play far back, play for spacing. We still have that issue of card control, though. For all of the counter ults that Twisted Minds have available to them, it's going to be really difficult for them to push deep, because they cannot push deep with their comp. Nobody that can hit a flank, and nobody to touch the cart either. So Zodiel, once again, I'd have to imagine he's going to duck down to the cart after regenerating his blinks, and look at him go, he's pushing it right now. Poked out a little bit. TVNT, though, he's got 2 jobs. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He needs to touch cart, he needs to choke the enemy up top. Orbital Ray from Sile displaces Twisted's position, gets them on the far back high ground, and now it is going to be a case of Zodiel blinking super deep. Triple blink pulse, doesn't catch anything at all, misses the mini health pack as well, and Crispy, asleep at the wheel, doesn't get the pack onto him. TVNT eats him alive.
Good deflect. Now Blade coming through onto the backline, only gets 1 Lupta's there, Nano Barrage, so all of that aggression just gets deleted by it. Naga tries to clutch, Zodiel tried to hit it, both DPS ults go by the wayside, and Piece of Cake. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going back over to the May now again, so a bit more durable. Again, good for maybe forcing point, that's how we've seen the May used before, but the worry is, Lubda, Quartz, they're just going to be uncontested for so much here. They've got the rally to force point, but it looks increasingly difficult here for Piece of Cake.
Piece of Cake really fighting uphill at this point, but I think the swaps here, the return to Naga on the May, I think this is even better, because I think, oh my god, I was trying to say that he can touch the cart and he can do the pushing while the rest of the team gets involved up top, but it's looking like Naga can't even make it out of spawn, the poor bastard. Tread trades Bliss, but now he's in a position to be aggressively staggered. Thank Christ MCD missed that sleep, otherwise Tread would have been waiting another 20 seconds to get out and about. So Twisted Minds, they're a little bit down on ultimates right now, but Piece of Cake, their backs to the wall.
They lost that fight in such a painful, slow, dragged out way. They didn't really even charge too many ultimates now. Zodiel's going to go over onto the Widow, just trying to find an opening for his team while they're struggling now. Really could do with something big. We can see TVNT, eyes on that Widow, will be making his life hell. So hard as the attacking Widow to find space here. Zodiel's going to try and give him the slip and come out bottom left here. They're pinging the Diva. Zodiel, a game of cat and mouse as the rest of his team get on point here.
Naga, he's in position to start pushing the cart, but already he's had his block forced. Tread has lost as well. He's lost his suit, but the counter bash, unreal. Crispy comes in, saves Tread's life, bashes Bliss, perfect timing on the bomb, and then Tread, he's marking Quartz's high noon, but in comes Quartz dropping into Tread. Nice flicker goon there from Tread, blocks the high noon. Lubda has traded Zodiel though. TVNT with the bomb on cart. He actually does not get the suit. Gluttonous bomb from TVNT trying to remake on cart like that. Out comes the barrage from Lubda, takes down Naga, and that may be all she wrote for Piece of Cake. As Twisted Minds, they clutch it out with that late nano boost, that barrage.
Such a classic finish for Twisted Minds there with a nano-boosted Quartz on point. The raid boss just will not go down. It looked like they had their opening finally. Great bash by Crispy. I feel like he's actually had a very good series here despite the way it's going for Piece of Cake right now. Big bash on Bliss. Yeah. Minus all the nades. But thought they made the opening play. Get that trade. Looks really up for them. Then pressure onto the back line. They can't quite find the kill on Quartz. And then the longer the fight goes on, they don't quite have the resources to deal with the barrage. Lubda again finding big value throughout the course in this map. And now, only halfway through, Gibraltar looks very possible for Twisted Minds. But we also said this in our previous series, Max, and there was an inexplicable hold at this point of Gibraltar.
We love an inexplicable hold because we're rooting for Piece of Cake now, you know? We can't have Twisted Minds win this lower bracket elimination game with a 3-0. There's so much on the line. We've got to keep it interesting. We've got to keep the dream alive. Piece of Cake, backs to the walls, though. Not sure if they're going to be able to clutch it out.
Another pause coming through here. I don't know who's having issues or what's going on, but it feels like we've seen so many pauses today compared to previous days.
I think there's been a lot of connection issues in the EMEA region recently. Lots of like disconnects and people lagging. I see pretty much every match, every scrim, someone seems to be disappearing from the server on a whim. And it's got to be something to do with, you know, global affairs. Things are falling to pieces in the world.
Fuck. And it's manifesting into our Overwatch servers. There truly is no escape.
Yeah, we're fucked. We're doomed. The Overwatch servers they're a microcosm of bigger events in the world.
It's like, you know when there's going to be some kind of natural disaster and the animals know beforehand? The Blizzard servers know beforehand.
It's an omen. It's an omen.
Yeah, and not a good one.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. How do you not know the word prattle? Did you even go to school? Unbelievable. It's like a... all right. Oh, we've got the Froggy Yap emote now. That's clutch. I'm so sorry to break your heart with the advertisements, die, Mr. Cupcake, but the way of the world, the way of the world.
Well, you know what they say.
We love advertising.
Yep, that's what they all say, and that's why I keep playing the adverts for. Oh, we're gonna go to a Be Right Back screen as well.
Be Right Back screen. I should have queued more ads.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's only Twitch let you run like back-to-back 2-minute ads. Just
I ran ads, and instead of subbing, someone started the 7-day Twitch Turbo trial to avoid the ads. Unbelievable. What a play! What
Great
a fucking
play. Yeah, huge moves there.
I got fucking smoked. All right, see you on the other side.
In a bit. Yeah, I mean, TM still need to close out this series, but looks already possible. Already possible given the situation they're in. Lubza's get enough glaze? Yeah, I feel like Lubza's had a really good series. I mean, he's always been that guy on Pharah. It's just not really been a Pharah meta for a very long time. But second half of this year, lots of Pharah coming into play in this meta. Seems a very viable option. Yeah, well, let's see. I can show you it quickly. This is... where are we? This is the updated bracket where we are now. So we're in this game here. We've got Virtus Pro versus SR Peak Check tomorrow. And then we got this upper bracket final as well. And then we'll also have this game tomorrow as well, right? Yeah, that's tomorrow. So winner of this game will go here. We'll have this game tomorrow to figure out who's going to be here. Then we'll do upper bracket final. Then we'll come back down and do this game down here as well. Piece of Cake, yeah, if Piece of Cake go out now, yeah, they're not going to Stockholm. To be fair, Piece of Cake, realistically, they need to finish second to keep their Stockholm chances alive. And obviously, finishing second in this tournament, or in any tournament really where ENCE and SSG are in it, is very, very difficult for any of the remaining teams. So it was always a matchup that was favoured for, or always a tournament where qualification to Stockholm was favoured for Twisted Minds and for Virtus Pro. It's slightly different. So the winner of this stage automatically qualifies, and then it's the 2 highest circuit point winners. So basically, what needs is so it varies a little bit for each team, but basically, SSG and ENCE are basically in one way or another, and then actually at this point they're just in no matter what. And then VP have the advantage in circuit points, but only a slim advantage. So if Twisted Minds finish above VP, Twisted Minds would go in place of VP. If VP finish above Twisted Minds, they go through. Piece of Cake are slightly further behind both of these teams, so for Piece of Cake to actually make it at this point, they would need to finish second overall in the tournament, which, given how the series is going with their tournament lives on the line, let's not worry about finishing second. Let's just worry about getting a map and getting through this series. So, presuming this finishes one way or another in the favor of Twisted Minds, it's going to be a two-horse race between VP and Twisted Minds, basically all decided by who finishes higher out of the two teams. So, you know, might be the end of Piece of Cake here, really.
No, don't say it. Say it and so, Xavier, please. I believe
it
in
might
Piece
be.
of Cake.
All right.
I believe in the comeback.
Looks like they're going to be starting Widow Tracer as well, which pretty standard. A DPS lineup here, so nothing too surprising. It gives them good point control, gives them a good ability to just hold this high ground as well. Twisted Minds, they ran Pharah Widow on the defense, but here on the attack without that point pressure, is it going to cause them a big problem here if Lubda, as I imagine, will just keep playing Pharah?
Lubda on Pharah, I mean, that's a deadly pick. I think playing into the Widow Tracer on Gibraltar, I mean, it's about as good of a chance as Piece of Cake have got, right? It's a really difficult map to play the Pharah. It's a really good map for the hit scan, and it's really easy for Naga to close the gap as well. He's going to be able to apply pressure to Quartz, but Jesus Christ, Sile dancing with death, Tread in a similar boat taking so much damage. That's going to be a lot of support, old charge, forfeited over to the side of Piece of Cake. You know, their risk-taking has been rewarded, but good grief, they've had to concede a lot for it. Lubda's supposed to be the anti to Zodiel, the counter, but instead, he cross-map rockets Lubda. Naga trades it out, but it's not looking good for Piece of Cake, Xavier.
Their backline is also trying to push in here to try and get a kill if they can, but won't be any kills. Tread instead going to try and go towards payloads here. Will just look like he's just going to accept a slow death on payload, flying around trying to buy as much time as he can. Will die here now, and they will get another fight here, but not a great start for Piece of Cake. Twisted Minds with a chance to hold forward here.
Forward hold for Piece of Cake. Rather, forward hold for Twisted Minds as Piece of Cake. They have to play retake. They need to touch this first point. They can't afford to give it away. They didn't get far enough on second. They can't just let it slip through. Zodiel, I mean, he has no angle whatsoever. He's going to be doing nothing for quite some time. Tread makes it out onto the cut, but he eats an anti-nade. Now it's Crispy that needs to ping-pong on and off. Zodiel, he finds the angle, but he does not find the kill. And Quartz, the exact opposite. He flicks onto Naga, takes him down as the opening pick. Twisted Minds, they've got the position, they've got the ults, and in a matter of seconds, Xavier, they're going to have the first point.
Really good conversion here, getting that first point. Convert for forward hold, and looking good for Twisted Minds. 4.5 minutes here to seal the 3-0. They're going to get a chance to set up on the high ground. And Lubda just seems to be getting away with it. In theory, it should be difficult for the Pharah to get onto the Widow, but every single time, Lubda is on top of him, making Zodiel's life hard. And now we see Quartz scoped up, looking for this early angle, knows where that Widow is thanks to that ping, but will be chased out, and it's an early rally from Crispy as they try and take space onto the high ground here, but they lose Skyle on the way through. Big trouble here. They have to bash backwards. Stick is out too, and Quartz takes off Crispy's head. Zodiel responds with one, but he needs to respond with more, honestly, but TVNT will not let him. Lubda messes up the movement, but kills Naga anyway. And this is just going to be, they're just rolling it in. Piece of Cake. One last desperate chance, Max.
Really tough now for Piece of Cake. There's one fight left on the series, one fight left on their tournament life. Zodiel, he pops the walls. They have the gift of vision, but will it be enough? A nade has splashed in the choke. That has caught Naga. A bomb from TVNT, somehow taking down Crispy of all people. The man with a shield taken down by the bomb. And Piece of Cake, there's nothing left in the tank. The barrage comes out onto Tread. He pops the bomb, but Lubda is eternal. And that is going to be Twisted Minds taking this series 3-0. Piece of Cake, they're out of here. They're out of OWCS. We will not be seeing them in Stockholm. And Twisted, they keep the dream alive. They have a very real chance to go the distance now. If they can beat Virtus Pro in the lower bracket, I believe that will be them punching their ticket to Stockholm. We're going to see a VP versus Twisted match later in the bracket, and the winner of that series will be going to Stockholm.
Really setting up quite nicely for it, isn't it? We'll just become that head-to-head clash. Piece of cake. It was always going to be difficult for them, right? They needed to finish second or better in this tournament. Always going to be very difficult, but we'll be a little bit disappointed to go out in 3-0 fashion here. Gibraltar, bit of a roll of the dice, right? They move over to a map where Quartz can play Widow. Quartz continues to get good value, and really difficult situation for them, but piece of cake, done for the year. Twisted Minds, not done for the year just yet.
You know if MCD's on ping? Or is he flown straight out to Egypt or something to get it done?
I think I would presume he's out there.
Yeah.
But that's just a presumption. That's not based off anything. Yeah. Because Vigilante and...
really quick.
Yeah, Vigilante and Bliss were out there. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Going to make it to Stockholm?
They just need to win the tournament, I think.
Yeah, okay, that's a pretty reasonable take. A super pie then. Fair enough.
But yeah, I think the visas for Saudi are actually quite quick, so they're normally able to get him out.
Yeah, should be easy enough for MCD to be out there, and he's been on the team for weeks now, so I'd have to imagine he's out there, especially for a big high-stakes tournament like this. There's no way they'd let him play it online if they had the option to get him over there. Even if they weren't getting him there, if they could get him to a visa-free country, they'd do that.
Just for like a month or something, yeah.
Yeah, literally just get him closer, because they need to qualify, or they really, they want to.
Yeah, I reckon they're pretty keen.
Yeah, I'd believe it.
Dominant win in the end, though, actually.
It seemed pretty... Oh.
I was going to say, when he was announced, he said he's finally not playing on ping, so that seems to line up as well.
Ah, there we go. Checks out. All right, what's our next game? It's some North America.
It's Toronto versus Avidity.
Ah, okay.
So it's don't wind up to max intensity for this one maybe, because I feel like we might just be in for a bit of a one-sided affair.
Should I call them rad.av or Avidity?
When I say it, I just say Avidity because it's so much easier. But in the title, I'll put like their whole thing.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, my title, The Real Estate, is pretty competitive given I've got Happy October to all those who celebrate.
You sounded so upset there when you might have to type in the extra 5 characters. 4 characters, maybe. It was
stressing
6?
me out a little bit, I'll be honest. It was a little bit much.
Shit.
All right. Reckon we're going to get a Twisted interview, or are they just going to do straight to NA? Like sometimes they don't do the interviews for the final games.
Well, the problem Twisted Minds have, I had the same problem trying to speak to Twisted Minds, is Yubi's English, or Yubi doesn't think his English is good enough. The Koreans don't think their English is good enough.
Definitely is, by the way. Definitely.
Yeah, I know. I've met Yubi in real life, and we've had conversations in English. I mean, you'll be surprised to hear.
He has perfect English.
It's like there's like a couple of like sometimes like he'll be saying something and he needs to find the word, but like really not like couldn't have a couldn't just have a couple of minutes interview, but doesn't want to, so whatever. So it's like you either talk to Quartz or you don't talk to anyone.
Yeah, and Quartz won't have a webcam on for his interviews, so like everyone has a condition,
But he always has a fresh picture. Every time I interview Quartz,
he's always hoisting a new Saudi
trophy. New trophy. He's got a new picture with a new trophy. He's like, oh, this picture. I was like, do you want me to just use the World Cup one again? He was like, oh, that picture's so old. Here's a more recent picture of me with a different trophy. I was like, great, cheers, mate.
Oh Christ. All right, well, I guess we'll get the extended slop section going until North America can start. Probably be a little bit of a bigger break between matches this time around. But, we'll get there.
Aye. All right.
Hey, Quartz, welcome. Anyone doing the interview, mate? Or are we just tapping out today? Quartz deserves a good glazing, mate. Did you see that fucking match? He's a one-man army. Anytime they're down, he's just good for like fucking 15. What interview? Ah, for fuck's sake.
That doesn't sound super promising, if I'm being honest.
It doesn't sound like an interview's coming. Yubi's lying to everyone, saying that he can't speak English. TVNT's got his hands behind his back, and they didn't want to do an interview with him because they were confused about where they were.
They asked Twisted. They asked Twisted Minds, anyone who wants to do the interview, just put your hands up. But unfortunately, TVNT was trying. they couldn't see.
Oh my God. They didn't ask us to do an interview. Okay, they know they're sick of your shit. They got your interview out the way yesterday, and they're like, we know where this is going. Like, we already got our Quartus interview for the cycle. All right, flop time. See you when NA starts.
See you there. Yep. So, guess no interview. MCD can speak good English and make an interview him. Yeah. Oh well. Is what it is. So I don't know. TVNT is really good English. Yeah, TVNT just said he wasn't keen to do the interview when I asked. Because TVNT was the person I asked first. But just wasn't keen. But yeah, I spoke to TVNT before as well. Just wasn't keen for it. But Quart's normally always good for one. He's the interview carry for this. So let's see, where are we? Let me get this VOD sorted. We'll get the VOD sorted. Then we can get ready for North America. We're not doing marbles. I don't know why you guys keep saying marbles. You know, we're gonna have to. We're literally playing 2 to 3 hours of marbles. Look at my fucking. But you've not paid out the fucking Preds.
At this point, it's you and Kester for me.
You guys haven't paid out the fucking Preds. All the mods asking for marbles. We're not doing marbles today. We're gonna play 2 hours of it tomorrow. Yeah, I'm mainly having a go at Artemis here. Maybe I'll time out Artemis. There we go. Why not 3 hours of marbles? I'll time out Toronto Defiant as well. All right. Might want to check my YouTube channel with a short bit. Hold on, I need to upload this VOD before I forget. So let's end the EMEA VOD right here.